It is a warm autumn night in ancient Greece. The year is 340 BC, and a procession of men and women holding torches aloft snakes down from a dusty road from Athens to the small town of Eleusis by the sea. The air is thick with anticipation and the scent of burning herbs. For 9 days, they've purified themselves, fasting, bathing in the sea, and sacrificing a little piglet in honor of the gods. And tonight, beneath a moonless sky, they finally cross the threshold into the Telesterion, the great hall of initiation, where a secretive rite is about to unfold. But what mystery is so powerful that it draws pilgrims from across the known world? What sacred story could be so profound that the initiates swear oaths of silence under pain of death? Even in antiquity, that allure of Eleusis was legendary. The Eleusinian Mysteries, sacred rituals honoring the goddess Demeter and her daughter Persephone, regarded with reverence for nearly 2 millennia. The Roman orator Cicero put it bluntly, "Much that is excellent and divine does Athens seem to me to have produced and added for our life, but nothing better than those mysteries by which we are formed from a rude and savage life to a state of civilization, and indeed, in the mysteries we perceive the real principles of life, and learn not only to live happily, but to die with a fairer hope." Cicero's testimony, echoed by many ancient writers, hints at why these rites were so treasured. They offered wisdom, communal bonding, and even a hope for something beyond the grave. But what exactly were the Eleusinian Mysteries, and what happened in these secret ceremonies that could inspire such awe? And more to the point, how could a tradition so venerable come to an end? We'll talk about these sorts of questions. We'll begin by talking about the mythic origins of the mysteries and how the sorrow of Demeter birthed the ritual. Then we will reconstruct, what we can at least, of the initiation process, the journey of the initiates from Athens to Eleusis, the fasting and the sacramental drink, the climactic revelation inside the Telesterion. And along the way, you'll hear a few familiar names. We're drawing from some voices of the past, like Plato, Sophocles, Cicero, and even early Christian critics like Clement of Alexandria, who spilled some of the secrets. We'll also share in a few anecdotes, like the scandalous Athenian trial to an emperor's initiation, that bring the mysteries to life. And I think that by the end, we'll explore the twilight of the Eleusinian Mysteries and figure out why they ended, even though their legacy long endures. So, come back in time with me, walk in the footsteps of those ancient initiates, and perhaps you might not become an initiate yourself, but that is an honor lost to history. But you will understand why the rites of Eleusis were counted among the greatest treasures of that fascinating ancient world. Welcome to the channel. Perhaps I can initiate you to click that subscribe button, Well, if you feel the need to. For those new to the channel, I hope you'll enjoy. For those returning, thank you for coming back. And the ones supporting on the Patreon and checking out the merch store, you have my thanks. Now let us begin, nice and relaxed, nice and slow. And of course, the best place to begin is right at their core, a tale of loss and return despair and renewal. That is exactly the legend of Demeter and Persephone, a mother and daughter whose story was reenacted and honored at Eleusis. Where do we get this from? Well, the primary source for the myth is the Homeric Hymn to Demeter, an ancient Greek poem likely composed around the 7th century BC. In these verses, we hear of how Persephone, the daughter of Demeter, goddess of agriculture and fertility, was abducted by Hades, the lord of the underworld himself, plunging Demeter into the most extreme grief. Her sorrow so profound that she wandered the earth with a torch, refusing to let anything grow until her beloved daughter was finally returned to her. According to the hymn, Demeter eventually arrived at Eleusis in disguise and was received kindly by the local rulers. In gratitude, she decided to impart a great gift to humankind. She revealed her true identity in a blaze of divine glory and commanded the people of Eleusis to build a temple in her honor. It was there that she promised to teach them the sacred rites and rituals. As the hymn recounts, after Demeter and Persephone were reunited, for Persephone would henceforth spend part of each year with her mother and part in Hades, causing the seasons to change, Demeter kept her word. She taught the Eleusinians her mysteries, awful mysteries, which no one may ever transgress or pry into or utter, for the awe of the gods checks the voice. The hymn then proclaims, "Happy is he among men upon earth who has seen these mysteries, but he who is uninitiated and who has no part in them never has a lot of like good things once he is dead down in the darkness and gloom." Now that is a powerful declaration. The initiated will reap rewards in the afterlife, sure, while the uninitiated, there's not much for them. That's the beating heart of the Eleusinian Mysteries. It certainly makes you want to check it out, huh? In the mythic imagination, Demeter's rites at Eleusis established a pact between the gods and the mortals. Those who honor the goddesses and partake in their mystery ritual gain hope for a blessed existence after death. The mysteries thus offered not just a religious pageant, but a promise, spiritual insight, and eternal benefit. The Eleusinian legend, encapsulated in the story of Demeter, was commemorated in cult practice. Persephone, also called Kor the Maiden, symbolized life's renewal, her annual return from Hades each spring, mirroring the sprouting of new grain. Demeter, the grieving and then rejoicing mother, embodied the earth's fertility and the cycle of the seasons. At Eleusis, the mother and daughter were worshipped together as the two goddesses. In fact, the very name Eleusis was linked to this holy and sacred narrative. In Greek, Eleusis means coming or advent, possibly reflecting the coming of the goddess, or the coming of the initiates to understanding. Eleusis is about 21 kilometers northwest of Athens. It has thus become a sacred setting of Demeter's myth and the site of her mystery cult. Archaeological evidence indicates that Eleusis had been a place of worship since the Mycenaean era, that's the 2nd millennium BCE, well and truly into the Bronze Age, suggesting that agrarian fertility rituals here predate the classical form of the mysteries. But by the 6th century BC, the Athenians had incorporated Eleusis and its rites into the Athenian state religion, elevating the local cult to pan-Hellenic prominence. Thus, for the next 900 years, or perhaps even more, people from all over Greece, and later from Rome and beyond, would make the long trek to Eleusis to be initiated into Demeter's fascinating secrets. Now, I really do wish that I could give you a step 1, step 2, step 3, but describing the actual rituals of the Eleusinian Mysteries is a bit of a challenge. And when I say a bit of a challenge, I mean an excruciating challenge, for all of these rites were shrouded in intentional secrecy. The very fact that we're talking about them now certainly would annoy a lot of the people who perhaps look down upon us as we do it. But oh well. All initiates swore a sacred oath never to reveal what transpired in the Telesterion, that inner sanctuary at Eleusis where the final ceremonies took place. But remarkably, throughout antiquity, this oath was largely kept. No ancient author gives a full eyewitness account of the secret rites, which is in one way incredibly fascinating, in another way incredibly disappointing. But don't write it off just yet. Don't click off the video. We do have some sources, including hints from those who participated and some criticisms of earlier Christians who later opposed the mysteries. It's allowed us to piece together a general outline of what actually happened. So, the mysteries had 2 stages, the lesser and the greater. The lesser mysteries were an introductory rite, held in early spring, traditionally in the month of Anthesterion, at a site in Athens called Carrhae. This preliminary initiation was required before one could proceed to that coveted main event. A legend recounted by later writers claims that the lesser mysteries were instituted to allow the hero Heracles, who, as a foreigner by the way, non-Athenian, initially was not eligible. Well, he was to be initiated after he was adopted as an Athenian citizen. Whether historically true or not, the story shows that anyone, Greek or later Roman, who sought initiation first underwent a smaller purification and sacrifice months beforehand, symbolically preparing them for the greater secrets that they are about to encounter. Of course, the greater mysteries took place annually in late summer or early fall, the month of Boedromion, around September. They lasted about 9 days. These were the famous rites at Eleusis itself. But remember, you couldn't get to them without fulfilling the requirements of the lesser mysteries. The festival followed a structured sequence, blending public celebrations with these secret rites. Day 1, the gathering at Athens. On the 14th of Boedromion, initiates, known as Mystii, assembled in Athens. The priestly herald would announce the start of the mysteries and instruct the participants to cleanse themselves for the sacred tasks ahead. He would cry that all that are not pure should go away to the sea, as later sources tell us, an invitation for the unclean to depart, and for the rest to proceed to purification. Day 2. The initiates, carrying small piglets, that is a traditional offering, went in procession to the sea, at Phaleron beach, to bathe. Each person, along with their piglet, ritually washed in the salt water to purify the body and the soul. The piglets were then sacrificed to Demeter and Persephone. This cleansing rite was essential. In the words of Plato, it was believed that the one who arrives in Hades uninitiated and impure will lie in mud, but he who arrives purified and initiated would dwell with the gods. That's from Plato's work, Phaedo, 69c to d. The idea of all this was that only a purified soul, symbolically washed of all of its past defilements and impurities, could approach the goddess and hope for a blessed fate after death. Days 3 to 4. These days likely involved prayers, further sacrifices, preparatory rites in Athens. The exact activities are not well documented. Sorry to disappoint you, but it's thought that initiates spent time at the Eleusinion, that is the Temple of Demeter in Athens, and made offerings, while mentally and spiritually girding themselves. Fasting may have begun in this period, as Demeter herself in the myth refused to eat while she was grieving. Day 5. Now this was the climactic public event, when the procession to Eleusis would begin. In the morning, a grand procession would set out from Athens to walk what was called the Sacred Way to Eleusis. It's about a 20-kilometer walk. Leading the way was the statue of Hyksos, a divine figure associated with Dionysus, a companion of Demeter's worship. This was carried by priests. As thousands of participants wound along the road, they sung hymns to Hyksos and shouted in joy. Ancient accounts describe how the atmosphere alternated between solemnity and merriment. Along the route, locals would set up refreshments too. Some would even hurl good-natured taunts at the marchers, a tradition of jests called the Gephyrismos, at the bridge over the river of Ephesus, said to mimic a moment when an old woman jested with Demeter to make the grieving goddess smile. It was a rare moment where ritual allowed for bawdy humor amid the holiness. By evening, the torchlight procession arrived at Eleusis, and just imagine what a sight that could have been. Thousands entering that great ancient sanctuary, chanting "O Hyksos" in exaltation. I hope it puts an interesting view into your mind. Well, this would end day 5, and day 6 was more about fasting and something called the Kykeon. Now, once at Eleusis, the initiates would likely continue to fast in emulation of Demeter's sorrow, but at night, perhaps the very hour when Persephone was said to have been returned to her mother, they broke their fast by drinking the Kykeon, a sacred potion of barley, water, and mint. In Demeter's myth, the goddess asked for this simple drink when she was wandering in disguise, and it became kind of a ritual libation. Participants would have downed the Kykeon to prepare for the revelation to come. And we do have direct evidence of this in a curious place. The aforementioned Christian scholar Clement of Alexandria, rather sneeringly revealed the secret password, as he called it, of the mysteries in order to discredit them. What a killjoy. Well, he wrote, "I have fasted, I have drank the Kykeon, I have taken from the sacred chest after working it, I have deposited it in the basket, and from the basket into the chest." That's from Clement of Alexandria's Exhortation to the Greeks, 2:18. It's a bit of a cryptic declaration, isn't it? Well, he claims that that was exactly what was uttered by the initiates. It confirms the sequence, though, doesn't it? Fasting and then drinking the Kykeon, performing some ritual transfer of sacred holy objects. Well, Clement's tone is a little bit mocking throughout his work describing it. He calls these fine sights truly suitable for a goddess, but inadvertently he preserves the precious details about the ritual actions, which ironically people have used to reenact the mysteries. So, I'm sure Clement did not appreciate that. Now on to day 7. This is the night in the Telesterion. At last the initiates would enter the great hall of initiation, the Telesterion for the secret rites. It was a huge rectangular building, supported by many great columns, with the tiered seats on all sides where the mystii could sit or stand. In the center of the hall stood the Anaktoron, the palace or the inner sanctum, a small chamber where only the Hierophant, chief priest, could enter. It was here that the most sacred objects, heirlooms related to Demeter perhaps, maybe, we don't quite know, were stored and which revelations would emerge. But what exactly happened on this night, in this place, That is the deepest secret of Eleusis. That is the true mystery. By ancient law, it was forbidden to describe the scene, and the initiates kept their vows. However, several ancient writers did not. They dropped a few tantalizing hints for us. First, we have Plutarch writing in the 1st to 2nd century CE. He wrote about the climax of the mysteries, the initiate experience as a wondrous moment. I quote, "He has beheld a great light, as when the anactoron opens, and in amazement and silent, he hears and sees the sacred things." That is from his work On Progress in Virtue, section 81. Now this does suggest that in the darkness of the telesterion, perhaps after midnight, the doors of the anactoron suddenly flung open, and a great light, whether that be real or metaphorical, burst forth, revealing something quite awe-inspiring to the crowd. Other sources indicate certain sacred objects were shown by the Hierophant. The Greek word for the highest grade of initiation was epopteia, meaning the viewing or the sight, and that implies that a vision was beheld. But I know what you're thinking. What vision? Well, the sources somewhat diverge at this point. Hippolytus of Rome, a 3rd century Christian, wrote that the Hierophant revealed, I quote, "an ear of grain reaped in silence as the ultimate symbol, a simple yet profound emblem of renewed life in the agricultural cycle." But Tertullian, another early Christian writer, sneered, perhaps falsely, that the object was displayed in the likeness of a male organ, which wouldn't be terribly surprising, but a lot of people doubt that claim, suspecting that it is either a confusion with the Dionysian rites or a deliberate attempt to malign. The ear of grain, on the other hand, somewhat fits the agricultural theme of Demeter. It would be quite poetic, though, the grand secret of life and death represented as a humble stalk of wheat, life's rebirth from the earth. Some accounts also speak of a dramatic reenactment, possibly the Hierophant and priestess, perhaps the Hierophantisa playing the role of Persephone, engaged in a symbolic sacred marriage, or the moment of Persephone's reunion with Demeter, theatrically presented to the initiates, ensuring that not only they heard the myth, but felt part of it. And there were likely chants, incense, perhaps a solemn hymn sung. All the senses were engaged, darkness and light, noise and silence, and the taste of the kykeon, the scent of myrtle and burning offerings. We can imagine the emotional impact on the initiates, of course, many of whom would have experienced this moment for months or years. Greek writers often liken the experience to a thrilling transformation. The 2nd century orator Aelius Aristides wrote that initiates were overcome by alternating waves of terror and bliss. At one instance trembling with fear, the next filled with wondrous light and joy. Aristotle is credited with a telling comment: the initiates are not supposed to learn anything in the mysteries, but to experience and feel something ineffable. In other words, the mysteries were less about doctrinal teaching, but rather about inducing a profound spiritual experience, a direct encounter with the sacred that defied all rational explanation. Day 7, all done. Day 8, the triumph or the conclusion. After the intense night of initiation, daybreak lightly brought celebration. Ancient sources mention dances and playing of flutes. Sacrifices were performed, including, it is said, a bull whose meat likely fed the celebrants in a joyous feast. Because you've got to have food at a party, don't you? 2 special vessels called plemachoi or plemachoi were filled with liquid either be water or wine, we're not sure. Probably wine, though, and I hope it was wine, and poured out as libations, one toward the east and one toward the west, while the officiants uttered a mystic cry, "Reign, conceive," a prayer for the next season's fertility, and a ritual farewell to the powers of the earth and sky. And then, the 9th day, the initiates begin to disperse. Having now been Mystii of Eleusis, they would forever carry that title. The bucket list was ticked off. Many might return in future years for renewal or to advance to higher degrees of initiation. Some sources suggest a 2-stage initiation. First as Mystias, the second time as Epoptes or witnesses of the highest secrets. They likely carried home sprigs of myrtle and perhaps a bit of the sacred grain, symbols of Demeter's blessing, as mementos of their initiation. Throughout these proceedings, the officials of the mysteries oversaw every single step. The Hierophant, literally, if we're going to translate it, he who shows the sacred things. Sounds pretty cool, isn't it? Well, he was the high priest, drawn from the ancient family of Emulpidae. It was said that he had to symbolically renounce all earthly pleasure, and even his personal identity during his tenure, embodying an almost otherworldly role. There was also the Didocus, the torchbearer, who led many rites with blazing torches, the Hydrocerix, sacred herald, who made these proclamations, and the priestess of Demeter and Persephone, among others. These officials kept order and performed the ritual actions, but the focus was always on guiding the mass of initiates toward the ultimate vision. Given the secrecy maintained, it's both remarkable and fortunate that these outlines have survived at all. The mysteries evidently left a profound mark on the participants, yet nearly all of them respected the rules. A few breaches did occur, and these were famously met with outrage. In 415 BC, the Athenian nobleman Alcibiades and some compatriots were accused of profaning the mysteries by staging a parody of the sacred ceremony in a private house after a drunken dinner. It certainly sounds like something Alcibiades would do. This scandal rocked Athens. Alcibiades was charged with impiety, a serious crime. And though he fled into exile to avoid trial, the incident shows how sacrilegious it was to even pretend to reveal the mysteries outside of the proper context. The Athenians, on the eve of launching the Sicilian expedition, feared divine wrath if such blasphemy went unpunished. The playwright Aeschylus, according to later biographies, was once suspected of having divulged secret rites on stage, some say in one of his tragedies. A mob supposedly tried to stone him for this, which is pretty serious, until he proved that he had actually never been initiated in the first place. Thus he knew absolutely nothing about the secrets. So how could he reveal them? Whether this tale is historical or not, its circulation shows how tightly the mystery's content was guarded. And then finally there was a man named Diagoras of Melos in the late 5th century. That's BC, 5th century. He allegedly revealed details of the mysteries, perhaps out of cynicism or spite, and was hence dubbed Diagoras the Atheist. Athens is said to have offered a reward for his death. The intensity of these reactions speaks to the reverence and fear that the mysteries commanded, sacred, protected by human and divine laws. But having sketched out what they likely entailed, let's now turn to our next section, on why they were so celebrated in antiquity, the meaning and significance of the mysteries themselves. Well, by now it's pretty clear that the Eleusinian Mysteries were more than just some ritual. They were an experience. The province of Eleusis was intimately tied to what initiates felt and realized during those rites. So what made them so significant? Well, first and foremost, the mysteries provided spiritual solace and a little bit of hope in a way that public state cults rarely could. Most Greek religion involved offering sacrifices to the gods in exchange for favors in this life. Health, victory, good harvests, things like that. But Eleusis, well, that offered a glimpse of life after death. The sources consistently emphasize that those who participated in the mysteries were promised a happier lot in the underworld. It's hard to pass up that opportunity, isn't it? We saw in the Homeric hymns declaration that initiates are blessed, and the uninitiated will never enjoy the good fortune in Hades. We find the same idea echoed by later authors. The tragic poet Sophocles wrote, "Thrice blessed are the mortals who, having seen the rites, depart for Hades, for to them alone is given to have the true life there. To all others evil awaits." This fragment is preserved in Plutarch, by the way. In other words, to have it make sense, initiation conferred a kind of spiritual salvation. And the great lyric poet Pindar similarly sung of the mysteries. "Blessed is he who has seen these rites before going beneath the earth, for he knows the end of life and its God-given beginning." Initiation gave meaning to both death and life, revealing that mortal life has a beginning and renewal in the divine. In essence, it confronted that eternal human question. I suppose two questions. One, what happens when we die? And two, how can we make the most before we die? What can we do with our mortal lives? So by tying these questions to a shared sacred experience and offering an answer to them, the mysteries offered a sort of enlightenment, not an intellectual revelation of doctrine, but an emotional realization that life, death, and rebirth are simply all woven together in a divine cycle, as shown by Persephone's return and regrowth of the grain. This accounts for many ancient testimonies that initiation banished the fear of death. Cicero's quote, which we did hear earlier, explicitly states that through the mysteries people learned not only to live happily, but to die with a fairer hope. Such personal transformation would indeed make the mysteries something nothing better, as he puts it, among Athens' contributions to human civilization. Secondly, the mysteries were a major social and cultural event. Attending them was both a personal honor and a communal bond. For the Greeks, Eleusis was a unifying pan-Hellenic institution, much like the Olympic Games or the Oracle of Delphi. People of any Greek city, man or woman, rich or poor, it didn't matter. As long as you spoke Greek and hadn't killed anyone, you could be initiated. In an age of city-state rivalries, the mysteries stood apart as an inclusive religious festival, fostering a sense of a shared Greek identity under the patronage of Demeter and Persephone. But during the Roman era, the mysteries became even more cosmopolitan. Roman emperors and senators took part in them. We know, for example, that the Emperor Augustus was initiated, as were Hadrian, Marcus Aurelius, and even that debauched Commodus, who, by the way, it is said attended as a boy and nearly disrupted the ceremony by drawing his sword in fright. Yes, you're not meant to do that. Who invited him? Either way, the fact that mighty emperors humbled themselves to be initiated by the priests of Eleusis, that certainly speaks volumes. By Cicero's time in the late Republic, inhabitants of the most distant regions flocked to Eleusis to be initiated. Thus, the mysteries also served as a kind of diplomatic and cultural bridge. During the festival, warfare was also forbidden. A sacred truce protected travelers. Same for the Olympics too, if you didn't know. So at Eleusis, you could show up and you could find Greeks from Asia Minor, Romans from Italy, maybe even seekers from Egypt or beyond, all sitting side by side, rubbing elbows in the telesterion, equal in the eyes of the two goddesses, from the lowliest farmer to the highest emperor. And this egalitarian aspect, something that's rarely seen, that initiation-level social distinctions, that's definitely something unique in antiquity. The statesman Themistocles reportedly remarked that at Eleusis, people learned to view themselves not just as individuals of this or that city, but just as fellow Greeks, sharing in a profound religious heritage. Another dimension of the mystery's significance was ethical and psychological in a sense. Many ancient commentators imply that initiates left Eleusis as changed persons, morally or emotionally improved. The process of purification, the endurance of some hardship, as fasting, a long night of vigil, perhaps a controlled scare during the rites, followed by the euphoria of revelation. It all had a lifelong impact. Plutarch, in one of his writings, compared the soul's journey after death to the experience of being initiated. At first, one gropes in darkness with fear and confusion, and then a marvelous light appears, and one is welcomed into the pure meadows and company of the blessed. By linking afterlife expectations to the initiation ordeal, the mysteries functioned as a kind of drama of personal rebirth, helping initiates come to terms with their own mortality. It was a powerful draw in a world without much promises of later organized religions. But they also left a mark on philosophy and literature. Philosophers like Plato frequently employed the language and imagery of the mysteries to describe the journey to true knowledge. In the dialogue Phaedrus, Plato speaks of the soul remembering divine visions as if they'd been initiated into the final and highest mystery. In the Phaedo work, as we have already seen, he approvingly cites the idea that the uninitiated soul wallows in mud, while the initiate soul dwells with the gods. A pretty clear distinction. Such references show that the conceptual framework of Eleusis, purification, revelation, salvation, had completely permeated Greek thought. Later, in the Neoplatonist philosophers, as the 3rd to 4th centuries CE, interpreted the mysteries in a metaphysical light. They saw the rites as symbolic allegories of the soul's ascent to the divine. Some, like Proclus, even claimed mystical visions of Persephone, or souls being purified in light, clearly borrowing from Eleusinian motives. Poets and playwrights, too, they were heavily inspired by Eleusis. We find references to Hyksos and the joy of the mysteries in Aristophanes' comedy The Frogs, where a chorus of initiates in the underworld sings and dances, declaring their status as blessed. Euripides in one fragment calls upon holy Demeter, who has given mortals the lush grain and the mysteries, those rites of surpassing awe. In short, to be initiated at Eleusis was to partake in one of the most meaningful experiences available in the ancient world. Little wonder that the mysteries endured generation after generation. But as with all things, before you Google where you can do it in Greece in our modern day, well, they had to meet their end. But understanding when and why this happened, well, that will reveal much about the changing world of late antiquity. And that's what we're going to talk about now. And so after a very impressive run of nearly 1,800 years, the mysteries saw their twilight in the late Roman Empire. The decline and cessation of these ancient rites did not happen overnight, however. Don't get confused. It was a result of religious and political transformations, most prominently the rise of Christianity as the dominant religion of the Roman Empire, and eventually the suppression of traditional pagan cults. By the 4th century, the Roman Empire was officially Christianizing. Emperor Constantine in the late 300s, early 300s rather, had legalized Christianity, and subsequent emperors, with the notable exception of Julian the Apostate, increasingly promoted Christianity while discouraging old polytheistic practices. For his part, Emperor Julian, reigning 361 to 363 CE, a devoutly pagan person, not only underwent initiation at Eleusis himself, but even consulted the Eleusinian Hierophant for guidance in his quest to restore the old religion. Julian's reverence gave the mysteries a brief imperial reprieve, but his premature death meant no lasting revival could really take root. However, in general, imperial tolerance for the mysteries was waning. The critical turning point came during the reign of Emperor Theodosius I. In 392 CE, Theodosius, determined to uproot paganism, issued a series of edicts effectively banning every single traditional religious ritual, and of course that includes the Eleusinian Mysteries. The exact wording of his laws forbade public sacrifices and, quote, profane ceremonies. With that decree, the mysteries had lost their official protection and support. The sanctuary at Eleusis, which had long been maintained by state funds and guarded by the authority of the Athenian polis and later Roman authorities, was now vulnerable. The priests at Eleusis did not immediately give up, however. It appears they attempted to continue the rites, just quietly. We hear a fascinating account from Eunapius, a 4th century Greek historian, who was himself a devotee of the old gods. Eunapius knew the last Hierophant personally, and he records that the aged Hierophant of his youth, a descent of Eumolpide, foretold the doom of the sanctuary. This Hierophant prophesied to his inner circle that the sanctuaries would soon be destroyed, and the worship of the two goddesses would cease. He even predicted that after his death, a certain man, not even of Athenian birth, would unlawfully assume the title of Hierophant and preside over the final days of the cult, only to see it extinguished. And guess what? So it came to pass. A man named Nestorius of Thespiae, reportedly a Christian in background, who had also been initiated into the cult of Mithras, somehow became the Hierophant around 394 CE. Not long after, in 395 to 396, the Visigoths under King Alaric invaded Greece. Alaric's forces, abetted by some local Christian zealots, whom Eunapius bitterly calls the black-robed men, began to sweep through the region of Attica. Along the way they sacked the sanctuary of Eleusis. The ancient temple of Demeter was likely torched or just torn down. As for the Telestrion, it was wrecked. The last Hierophant, Nestorius, survived to see this desecration, but any hope of continuing the mysteries was gone. It was just too hard. Thus, within a few years of the ban of Theodosius, the mysteries had effectively ended. And by the early 5th century, the ancient rites were no longer celebrated. The knowledge of the secret rituals presumably died with the last priests and initiates. A Christian church might have been built nearby in subsequent decades, as often happened at former pagan holy sites, symbolically supplanting the old worship with the new. And the sanctuary of Demeter at Eleusis fell into ruin and silence. Its columns toppled, and its sacred chambers opened to the sky. It's a poignant end of Eleusis, and it was recorded by those who loved it. Eunapius laments that after the destruction, the life of the last Hierophant, quote, was no longer that of a hierophant, and that the mystical law had come to an end. Some later pagan thinkers, looking back, tried to find consolation by suggesting that the mysteries died only to be reborn in another form. For example, the Neoplatonist Synesius, who interestingly became a Christian bishop, by the way, ironic, hinted that the spiritual truths of Eleusis lived on in the sacraments of the new Christian faith. Well, it's arguable. Early Christianity did adopt the term mystery for its own rites, but as an actual religious institution, no one was really arguing that the Eleusinian Mysteries were anything but no more. The sanctuary at Eleusis would never again host the festival that for centuries had defined it. The marble steps of the Telesterion, worn by countless pilgrims, now walked only over by occasional locals or curious travelers. In time, soil and grass covered that sacred ground. The memory of what had transpired there grew dim and began to enter the realm of folklore. Only the writings of ancient authors survived to tell the future generations that such things as the Eleusinian Mysteries had once existed. So what were they? They were a journey, physical, emotional, spiritual, undertaken by countless individuals over nearly 2,000 years, all seeking a profound encounter with the divine. In that cool darkness of the Telesterion, amid flickering torchlight and sacred chants, initiates felt the presence of Demeter and Persephone, and came away convinced that death was not the end, but just another beginning. They took a simple agricultural cycle, seed to harvest to seed again, and elevated it to a cosmic truth, instilling hope that human souls too would find a new life in the dark soils of the beyond. And so we see how myth and ritual intertwined. The grief of a mother goddess became the rite of fasting and searching. The joyous reunion became a dazzling revelation. A humble drink of barley became a sacrament. A stalk of grain might have revealed the secret of eternity. We also saw how these rites bound a community together, from peasants to emperors, in shared reverence and confidentiality. So the mysteries managed to be simultaneously esoteric, but also universal. Esoteric, known only to the initiates, but universal, being virtually open to anyone, resonant across cultures. Their end, when it eventually came, was brought by a dramatic shift of worldviews, yet even as the mysteries dimmed, their memory influenced the religious imaginations of later ages. The very word mystery, in a spiritual sense, used by Christians to describe sacraments and divine truths, owes a debt to Eleusis and all those other ancient mystery cults. And to this day, the phrase Eleusinian Mysteries evokes a sense of something unfathomable and sacred, a fascinating secret of the universe that's just slightly beyond our grasp. And so to close, consider the reflection of the Athenian orator Isocrates on Demeter's gifts to humanity. He praised the goddess for bestowing upon the means to survive and the means of hope. Demeter bestowed on us two gifts, the greatest in the world. First, the fruits of the earth, which have enabled us to rise above life and beasts, and second, the mysteries of Eleusis, which continue to inspire in those who partake of them sweeter hopes regarding both life and the end of all eternity. Grain and hope, one for our bodies, the other for our souls. In Eleusis, Demeter gives both, and that is why, for those who are initiated, and for those who study these rites even now, they remain a shining example of the human search for meaning at that threshold of life and death. A late summer day, AD 79, business as usual in the prosperous Roman city of Pompeii. Shopkeepers traded in the forum, families tended to household chores, and the looming spectre of Mount Vesuvius was just a part of the all-familiar landscape. But by the next dawn, this entire world had been plunged into darkness and ruin. Witnesses at the time, and later historians, vividly describe how day was turned into night and light into darkness as the volcano erupted. A cataclysm of fire and ash. Not just Pompeii, but the neighboring towns of Herculaneum, Stabiae, and Oplontis met a sudden and harrowing fate. We've got plenty of information to piece the story together, and we're going to rely on a mix of primary sources of the time and a bit of modern archaeology that backs up the old voices. But before getting into the eruption itself, it's best we understand why Pompeii was so important. Understand the volcano, too, and the signs, subtle or perhaps glaring, that preceded the disaster. But let me welcome you first. It's good to see you coming back to the channel. Perhaps you're returning, or perhaps you're new. To all the newcomers, I invite you to subscribe. It's only a click away, and it's conveniently located right next to the like button. And thank you for everyone supporting on the Patreon and the merch store, helping keep the channel ad-free. Now, how about we begin now, and look at Pompeii and its slumbering giant Vesuvius. So here we are, 79 AD, in the flourishing Campanian city of Pompeii. Campania, a region celebrated for its fertile soil and coastal beauty. The place to be. Positioned near the Bay of Naples, Pompeii was a bustling center of commerce and leisure. Streets lined with shops, taverns, and bathhouses, and even an amphitheater. In fact, it was the oldest known permanent amphitheater in the Roman world, and that ought to attract the tourists, that's for sure. As for the population of Pompeii, estimated to be around 12,000 or more, they lived in a thriving community, where everyday life left its imprint. Archaeologists have uncovered election graffiti on walls, carbonized loaves of bread left in ovens, and even personal tokens like jewelry and tools. Old Testament to a normal day interrupted mid-stride. Overlooking all of this, of course, was the imposing Mount Vesuvius, a mountain that the Pompeians regarded as benign. In fact, the very word volcano did not exist in the Latin vocabulary at the time. People knew Vesuvius as a mountain, albeit one with a history of strange rumblings and occasional plumes of smoke. Of course, Vesuvius had not erupted in living memory, but it was not altogether quiet. The geographer Strabo, writing a few decades earlier, noted that the mountain's fertile slopes grew vines, except at the summit, which appeared ashen and sterile, hinting at old fires beneath. Well, indeed, according to the late historian Cassius Dio, Vesuvius once, quote, was equally high at all points, until an inner part collapsed to form a great hollow, an ancient caldera, ringed by still verdant ridges. Within that central hollow, he wrote, fire rose from the center. The crater is given over to the fire, sending smoke by day and flames by night. In Dio's description, penned over a century later, Vesuvius was recognized as having inexhaustible fountains of fire beneath it. To the scholars of the time, of course, these were pretty noteworthy natural phenomena. But to the inhabitants of Pompeii in 79 AD, Vesuvius was simply a dramatic backdrop to their lives, not really a known threat. Well, although no one in Pompeii expected a volcanic cataclysm, especially to the extent it was going to be, the years leading up to the eruption were not entirely uneventful. In fact, 17 years earlier, in 62 AD, a powerful earthquake struck Campania, causing extensive damage in Pompeii and surrounding areas. The philosopher Seneca the Younger, a contemporary observer, dedicated part of his work Naturales Questions to this earthquake. In a detailed account, Seneca noted that, quote, Pompeii, the celebrated city in Campania, has been overwhelmed in an earthquake which shook all surrounding districts. The tremor toppled buildings in both Pompeii and Herculaneum. He reports part of Herculaneum fell. The buildings left standing were very insecure. But even towns further away, like Naples, for example, felt the shock too. Villas along the coast, everywhere, shook. Particularly eerie were the after effects, according to Seneca. A flock of 600 sheep died suddenly, when he attributed to poison gases released from the ground. He also mentioned statues splitting, and some people being driven mad by fear, wandering around in a daze. This earthquake caused considerable destruction. Some buildings in Pompeii were never fully repaired, and I suppose it served as a bit of a grim warning, rumbling beneath the prosperity of the region. Of course, the worst was yet to come. In the years after 62 AD, smaller tremors were common in Campania. These were disconcerting but not alarming to residents. As Pliny the Younger later remarked, earthquakes happened so often in Campania that they bred a fatal complacency. Indeed, in the days leading up to the eruption in 79 AD, earth tremors became frequent. Pliny the Younger, who was staying west of Pompeii in Misenum, recorded that for several days prior, the earth tremors were not especially alarming because they happened so often. The night before the eruption, however, the quakes grew so strong that his mother woke him as the house shook violently. These pre-shocks caused some damage. Pliny notes that buildings were already tottering, by early morning ready to collapse, all before the eruption had even happened. But still, neither Pliny's household nor most people in Pompeii realized these tremors were an ominous prelude to an unprecedented disaster, a crescendo of sorts. But life went on in the city, with only slight unease. In Pompeii, some citizens might have been repairing cracks in walls or sweeping up fallen tiles, but there was no mass exodus, no panic. The prevailing attitude was that the gods, particularly Vulcan, the god of fire, whose festival, the Volcanalia, fell intriguingly on August 23rd, would keep them safe. After all, he always did. Well, traditionally, the eruption of Vesuvius is said to have begun on the 24th of August, 79 AD, and we base this on the letters of Pliny the Younger. Pliny's original manuscript has unfortunately not survived, and the date comes from copies transmitted in the Middle Ages. However, there has been debate over the actual time of year the disaster struck, and it's probably best that we talk about it. Some evidence suggests an autumn eruption, perhaps in October or November, rather than late August. For instance, excavations at Pompeii have uncovered the remnants of autumnal fruits like pomegranates and walnuts, and even braziers, that is, portable heaters in use. Now that hints at a cooler weather. Victims have been found wearing heavier clothing that one would expect in high summer. One early modern excavator in 1797 reported finding remains of fresh olives and grapes that would typically be harvested in the fall. Additionally, the prevailing wind pattern in August would normally blow volcanic ash to the west, but Pompeii lies southeast of Vesuvius. The heavy ash fall in that direction is more consistent with the autumn wind patterns of the region. Now, these clues led some scholars to favor a later date for the eruption, and there's certainly an argument for it. But nevertheless, most medieval manuscripts of Pliny's letters unequivocally cite the 9th day before the calends of September, i.e., August 24th, as the start of the eruption. Well, recent analysis of the manuscript tradition agree that there's no strong textual evidence to override the August date. Thus, while the precise date remains a topic of discussion, perhaps not quite debate, but discussion, what is beyond dispute is the sequence of events that Pliny and others described, whether those took place in high summer or early autumn. Well, for the purposes of our time together today, we will be following the traditional timeline, keeping in mind the season might have been later than long assumed. Midday, 24th of August, 79 AD. Early in this afternoon, all was seemingly normal in Pompeii and around the Bay of Naples, a day like any other. But then shortly, after the noon hour, the people of Pompeii witnessed a phenomenon unlike anything in living memory. Pliny the Younger, a 17-year-old staying with his famous uncle Pliny the Elder across the Bay of Misenum, gives us an eyewitness description of the volcano's sudden awakening. Around 1 in the afternoon, Pliny's mother pointed out an extraordinary cloud rising above Vesuvius. Pliny describes it as having, quote, an odd size and appearance, resembling a stone pine tree, a tall trunk rising high and then spreading out into the branches. But what they saw was the eruption column, a pillar of ash and pumice propelled skyward by the initial explosion, which then billowed outward at the top. The cloud's color alternated between light and dark as it carried up soil and ash that made parts of it mottled and dirty. And this was the birth of what volcanologists call a Plinian eruption. That is one column named appropriately after Pliny's detailed account. But to the people on the ground, the sight was both bewildering and incredible. In Pompeii, just a few miles from the volcano, the sky would have begun to darken as fine ash started to drift down. Many residents likely stopped in their tracks to watch the great cloud climb into the sky, not really knowing the danger they were in. And there was probably little immediate panic in the first moments. After all, no one really knew what was going to come next. Back at Misenum, observing from a safe distance, Pliny the Elder's scientific curiosity was piqued. The elder Pliny was not only the naval commander of the fleet at Misenum, but also a renowned naturalist. In fact, he was the author of the encyclopedic Natural History. Upon seeing the unusual cloud, he, quote, saw at once that it deserved closer study, and decided to sail across the bay to get a better look. He called for a boat to be prepared, and invited his nephew Pliny the Younger to come along with him. But the young man actually chose to stay behind and continue his studies, rather than engaging in more practical work. Well, this was a rather prudent decision. It would mean that when Pliny the Younger survived to tell the tale, whereas Pliny the Elder sailed into oblivion. So, as Pliny the Elder was preparing to depart, a message arrived from a woman named Rectina, the wife of a friend who owned a villa at the foot of Vesuvius. Rectina was in urgent need of rescue. With the sudden eruption, the sea was the only possible escape route for those along the coast, directly below the volcano. Her plea for help instantly transformed Pliny's mission from a spirit of scientific curiosity into one of a heroic rescue effort. Ordering the war galleys to launch, Pliny the Elder set sail straight toward the danger. Everyone else was leaving in fear and haste, according to him, and this courageous response would later be hailed by his nephew. What began as an inquiry by a naturalist became, in Pliny the Younger's words, an act undertaken as a true hero. Back in Pompeii, the situation escalated rapidly. By mid-afternoon, Vesuvius was raining debris down upon the city. First came a fine ash, then ever larger fragments of pumice stone, white and light in weight at first, but then darker, denser rocks as the eruption intensified. Witnesses described the pumice and rocks as blackened and burnt by the fire of the volcano. The build-up of pumice on the roofs began to cause tiles to slip and buildings to creak. As hour followed hour, the weight of falling debris crushed some structures, trapping people who had taken shelter inside. Many residents, seeing their homes threatened, ventured out into the streets amidst a ceaseless shower of ash and stone, the beginning of a long and dark nightmare. By the evening, Pompeii was engulfed in a darkness blacker and denser than any night. The choking ash-filled air would have obscured the sun well before its usual setting time. People needed torches to see, as if it were in the deep of midnight. Breathing became increasingly difficult. Fine ash particles clogged the lungs of anyone who strayed outdoors for too long. Many tried to shield their heads from falling objects. Pliny the Younger notes that at Stabiae, on the opposite side of the bay, his uncle's party tied pillows over their heads with cloths for protection against the pumice stones. Well, we can certainly imagine Pompeii's inhabitants improvising similar protection with cushions, cloaks, or really anything that they had at hand. And one can also picture the scenes of general desperation, families huddling together under staircases or down in cellars, wealthy citizens loading a few prized possessions into carts in hopes of getting out of there, and neighbors panically calling out in the darkness. Cassius Dio, compiling accounts long after, wrote that many in the city were caught completely unaware, quote, while its populace was seated in the theatre. This particular detail, the image of an audience in Pompeii's theatre buried alive, might be an embellishment, sure, but it is in the nature of the suddenness of the calamity. It is possible that some people were indeed at a performance, or otherwise congregated, when the eruption began, especially if, as some evidence suggests, that a local festival was occurring. Whether in the theatre or in the forum, once the pumice started falling, public gatherings would have been dissolved into chaos. Dio describes people in utter confusion, quote, fleeing, some from the houses into the streets, others from outside into the houses, each convinced that the place they had left was safer from where they were. Now this observation captures the panic, don't you think? There was no obvious refuge anywhere. Danger all around. Staying indoors risked collapse, and going outside brought pelting debris and darkness. Some residents attempted to escape the city entirely, pushing through the falling ash in search of gates leading out toward the open countryside, or at least down to the harbor. And so, Throughout the night, Pompeii was being slowly but surely buried. Pumice and ash accumulated in astonishing volume. By modern estimates, over 5 meters, that is 16 feet of fallout, would ultimately cover Pompeii, much of it from the first hours of the eruption. Periodically, the eruption column, reaching tens of kilometers high, lost strength and collapsed, sending new blasts of hot gas and ash surging down the volcano's flanks. These phenomena, known as pyroclastic density currents, would become the deadliest phase of the eruption by early next morning. But even before the currents hit Pompeii, the deepening ash was already wreaking havoc. Pliny's account from Misenum, further away, where only ash and not the lethal surges had reached, gives a sense of what it was like. By that late night, ash was falling so heavily in his area that they had continually to shake it off to avoid being buried, quote, or we would have been crushed and buried under its weight. In Pompeii, much closer to Vesuvius, this threat was magnified. Many who had not escaped by late night likely found movement increasingly difficult. Streets were filling with debris, ankles or knees sinking into hot pumice, roofs and floors collapsing under the accumulations of stone. Archaeology provides a pretty heart-rending confirmation of these final moments. Hollow cavities in compacted ash, discovered by excavators centuries later, revealed where human bodies had once lain. By pouring plaster into these voids, archaeologists have recovered the plaster casts of Pompeii's victims, frozen at the moment of death. We can see families curled up together, individuals in prone positions with arms raised over their heads, and even a dog twisted on its back, all suffocated, or at least struck down by the onslaught of ash. Now, these casts are a direct visual echo of Pliny's written words about the people being buried deep in ash like snow. Some victims in Pompeii likely died from roofs caving in or from rocks striking them, but many succumbed to suffocation as ash filled the air in their lungs. It grew quiet in Pompeii by midnight, as those still alive waited in the darkness, the city illuminated intermittently by lurid flashes of lightning within the volcanic cloud. But the worst was yet to come. And so, while Pompeii struggled under the falling ash and pumice during the afternoon and evening, the seaside town of Herculaneum, directly northwest of Vesuvius, faced a different timeline. The wind during the eruption's first phase blew most ash southeast, towards Pompeii, that is, sparing Herculaneum from heavy pumice fall, at least at first. Many Herculaneans, seeing the eruption cloud and feeling earthquakes, may have taken the opportunity to evacuate in the relative calm before nightfall. Indeed, for a long time, archaeologists found far fewer victims in Herculaneum compared to those of Pompeii, and that would suggest a successful evacuation. But for hours, Herculaneum's sky would have been black and thunderous, lit by the fiery spectacle at the mountain's summit. But the town was not yet buried on the first evening. Yet this respite was deceptive. Herculaneum's true destruction would be sudden and total. Around the middle of the night, the eruptive column entered a more violent stage and collapsed, sending the first pyroclastic surge racing down toward the coast. And in an instant, a scorching cloud of gas, ash, and rock, hundreds of degrees hot, by the way, blasted into Herculaneum. This surge, traveling at hurricane-like speeds, brooked no escape. The town was engulfed by a superheated pyroclastic surge estimated at over 800 degrees Celsius, that is 1500 Fahrenheit. At such temperatures, death was nearly instantaneous for anyone remaining. Modern studies of skeletal remains show that the intense heat caused thermal shock to the victims' bodies. Limbs contracted in a flash of muscular spasms. Skulls were cracked by the sudden boiling of brain tissue. And blood boiled too, staining bones red with iron. It's pretty grim evidence that those in Herculaneum did not linger in suffering. They were killed in an instant by the heat blast, before they could even register pain. I suppose that's one comfort among all of the unpleasantries, that they would have went quickly. Well, because of this extreme heat, none of the soft tissues of bodies remained, unlike Pompeii, where the victims were buried in a cooler ash, allowing their shapes to leave voids. Herculaneum's victims were incinerated, down to nothing but skeletons. In fact, for centuries, it was thought that almost everyone in Herculaneum managed to flee, as early excavations found only a few skeletons. But in the 1980s, there was a shocking discovery made. As excavations tunneled closer to the ancient shoreline, they uncovered vaulted chambers, that is, boat houses, filled with skeletons, about 300 people in total. Now these were the inhabitants of Herculaneum who had rushed toward the beach, likely hoping for rescue by ship, perhaps inspired by the same fleet that Pliny the Elder had launched. Huddled together in desperation, entire families and groups of strangers crowded the waterfront chambers. When the pyroclastic surge hit, these vaults became nothing more than death traps. The people inside were asphyxiated and charred in an instant. The remains, found in contorted postures, confirmed that escape by sea had come simply too late. Some of the skeletons still clutched precious belongings, suggesting they fled carrying whatever valuables they could. Coins, jewelry, even a couple of keys to houses. Houses now long, long gone. One of the most extraordinary finds among Herculaneum's victims was actually made quite recently. The remains of a man lying on a wooden bed in a building identified as the town's College of Augustules, that is, a shrine of the imperial god. In his skull, researchers discovered glassy black fragments. Upon analysis, these were revealed to be his brain tissue, vitrified, or rather turned to glass, by the searing heat of the surge. Imagine it. What a grim detail. Well, this startling preservation is unlike anything seen elsewhere on Earth. It's very unique, and it indicates pretty good evidence that the temperature exceeded 500 degrees Celsius, followed by a rapid cooling, implying that the body was exposed to the passage of a short-lived, intensely hot cloud. Such haunting details bring home the most unimaginable violence of Vesuvius's blast at Herculaneum. The entire town sealed under a thick blanket of tough, that is, consolidated ash, and it was up to 20 meters deep, entombing buildings and organic materials in a sealed anaerobic time capsule. Wooden furniture, papyrus scrolls in a villa's library, food, and even the uncollapsed upper floors of buildings survived here, paradoxically preserved by the very force that destroyed all life around it. Herculaneum thus was snuffed out in minutes, blown out like a candle, its destruction so swift that it left an eerie ghost town encased beneath the hardened volcanic rock. While Pompeii and Herculaneum were being overwhelmed, Pliny the Elder had crossed the bay with his flotilla to come to the aid of those in peril. His destination was Stabiae, a resort area on the southern shore of the bay, where his friend Pomponianus was stationed. Stabiae was about 10 miles from Pompeii, and when Pliny arrived in the evening, The eruption had not yet fully devastated that area, but the danger was certainly approaching. Pomponianus had packed his belongings onto a ship ready to flee, if the winds would allow it. The same onshore wind that had frustrated others trying to escape by sea had conveniently blown Pliny's ship to Stabiae. Upon arrival, Pliny the Elder exuded calm authority. He embraced his anxious friend and did his best to calm and encourage those who were present. To show that he was unafraid, Pliny took a bath, dined, and even made a show of going to bed, as if for a normal night's sleep. All the while, broad sheets of flame leapt from Vesuvius and glared across the bay. These were likely large fires or burning gases on the volcano's slopes. But Pliny reassured everyone that they were merely flames from abandoned houses or villages ignited by the eruption, not a herald of greater doom. His composure was remarkable, as it was short-lived. So as the night wore on, Stabiae too was encumbered with heavy ash fall. By early dawn, the third day of the disaster as Pliny counts it, since the darkness made it feel like a continuous nightmare, the accumulation of ash and pumice was so great that getting out of the house required clearing debris, much like being snowed in the deep winter. Pliny the Elder, Pomponianus, and their companions found the building shaking violently from ongoing tremors. Deciding that the courtyard was becoming unsafe due to rising ash, they elected to move into the open country with pillows tied on their heads for protection. In the eerie darkness, for although it was morning, the sun was obscured, they attempted to flee. The sea was still too rough for escape by boat, as the fallout of the eruption had caused a suddenly shallowed coastline with waves and floating pumice making navigation completely impossible. Pliny sat down on the shore, unable to depart, perhaps also physically exhausted and suffering from the heavy sulphurous air. Moments later, a dense cloud of toxic gas and flames surged over the area. The others fled from the oncoming fumes, but Pliny, corpulent and possibly asthmatic, could not get away. He stood up with the help of 2 slaves and immediately collapsed, his breathing having been obstructed by the thick sulphurous fumes. And thus died Pliny the Elder, one of the first known martyrs to scientific inquiry. 2 days later, when the ash had settled, his body was found where he fell, appearing outwardly unhurt, and looking more like a man asleep than dead. The manner of his death, as recounted by his nephew, suggests he was likely suffocated by poison gases, a mix of carbon dioxide, sulfur, and ash, before the advancing flames could burn him. Well, his tragic end at Stabiae gives a more human face to the disaster. He perished in an attempt to rescue others, and his death would have been known to imperial Rome quite soon after. Stabiae itself, consisting of luxurious villas scattered on the hills, was badly affected by ash and the later pyroclastic surges, though not as deeply buried as Pompeii or Herculaneum. Some structures at Stabiae remained partially visible above the ash blanket, and survivors likely returned to salvage valuables. The villa where Pliny died was excavated in the 18th century, and is the Villa San Marco, revealing splendid frescoes, a silent witness to the catastrophe that unfolded under its roof. I'm sure you can imagine the scene that final morning, gardens and colonnades inches deep in grey, dirty ash, olive trees and vines bent under the weight, and the air silent, except for that soft hiss of the falling dust. Out there in the distance, survivors from Stabiae and Pompeii trudged away. The broken survivors, the refugees, now in a transformed landscape. How could they possibly go on? By the early hours of the 25th of August, 79 AD, the eruption entered its most lethal phase for Pompeii. The tall Plinian column that had towered over Vesuvius for some 18 hours finally collapsed entirely, sending successive pyroclastic flows directly toward Pompeii. These ground-hugging avalanches of hot ash and gas, though lower in temperature than those that hit Herculaneum, were still extremely dangerous, on the order of 300 to 400 degrees Celsius. 6 surges or flows in total struck Pompeii, the first few not fully reaching the city, but the later ones did. When the first surge hit just before dawn, many Pompeians who had survived the night were likely still sheltering in cellars or struggling along the dark streets trying to escape. The surge blasted into the town, a wall of superheated ash expanding outward at high speed. Those caught in the open would have simply had no time to run. Inhaling the hot ash would sear their lungs, causing instant asphyxia. Even those indoors could be asphyxiated as the hot dust filled enclosed spaces. Ash pushed through doorways and windows, covering rooms in grey powder and burying anyone inside. By the time the second and third surges rolled through, Pompeii was effectively wiped out. The last populace still alive were overcome where they huddled in fear. Pliny the Younger, observing from Misenum some 30 kilometers away, describes the scene around dawn. The ash cloud had sunk low, covering the entire bay in darkness. The sea had retreated temporarily, sucked away by seismic force, stranding sea creatures on the sand. To those on the ground, it must have truly felt like the end of the world. Pliny reports the people around him cried out that the last eternal night had fallen on the world, and that, quote, the whole world was perishing with them. Some, he says, were so terrified of the falling ash and tremors that they prayed for death in their fear. Others imagined, as Cassius Dio later dramatized, that giant figures were roaming through the darkness, and trumpet blasts sounded, taken as heralds of divine wrath. In Pompeii, the imagination needed no stretch. It must have seemed as if giants themselves had indeed trampled the city by sunrise, given the wreckage, and the only trumpets were the roar and surges, and perhaps the din of collapsing roofs. Now, one striking archaeological find gives a pretty good snapshot of that final phase in Pompeii. In a basement in Oplontis, that is a suburban villa just outside Pompeii, 54 people took shelter and were later buried by the surges. They were found with lamps and bags, along with piles of treasure, gold jewelry, silverware, and 313 coins in one instance, hastily gathered possessions they hoped to save. Among them was a young woman, identified only as Skeleton 27 by the archaeologists, who was in her last weeks of pregnancy, as indicated by the tiny bones of a fetus found with her. She wore an elaborate pair of double pearl earrings, the most valuable piece of jewelry discovered on any victim in the Vesuvian catastrophe. Perhaps she was the lady of the villa, maybe even a well-dressed servant. I suppose we'll never know. But her hoard of coins and jewels suggests that she believed there would be a chance to survive and rebuild. Instead, all those in the basement perished together, overcome by toxic ash, despite being indoors. Their remains stayed hidden until discovered in 1984, telling a tragic tale of last-minute hope and ultimate loss. Such stories remind us that beyond the big figures and the famous names, that the disaster was made up of countless tragedies in an individual form. Those families clinging together, the mothers with children, the poor elderly and infirm unable to flee. And then spare a thought for the poor children, the youths, cut off in their prime. Well, by the time the sun finally broke through the murky sky sometime on the 25th of August, it shone upon a transformed landscape. Pliny the Younger, after enduring the fearful night at Misenum, noted that when daylight returned, the sun was, quote, as wanly as during an eclipse, and everything was blanketed in deep ash, as if draped in grey snow. For those who ventured towards Pompeii and Herculaneum in the immediate aftermath, the scene must have been horrifying and unreal. Cassius Dio writes that the ash was so deep that some of it reached Africa and Syria and Egypt, and even Rome was dusted by it. In fact, Dio says that in Rome, over 200 kilometers away, the populace was filled with days of dread, unable to imagine what had happened, except that the whole world was being turned upside down. They had no context for volcanic ashfall, so this strange phenomena of darkened skies and falling dust sparked panic far beyond Campania. And so, in the immediate aftermath of the eruption, the scale of devastation slowly came into focus. The reigning emperor at the time, Titus, who had only been in power for 2 months when Vesuvius erupted, personally took charge of the disaster response. Suetonius, a 2nd century historian, notes that, quote, during his reign there were some dreadful disasters, such as the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in Campania, so the timelines certainly match up on that one. Thus the eruption was recorded as the defining crisis of Titus's rule, the baptism by fire in those early days, along with the subsequent fire in Rome, and a plague, because why not? Titus traveled to the stricken region and coordinated relief efforts. Both Suetonius and Cassius Dio relate that Titus appointed ex-consuls to organize aid for the Campanian cities and set up a fund for the survivors. According to Suetonius, he chose these commissioners by lot from among the ex-consuls for the relief of the region, and declared that the estates of those who died with no heirs would be used to finance the reconstruction of the buried towns. Dio confirms that Titus, quote, sent 2 ex-consuls to the Campanians to supervise the restoration of the region, distributing money and support. Titus's generosity was notable. He refused to accept any contributions from private citizens or foreign kings, instead using imperial funds to alleviate the suffering. Dio adds that Titus even accepted nothing for himself from anyone, and that he visited the disaster area twice, showing genuine concern, a rare, compassionate response that endeared him to the people. This imperial relief effort was one of the first of its kinds in Roman history for a natural disaster. During these efforts, Pompeii and Herculaneum were never really rebuilt. The sites were just too deeply buried, perhaps even too emotionally scarred to restore. Survivors who escaped likely resettled elsewhere, greener pastures, refugees in nearby Campanian towns or Rome itself. Some might have returned in the weeks after to dig through the ash for belongings or the bodies of loved ones. Archaeological evidence of tunnels dug in antiquity attests that people did burrow into the solidified ash soon after the eruption, likely looting valuables from ruins that could still be reached. Over time, Pompeii, Herculaneum, and Stabiae faded from memory. Within a generation or two, where once there were cities, fields and vineyards now covered the land. The poet Martial, writing about a decade later in the late 80s AD, captures the wistful memory of what was once lost. In an epigram on Vesuvius, he addresses the mountain. Vesuvius, shaded once with greenest vines, here vineyards and noble wines once flourished. Here stood the beloved haunts of Bacchus and Satyrs. Here Venus had a sanctuary more delightful to her than Sparta. Here Hercules was venerated. All lies lost to the flames and melancholy ash. Even the gods regret that such destruction was allowed. Martial's lines, though poetic, reflect the real geography. Venus was actually the patron goddess of Pompeii, and Hercules was mythically associated with Herculaneum, hence the name. This lament that not even the gods wished this fate emphasized the sense of overwhelming tragedy that lingered on in the Roman consciousness. In fact, for the Romans of the 1st and 2nd centuries, the eruption of Vesuvius was a byword for disaster. It was often juxtaposed with other calamities to illustrate nature's fury or divine wrath. Later writers like Dio Cassius embellished the story with portents, with mythical imagery, gods, giants, cosmic upheaval, showing how the event entered a kind of mythic memory. Christian commentators, such as Eusebius of Caesarea in the 4th century, recorded the eruption in their chronicles plainly as a notable event. Eusebius cites it as one of the major occurrences of Titus's reign, without the flourishes of Dio, of course. Some later Romans saw the destruction of Pompeii as a form of moral lesson. The poet Statius referred to the losses inflicted by raging Vesuvius when celebrating new life and rebirth in Naples. Clearly, the memory of the catastrophe persisted, yet over centuries, the exact location of Pompeii had become lost. The cities lay buried, and slowly the Roman world just moved on. Remarkably, Pompeii and Herculaneum lay untouched for nearly 1,600 years, preserved beneath their layer of tuff and lapilli. It wasn't until the 18th century, 1748 for Pompeii and 38 for Herculaneum, that systematic excavations brought them to light. Prior to that, local people in the Middle Ages and Renaissance occasionally struck artifacts when digging wells or foundations. Indeed, Herculaneum was first found by chance in 1709, when a well digger hit marble statues. But it took the curiosity of Enlightenment-era scholars and the patronage of Bourbon kings of Naples to truly rediscover these time capsules, if we can put them that way. What they found astonished the world. Pompeii emerged as a snapshot of Roman life, frozen at its final chaotic moments. Buildings, paintings, mosaics, household utensils, and the poignant body casts all spoke of that last day. Herculaneum yielded its unique treasures of its own, like the only surviving ancient library, the carbonized papyrus scrolls of the Villa of the Papyri. The eruption that destroyed these cities paradoxically preserved them with a fidelity that ordinary passing centuries could not. And today, the destruction of Pompeii is more than a chapter in ancient history. It's a window into the past, and a sobering reminder of nature's power, not to be ignored. Pliny the Younger's letters, once thought exaggerated by skeptics, have been largely vindicated by modern archaeology and science. Volcanologists studying the stratigraphy of Vesuvius's ash deposit have confirmed the two-phase eruption Pliny described, the towering eruption column with pumice fallout, followed by the deadly pyroclastic flows. The archaeological record aligns with the timing and phenomenon in this narrative, from the initial rain of pumice to the final surge that sealed Pompeii's fate. It is a testament to the accuracy of his observation from afar and a stroke of fortune that his letters survived. Without Pliny, we would lack the human perspective, the terror, the confusion, the sounds and sights of that event. Cassius Dio's account though more sensational with its giants and ghostly trumpet calls, conveys the psychological impact and the broader awe that the eruption inspired even long after. That juxtaposition of Pliny's rational reportage with Dio's mythic interpretation provides insight into how Romans of different eras coped with understanding such a calamity. And so, to finish it all up, in the annals of the history of natural disasters, the eruption of Vesuvius stands out for both its ferocity and for the richness of the historical record surrounding it. I think we've seen the last days of Pompeii encompass more than just a volcanic eruption. It's a complex interplay of human experiences, fear to courage, folly to sacrifice. We began with a sunlit city and ended with a broken landscape of ash, traversing all the testimony and archaeological revelations. Now I hope in our time together that we've made an effort to discern fact from embellishment. Let the primary accounts guide the story, while noting where later imagination and even ancient superstition colored the tale. The people of Pompeii and its neighboring towns were caught between the dance of natural phenomena and superstition, as one scholar phrased it, and that's a good way to put it, I suppose. Some, like Pliny, met the crisis with empirical observation and stoicism. Others, like those invoking giants or praying to gods, met it with spiritual supplication or even resignation. Well, I hope you've enjoyed our time together today. Well, we've reached the end. Not the most joyful of videos, I suppose. But history is rarely colored with that many happy endings. Italy. It's hard to imagine it without Rome. But before Rome came along, there were the Etruscans, a mysterious and ancient civilization. Centered in the region of Etruria, modern Tuscany, western Umbria, and northern Lazio, they established vibrant city-states with a rich culture, profoundly influencing the Roman kingdom and republic that succeeded them. Classical authors recognize the Etruscans as early rulers and cultural benefactors of Rome. Indeed, even Livy and many others record that several of Rome's early kings were Etruscan by origin. So why not come with me and trace the Etruscans' development from their mysterious origins to the formation of their city-states, through their political and economic zenith, and to their military struggles and eventual assimilation. Along the way, we'll take a look at their governance and legal institutions, artistic achievements, their trade networks, linguistic legacy, and even a little bit about their religious rites. Well, we'll see by the end that all of these facets of Etruscan civilization certainly left a permanent mark on Roman culture. All assertions, of course, are supported by primary sources and reputable historical analysis. We're not going to go too far into speculation, and if we do, which sometimes we must due to the mysterious nature of the Etruscans, we'll be doing strictly within the confines of academia. So, just briefly, the chronology of Etruscan civilization spans roughly from the 9th to 1st centuries BC, and that's what we'll be talking about. During the Villanovan period, that's around 900 to 750, a proto-Etruscan culture emerged from the Bronze Age Urnfield tradition in Italy. In the subsequent Orientalizing and Archaic periods, 750 to 500, Etruscan city-states took shape and prospered through trade and cultural exchange with Greeks and Phoenicians, along the way developing advanced arts, governance, and religion. Then we'll discuss the classical period, the 5th and 4th centuries, which saw the Etruscans confronted by growing external pressures, the Greek colonies, the Gallic incursions, and of course the early expansion of Rome, leading to territorial contraction and political decline. By the Hellenistic period, 3rd to 1st centuries BC, Etruscan cities were gradually absorbed by the Roman Republic. In fact, Etruria was effectively under Roman rule by the 3rd century. But still, the legacy of the Etruscans endured, even as their language faded, the final inscriptions appearing in the 1st century AD. Many Etruscan religious practices, artistic styles, architectural innovations, and legal customs lived on just within the confines of Roman society. And so, to appreciate Rome and their indebtedness to the Etruscans, well, it's probably best that we understand who the Etruscans were and how they organized their world. Well, let me welcome you to the channel first. Of course, it's obvious by now what we will be discussing, and discussing it for quite some time, I'm sure. Thank you to all who have supported on the Patreon and the merch store, also the YouTube memberships. You have my thanks. And thank you in advance for clicking the subscribe button, which is conveniently located right next to the like button. Now, with that being said, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can begin. Well, let's begin in the early times, that aforementioned period between 900 and 750, that is the Villanovan period. The origin of the Etruscans has long been a topic of fascination and debate, and I dare say will continue to be so for quite some time. The ancient writers preserved divergent theories. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BC, recorded a legend that the Etruscans, whom the Greeks, by the way, called Tyrrhenians, were migrants from Lydia in Asia Minor. Faced with famine, a group of Lydians led by Prince Tyrsenos sailed west and, quote, no longer called themselves Lydians, but Tyrrhenians, finally settling in Italy. By contrast, the Roman historian Dionysius of Halicarnassus, writing in the 1st century BC, so some 400 years later, argued the Etruscans were autochthonous, the indigenous people distinct from any known group, with a unique language and culture, a view more consistent with modern archaeology. Well, today we have a scholarly consensus based on archaeological continuity, and that is that the Etruscan civilization developed locally from the Proto-Villanovan Iron Age culture, the age preceding them, about 1100 to 900 BC in Tuscany and northern Lazio. Evidence from cemeteries and material culture shows a gradual evolution rather than an influx of foreign populations. For example, the earliest Etruscan sites around 900 BC already exhibit distinctive burial customs. We're talking about very richly furnished cremation urns placed in well-organized necropolises that grew out of preceding local traditions, of course. And so by the early Villanovan period, these communities began to accrue wealth from metalworking and agriculture. Etruria was blessed with an abundant resources of metal, especially iron from the island of Elba, and copper, tin, and other metals in its hills. Archaeometallurgical evidence, that's a big word, suggests that even in this formative era, the inhabitants were exploiting metal deposits and engaging in trade. Villanovan trade networks linked Etruscan proto-cities with distant regions. Archaeologists in our modern times have found early Etruscan Bronze Age goods as far afield as Sardinia, the Balkans, and even the Aegean, and that certainly provides a lot of evidence that their trade networks were long. After all, they had all the good metals, and that goes a long way. The market is broad. Notably, Bronze fibulae, or clasps of Italian make, have been discovered in Greece and the Near East, indicating contacts well before 800 BC. Exchanges like this accelerated cultural development and social stratification in Etruria. By the 8th century BC, Greek seafarers, especially Euboeans from the colony of Pithecusae on Ischia, and Phoenician merchants were regularly visiting the Etruscan ports. They came for metal ores, and they offered exotic goods in return. It was a fair deal, good for everyone involved. Now this catalyzed an orientalizing period from 750 to 625 in Etruscan art and society, a time when Eastern Mediterranean motifs and luxuries, that is, engraved ostrich eggs, carved ivories, things like this, began to flood Etruria. Excavations of Etruscan tombs from the 7th century, etc. at Ve, Carrhae, and Tarquiania, reveal imported Greek pottery, Egyptian scarabs, and Levantine jewelry, alongside locally produced items, attesting to Etruria's integration into broad Mediterranean trade networks. During this early period, the Etruscans had begun developing their writing system, which would become one of the most significant contributions to Rome. Sometime around 750 BC or thereabouts, they adopted a version of the West Greek alphabet, brought to them by Greek colonists in Italy, and with a few little tweaks, a change here and there, adapted it to their own language. Now the Etruscan alphabet, written typically right to left by the way, is very close to the archaic Greek alphabet of Euboea, including letters like F, diagamma, and X, which the Latin later borrowed. Indeed, Latin alphabet is directly derived from the Etruscan script, by the way. Romans learned writing from the Etruscans in the 7th century BC, and countless Etruscan inscriptions, over 13,000 actually, survive on tombs, poetry, and artifacts. We have so many of them. Well, although the Etruscan language is non-Indo-European, and our understanding of it is a little bit lacking, scholars have identified many loan words that passed from Etruscan into Latin. For instance, the Latin word persona, that is person or persona indeed in the modern vernacular, originally meaning a theatrical mask, derives from the Etruscan versu, mask. Other Latin terms with probable Etruscan roots include sateles, attendant or satellite, perhaps from the Etruscan satnal, and even populus, people, which intriguingly may relate to the Etruscan god Fufluns, though the connection is debated. The very name Roma appears in Etruscan inscriptions as Rumma, with the cognate form Rumma X meaning Roman, suggesting that the city's name was known in the Etruscan tongue. Such linguistic vestiges show the close interplay between early Rome and the older Etruscan neighbors. Well, now moving on to when things really start to get in motion. And so, by the 8th and 7th centuries BC, the Etruscans were forming urbanized city-states, independent, fortified, each ruling over surrounding territories. It was really starting to look like something by this point. Not just a bunch of villages and huts, but walled fortresses. That's when you know you have a civilization propping up. The Greek poet Hesiod, around 700 BC, already described the Tyrsenians, the Etruscans, as a people of central Italy, and later Greek sources depict them as an organized and often piratical, seafaring people. The heartland of Etruria contained a dozen or more major cities, which later Roman tradition referred to as the League of the 12. though the exact membership is uncertain. The league likely included such cities such as Tarquiania, Veii, Caestra, Cleves in Perugia, and many more. These cities shared a common language and a religion rather, and met annually at a holy sanctuary, the Fanum Voltumane, near Volcini, for religious festivals and mutual council. So according to Livy, at this annual council, a leader, perhaps a ceremonial Zilath Mekrasnal, or chief of the Etruscan people, could be chosen to represent the League. However, this Etruscan League was not a centralized nation-state, one must remember. It was more of a loose confederation along religious and economic lines, akin to the Greek city leagues, and individual cities retained their sovereignty. Unity was often fleeting. Etruscan cities might ally for mutual defense or projects, but there was no permanent capital or unified military command. Now, in political terms, the Etruscan city-state, Mac or Civitas, was governed by first kings and later magistrates. Early on, prior to the 6th century, each city was ruled by a king, possibly called Lucumo in Etruscan. These kings were also high priests, reflecting the theocratic nature of Etruscan rule. The government was seen as a central authority, with the power of life and death over citizens. A power symbolized by the image of the Gorgon's head, and apotropaic emblem often appearing in Etruscan art and regalia. That's pretty threatening, to have a Gorgon's head as your symbol. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, the Roman eagle is good too, but the Gorgon's head is also pretty cool. While in Etruscan tomb paintings and decoration, the frightful visage of the Gorgon signified sovereign authority and served to ward off evil. But over time, Etruscan governance evolved. By the 6th century, many Etruscan cities transitioned from monarchy to an oligarchic republic, just as Rome basically did around 509 BC. The same process. Archaeological and inscriptional evidence suggests that councils of aristocrats and elected magistrates took on governing roles in some cities by the late Archaic period. For example, inscriptions from Etruria lists titles of magistrates like Zilath, Parnik, Camthi, and Maru, etc., indicating a complex republican administration. Although we don't know the precise functions of each office, but we know they were there doing something at least. Notably, Etruscan society was dominated by powerful aristocratic families. These noble lineages accumulated wealth via trade, and they held great sway because of it. Money is power. Much like in Rome, they were kind of similar to the Roman patrician class gentes. In fact, the Roman concept of gens or clan and the importance of familial lineage may be modeled after the entrenched Etruscan aristocratic system. Families who built large tombs and emphasized dynastic continuity. Etruscan law and custom were deeply intertwined with religion and social ritual, and there is evidence that many early Roman legal and political institutions had Etruscan roots, prototypes, or at least influences. Now, for instance, the fasces, a bundle of rods with an axe, carried by attendants, the lictors, as a symbol of magistrates' power to scourge and execute, was borrowed directly from Etruscan royal insignia. Etruscan tomb art has even yielded an actual bronze set of fasces, rods, and axe from Vetulonia, confirming the symbol's Etruscan usage. The Romans attributed to Etruscan kings the introduction of other state symbols and rituals. We're talking the golden crown, the ivory throne, or sella curulis, the purple-bordered robe, that being the toga praetexta, the scepter, and the triumph ceremony, all said to have their roots from Etruscan tradition. It's been described, for example, at the first Roman triumph. Now that is a victory parade, if you're not familiar, was modeled on Etruscan processional customs. Even Roman law in its earliest form was heavy sacral and ritualistic, a feature that scholars link to Etruscan influence. The 12 Tables, Rome's earliest law code around 450 BC, came about in a context where legal procedure involved formalized rituals and symbolic acts, such as the ritual of mancipatio, or the chanting of precise verbal formulae. This emphasis on ritual in law is reminiscent of the Etruscan approach, where religious sanction underlay political power. While our knowledge of specific Etruscan laws is scant, Roman writers acknowledged an indebtedness to the jurisprudence of the Etruscan tradition. For instance, the concept of the pomerium, a sacred boundary of which the city magistrates could not cross with arms, and that was an Etruscan practice that was adopted by Romulus himself. Roman augural law, the requirement to take auspices, that divine approval before official acts, likewise stems from Etruscan doctrines that governments must heed the will of the gods. Economically and culturally, the 7th and 6th centuries BC were the heyday of Etruscan power, really the golden age. Etruscan cities grew wealthy from the Mediterranean trade, which was booming. They exported metal ingots, finished bronze wares, wine, and pottery, and imported luxury goods to enjoy. Also, you'll find fine ceramics absolutely everywhere in their tombs, all from this time. Greek pottery in particular was prized as a status symbol in Etruria, so much that Greek workshops in Corinth and Athens created special vase designs catering to the Etruscan tastes. The customer is always right in matters of taste, of course, as that is the full quote. Vast quantities of Attic red figure and black figure vases have been unearthed in Etruscan tombs, indicating that vast trade network with Greek markets. Meanwhile, the Etruscans developed their own distinctive black glossy pottery known as bucero, which became an export good in its own right. Bucero tablework, with its elegant shapes and lustrous finish, has been found at sites in southern France, Spain, North Africa, and the Near East, evidence of Etruscan merchants or the far-flung exchange of gifts. Etruscan metalwork, from fine jewelry to large bronze sculptures, was also renowned. Indeed, Etruscan bronze cauldrons, armor, and votive figurines have been discovered in the Celtic tombs north of the Alps and at Pan-Hellenic sanctuaries in Greece, that is, Olympia and Delphi, where they were dedicated as prestigious offerings, only the best for the deities. But one hallmark of this era was the formation of Etruscan colonies and spheres of influence beyond the confines of Etruria. Etruscan adventurers and traders established themselves in the Po Valley to the north, founding or perhaps taking over cities like Felsina, later Bononia, and later, in our modern vernacular, Bologna, and as far south as Campania. By 600 BC, the Etruscan League existed in Campania, centered on the city of Capua, indicating direct Etruscan rule in that region. They also held sway in Latium, at least before Rome sorted that out. Many of these expansions were likely driven by the search for metals, arable land, and trade routes, as well as strategic alliances, for example, with Carthaginians against the Greeks. And now we arrive to the Archaic period, during this time between 6 and 500 BC, where Etruscan culture produced extraordinary art and architecture, the majority of it with religious or ceremonial purpose. Etruscan art is especially known for its vibrant wall paintings, intricate metalworking, and terracotta sculpture. Unlike the Greeks, the Etruscans did not often carve large statues in stone. despite the fact that they had access to quality marble. If you ask me, it's a bit of a waste. They should have used it. Oh well. But instead, they excelled in terracotta sculpture, creating life-size statues that adorned temples and tombs, and also in bronze casting. Now we do have a famous example of this, as the splendid terracotta statue of Apollo at Veii, that is around 500 BC, which once stood on the roof of the Portonaccio temple. This statue, now in the National Etruscan Museum, Rome, shows Apollo in dynamic motion, reflecting a blend of Etruscan vitality and Greek stylistic influence. While the Apollo of Veii, a painted terracotta statue about 5'10" tall, originally stood on the temple roof, it exemplifies Etruscan archaic art, with a stylized smile and almond eyes similar to the Greek Carrhae figures, yet it was rendered in terracotta rather than stone. Etruscan tomb paintings provide a vivid window into their life and beliefs too. In sites like Tarquinia, and Chiusi, aristocratic families built elaborate tombs carved into rock, whose walls they decorated with frescoes of banquets, dances, sports, and mythological scenes. One striking example is the Tomb of the Leopards around 480 BC at Tarquinia, named for the leopards, of course, painted guarding a banquet scene on the back wall of the tomb. The frescoes portray reclining diners, men with dark skin, women with light skin in the artistic convention, servants, musicians playing flutes and lyres, and dancers, all celebrating what appears to be a funerary banquet in honor of the deceased. The joyful, almost exuberant depiction of the afterlife feast reflects Etruscan belief that death was a transition to another form of existence, where one could enjoy earthly pleasures as long as the proper rites were observed. Many tomb paintings also have religious or mystical elements. For instance, tombs at Tarquinia show scenes of augury, or a figure called the Fersu, masked man in a ritual game that might be an early form of gladiatorial combat performed at funerals. These funeral games, which the Etruscans held to honor the dead, are believed to be a direct precursor of the Roman gladiatorial games, later staged in the Great Colosseum. A Tarquinian tomb painting found in the 6th century, the Tomb of the Augurs it is called, actually depicts two men engaged in wrestling or boxing as part of a funeral ceremony. Romans themselves acknowledged that their munera, gladiatorial shows, began as Etruscan funeral rites adopted by the early Romans. And the design of Etruscan temples and cities also had lasting influence. Etruscan temples, as described by the Roman architect Vitruvius and evidenced by excavations, differed from Greek temples in several ways. They were typically built on a high podium, with a deep front porch, and had a mostly wooden superstructure with terracotta decorations, and were arranged with a clear frontal orientation, that is, steps only at the front. The great temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on Rome's Capitoline Hill, erected in the late 6th century BC during Etruscan rule, was built in the typical Etruscan style, featuring a triple cellar plan for the Capitoline triad of Jupiter, Juno, Minerva, a deep columned porch, a rich terracotta statuary, possibly crafted by an Etruscan artisan from Veii. Archaeology confirms that the earliest monumental buildings in Rome, that is, about the 7th to 6th centuries BC, certainly were executed by Etruscan builders, or, if not, heavily influenced by their know-how. Either way, Etruscans were masters of engineering and architecture, at least by the standards of their day. They understood arch construction and vaulting well before the Romans did. Well, the Etruscan city of Volca's Gate and the stone art of Perugia are from pre-Roman times. They also excelled at hydraulic engineering. The famous Cloaca Maxima, Rome's central sewer canal, was, according to Roman tradition, constructed in the 6th century BC under the Etruscan king Tarquinius Priscus. This massive drain, which began the process of reclaiming the swampy Forum Valley, is a testament to the Etruscan engineering skill. They also dug drainage tunnels called cuniculi to irrigate fields and drain water. Many such tunnels survive in the countryside of Tuscany. To this day, really, you can still see them. They also pioneered the use of the Tuscan column, a strong, unfluted column derived from the Doric order, which the Romans later adopted especially for military architecture. But religious rites, that was the core of Etruscan private and public life. The Etruscans were polytheistic, worshipping a vast pantheon that included both indigenous gods and those adopted from Greek mythology. They believed that the will of the gods manifested continually in the natural world, and that through proper divination one could interpret divine signs. The Etrusca Disciplina was the corpus of sacred knowledge, essentially Etruscan religious law, which codified the methods of divination and the interpretation of omens. Chief among these practices was the haruspicy, examining the entrails, especially the liver, by the way, that was particularly important. Now, the Etruscans developed an elaborate system for liver divination, dividing the organ into sections representing different deities and portents. A remarkable artifact illustrating this is the liver of Piacenza, a bronze model liver from the 2nd century BC, covered in inscriptions found in northern Italy. It was likely a teaching tool for trainee diviners. Each region on the model liver is labeled with the name of a deity, showing how an Etruscan priest would map a real sheep's liver to the divine cosmos. The Romans were so impressed by Etruscan divination that they retained the Etruscan haruspices as a specialist priest in the imperial era. In fact, even after Etruria was politically subdued, Rome maintained a state board of these diviners, often of Etruscan descent or in training, to consult during times of prodigies and crises. Additionally, Etruscan augury, interpreting the flights of birds and other natural omens, was integrated into Roman state religion. Rome's highest priests, augurs, and pontiffs adopted many Etruscan ritual conventions. So, all up, the Etruscan religious influence on Rome was very profound, I'm sure you'll agree. Several major Roman deities and cults were directly influenced by Etruscan equivalents. For example, the Etruscan goddess Uni was equivalent to Juno, Tinia to Jupiter, and Menva to Minerva. These formed the principal triad in both Etruscan and early Roman worship. The practice of portraying gods in anthropomorphic form with statues in temples was introduced to Rome by Etruscans. Early Romans may not have had cult statues until the Etruscans came around and got their artisans to help them create a few. Etruscan mythological heroes, many borrowed from the Greeks, also filtered to Rome. For instance, the hero Hercule, from the Greek Heracles, was venerated by the Etruscans and passed into the Roman cult as Hercules, with attributes shaped by Etruscan interpretation. The Roman religious calendar itself, typically attributed to Rome's second king, Numa, well, that too appears to have been influenced by the Etruscan models of reconciling lunar and solar time, likely developed in the late 6th century BC when Etruscan influence in Rome was at its peak. And so 500 BC, Etruscan power was at its apogee. But the tides were turning. The late 6th and 5th centuries brought new military challenges, and from multiple fronts. The Etruscans were renowned in earlier times as formidable warriors and sailors, sure. Greek authors often mention tyranny and pirates dominating the western seas. Etruscan warfare typically involved heavily armored infantry fighting in a phalanx, an approach likely adopted from the Greek hoplite model. Hey, if it works, why not do it? As well as cavalry drawn from the aristocracy. In war, the Etruscans sought not only territorial gain, but status and loot. Captured enemies might be ransomed for wealth or even ritually sacrificed in honor of fallen Etruscan nobles. But as neighbors grew in strength, the Etruscans found themselves increasingly on the defensive. The southern outposts in Campania came under pressure from the expanding Greek city-states of Magna Graecia and indigenous Italic tribes, while the northern holdings in the Po Valley were threatened by the migrating Gallic tribes. One pivotal conflict was with the Greek colonists in Italy. In 540 BC, a fleet of Phocian Greeks from Corsica encountered a joint Etruscan-Carthaginian fleet in the Battle of Alalia. That was fought off the coast of Corsica. Though the Greeks claimed a costly victory, the battle effectively broke Phocian naval power, leaving the Etruscans and the Carthaginians dominant in the Tyrrhenian Sea. Soon after, Etruscan influence in the south began to wane. In 524 BC, the Etruscans, perhaps led by a southern Etruscan city of Clusium, suffered a defeat at Cumae in Campania. A generation later, in 474, Hiero of Syracuse won a decisive naval victory over the Etruscans at the Battle of Cumae. This battle crippled the maritime power of the Etruscans and ended their control over Campania. The Etruscan city of Capua fell to the Samnites, another Italic people, very soon after. Greek and Roman sources typically portray this as a turning point. The rich Etruscan coastal cities would no longer shield their trade or colonies from Greek retribution. Etruria's loss of access to the southern markets dealt a blow to its economy. Things were certainly going to get worse from here. Similarly, the Etruscans faced invasions in the north. Around the end of the 5th century BC, that is around 400 BC, bands of Gallic Celts crossed the Alps into the Po Valley, sacking the Etruscan settlement of Melpum and threatening many others. Etruscan control over the fertile Po plain, that is the Padanian Etruria region, rapidly disintegrated under Gallic pressure. By the early 4th century, the Etruscans had lost cities like Felsina, which the Gauls renamed Bononia. It's now the city of Bologna. So I wonder, is it an Italian city, or is it a Gallic city? Now that's a matter of debate. But either way, this Gallic push south culminated in the infamous raid of Rome by the Senones in 390 BC. Now, that's important. Though Rome was a Latin city and not Etruscan, it certainly shows the shifting power dynamic that also affected Etruria. The net effect was that Etruria was now hemmed in, no longer expanding, but fighting for survival on multiple fronts. The greatest rising threat, however, I'm sure you know, was Rome itself. After the expulsion of Rome's last king, Tarquinius Superbus, an Etruscan by the way, in 509 BC, the Roman Republic grew in military strength and began encroaching on Etruscan territory. Early Roman historians recount wars with the Etruscan city of Veii, Rome's neighbor, just 16 kilometers to the north. That's a little too close for comfort, isn't it? The conflict between the two cities spanned decades, highlighted by the siege of Veii from 405 to 396, which finally ended in Veii's capture by Rome. According to Livy, the Romans under the generalship of Camillus tunneled into Veii after a long siege and destroyed the city in 396. This was a watershed. Rome doubled its territory and sent shockwaves through Etruria. One by one, the southern Etruscan cities faced Roman aggression. Tarquinia, Carrhae, Volci, Volcini, and others engaged in intermittent wars with Rome during the 4th century. Notably, a coalition of Etruscan cities mustered against Rome in 310, but they were defeated in 310 at the Battle of Lake Vadimo. Better luck next time, kids. And that was a battle that Roman annals celebrate as really breaking the Etruscan resistance. Further Roman victories in 308 and the subsequent decades reduced Etruria to a subordinate status. By the early 3rd century, Rome had effectively dominated all of Etruria south of the Apennines. It is important to stress, too, that Etruscan military power did not collapse overnight. Some cities showed resilience. For example, Volcini remained influential and had to be decisively crushed only in 264, when the Romans brutally sacked it. The final act of Etruscan autonomy, that's for sure, going down in flames. Yet, internal strife and class conflict may have weakened some Etruscan cities from within, as hinted by Roman stories of civil discord in Volcini before its fall. After the Roman victory in the Samnite Wars, where some Etruscans allied with the Samnites and Gauls against Rome, only to be defeated in 295 at Sentinum, Etruria's fate was effectively sealed. The once proud Etruscan League cities were gradually Romanized, forced to cede land, sign treaties, and ultimately, by 90 BC, accept Roman citizenship in the aftermath of the Social War. By 27 BC, with the establishment of the Roman Empire, Etruria was formally merged into the Roman system. Despite military subjugation, Etruscan contributions to warfare and armaments were not forgotten. The Romans adopted and adapted Etruscan military technology over time. Etruscan helmets, that is, that distinctive bronze helmet with the rounded apex and cheek flaps, were precursors to some Roman helmet designs. The concept of the military triumph, as we've mentioned, had Etruscan roots in victory parades. Roman military camps and colonies may have drawn on Etruscan surveying techniques. The Etruscans were certainly skilled in laying out cities on orthogonal plains. The excavated Etruscan town of Marzabotto is laid on a grid aligned to cardinal directions, which prefigures the rigid grid of Roman colonial towns. Tactically, while the Romans ultimately shifted to manipular legions, early Republican Rome's army was essentially a hoplite phalanx, influenced by Etruscan and Greek methods. Indeed, Rome's very military terminology shows traces of Etruscan language. The Latin word miles, soldier, might derive from an Etruscan word or concept, and military itself, by a Latin militaris, is possibly linked to that. The tradition of disciplinary devotio, sacrificing oneself in battle for the gods, may also reflect Etruscan spiritual influence on how war was ritualized. Roman generals like Decius Mus, dedicating themselves and the enemy to the gods in battle, as parallels with the heavy religious context Etruscans gave to warfare, etc. Prisoners sacrificed on tombs of leaders. As Etruria came under Roman rule in the final centuries BC, the Etruscans became Roman citizens and were gradually assimilated. Like it or not, the Latin supplanted the Etruscan language in daily life, though Etruscan persisted in religious context for some time, and over generations Etruscan identity blended into the broader Roman Italian identity. However, many Etruscan cultural elements were not lost. Instead, they were just absorbed into the Roman apparatus. becoming an integral part of what we recognize today as Roman civilization. The Romans themselves, often pragmatically, preserved what they found useful or hallowed in Etruscan tradition. We've already noted several areas of Etruscan influence, so here we summarize the most significant Etruscan contributions to Rome. The first being urban planning and architecture. Now, the basic template of Roman cities owed much to their Etruscan precedents. According to Roman law, Romulus founded Rome following the Etruscan ritual. He plowed a sacred boundary around the Palatine Hill and established the Pomerium, the inviolate city boundary, following the Etruscan practice. Archaeology suggests that early Roman urban infrastructure, drainage systems, defensive walls, forum layout was initiated under Etruscan supervision. The use of an arch in construction, which became the hallmark of Roman engineering, think of the aqueducts and the Colosseum, was pioneered in Italy by the Etruscans. Roman temples in the Republican period were built in the Tuscan style, with high podia and axial plans, directly emulating Etruscan temples like those of Veii and Tarquinia. The Capitoline Temple in Rome, its massive scale and triple cellar design, set a pattern for the later Roman temple architecture, all thanks to an Etruscan blueprint. Even the later Roman preference for building cities on hilltops with strong fortifications echoed the Etruscan habit of choosing elevated sites and encircling them with thick walls. Moreover, the Romans maintained the Etruscan practice of dividing the city with a north and south street and an east and west street aligned to the auspices, a reflection of the Etruscan belief in sacred urban order. And then we have governance, political symbols, and law. Many of the early Roman political institutions, but they show their fair share of Etruscan influence too. The Roman Senate, which might have been inspired by the councils of nobles that ruled Etruscan cities after the monarchy. The regalia of Roman magistrates were explicitly Etruscan in origin. The lictors with their fasces, the curule chair, the purple-bordered toga, praetexia, worn by consuls and later by boys and magistrates, and the golden scepter and crown used by generals celebrating a triumph, all adapted from Etruscan royal ceremony. Roman legal and religious concepts also betray Etruscan roots. The Latin word ritus, ritual, could well describe the Etruscan approach to law and governance, which was to sanctify the secular authority through ritual. The Roman concept of auctoritas, of the Senate, a kind of legitimization of authority, has been linked to the Etruscan reliance on divine sanction for political decisions. Furthermore, some of the Roman magistracy titles may etymologically stem from the Etruscan. For example, the title rex, or king, was certainly not Etruscan, that being lucumo, that was used for a ruler in their tongue, but camillus, an assistant to priest. One moment. An assistant priest, rather, and possibly praetor, if it related to Etruscan prefect roles, show cross-cultural links. When the Romans instituted the position of dictator, an extraordinary magistrate with absolute power for a limited time, don't think of it too much in our modern term, they granted him 24 lictors with fasces, that is, double the normal consul's allotment, a detail that might also hark back to Etruscan notions of kingly power, as Etruscan kings perhaps had 12 lictors, a number later standard for Roman kings, at least according to Livy. In law, the persistence of Etruscan religious law, the Etrusca disciplina, meant that Romans, even as they codified secular laws, continued to consult the inherited Etruscan rules for interpreting prodigies, consecrating temples, and dividing territory. Of course, we can't go past the religion and ceremony. Roman religion was so suffused with Etruscan elements that one ancient sentiment was that the Etruscan discipline encompassed the whole of Etruscan knowledge, implying Roman sacred law was largely inherited from Etruria. The College of Augurs and the College of Haruspices in Rome perpetuated Etruscan divination. Roman generals on campaign and emperors in Rome would often call on diviners to interpret unusual occurrences. Think of monstrous births and lightning strikes, this sort of thing, a tradition directly descendant from the Etruscans. The ritual of the triumph, the highest military honor, that had Etruscan trappings too. The triumphant general wore a gold-embroidered toga, called a toga picta, and a laurel crown, and his face was painted red, just as the Etruscan kings may have done. This was mainly done to represent Jupiter, by the way. Some sources suggest that even the word triumph might derive from an Etruscan shout of exultation, or a name of an Etruscan procession. The gladiatorial games, as mentioned, were introduced in 264 BC at a funeral in Rome specifically as a revival of an old Etruscan custom of blood offerings to honor the dead. In everyday life, Romans continued to observe many superstitions and customs of Etruscan origin. For example, the practice of making dies fat et nefas, that is, auspicious and inauspicious days on the calendar, from Etruscan priestly law. Well, that was also one of the gods permitted public business. So, arts and culture now. As Romans absorbed Etruscan territory, they were also absorbing the Etruscan craftsmen, performers, and artisans. It came as a package deal. Etruscan art forms influenced early Roman art, especially in the centuries where Rome had not yet developed its own monumental art tradition. The earliest Roman bronze statues. Oh, I don't know. Think of the Capitoline wolf, that one with Romulus and Remus. If genuinely ancient, that is, there's a bit of debate about that, were likely Etruscan works, or heavily influenced by the Etruscan style. Etruscan music and entertainment, that also left its mark. The Romans enjoyed their styled performances, and tradition says that the first stage performers or dancers in Rome were imported from Etruria to appease the gods during a plague in 364 BC. Whether or not that stopped the plague is a bit of a mystery. The Roman love of spectacle, chariot racing, and athletic contests at religious festivals had Etruscan parallels or origins. The Ludi Romani games held in the Circus Maximus traced back to games introduced by Rome's Etruscan kings, featuring chariot races and boxing matches in Etruscan fashion. And Roman funerary customs, like the lavish tombs of the elite in the late Republic and Empire, think of the monumental mausoleums, things like that, might be seen as an extension of the Etruscan aristocratic emphasis on elaborate tombs and ancestor veneration. And then we have language. Although Latin was fundamentally different from Etruscan, it incorporated numerous loanwords, especially for things associated with Etruscan culture, with noted examples like balteos for belt, sateles and persona, and possibly even arena, connected by some to an Etruscan term for a sandy place. The names of two of the three original Roman tribes, the Ramnes and Luceres, appeared to be Etruscan words, perhaps Rasna, or related to Rusna, meaning Etruscan people, and Lucumo, meaning chief, respectively. This hints that the early Roman population had an Etruscan component, or at least Etruscan nomenclature, in its organization. The Roman onomastics, many family names, gentes, were of Etruscan origin. For example, the Semproni, Pomponi, Claudi, etc. These were because these families had Etruscan ancestors, or they adopted the names from Etruscans upon integration. Even in the imperial period, elite Romans took pride in tracing lineage to Etruscan heroes. Maecenas, the famous minister of Augustus, was of Etruscan nobility from Arretium, and that's just to name one. And so, by the time of the early empire, the Etruscans as a distinct people had largely vanished. But don't worry, their imprint on civilization was undeniable. I'm sure you agree. I hope I've convinced you. The Roman poet Virgil in the Aeneid acknowledges the Etruscans. He calls them Lydians, by the way, nodding to Herodotus's tale mentioned earlier, as allies of Trojan Aeneas and contributors to the Roman ancestral melting pot. Romans continued to visit Etruscan oracles and venerate Etruscan gods. For instance, Vertumnus, the Roman god of seasons and change, was originally an Etruscan deity, Voltumna. So in summary, nearly every facet of Roman culture, political institution, religious doctrine, engineering, art, military ritual, and even fashion carried an Etruscan fingerprint. The Roman author Cicero paid tribute to Etruscan expertise in divination in his treatise, and Livy and Dionysius documented Rome's indebtedness to the Etruscans. Modern historians concur that without the Etruscans, Rome would have been a very different place, if there had been Rome at all. The Etruscans functioned as a conduit through which the elements of Greek and Eastern Mediterranean worlds flowed into Rome, and they were also innovators in their own right, giving the Romans truly original contributions, from the grandeur of the Capitoline Temple to the dignified ceremony of the Senate, all the way to the layout of the Roman Forum to the gladiatorial games in the arena. They passed on a torch of civilization to Rome, and later Rome passed on that torch to Western culture. It's a legacy that ensures the Etruscans, though often overshadowed by the Romans in popular memory, are rightly recognized by scholars as a foundational predecessor to Rome. Perhaps the most catastrophic loss in the history of ancient Rome, the Battle of Carrhae, took place in 53 BC. Under the leadership of the affluent and aspirational Roman general Marcus Licinius Crassus, the Roman army attempted to extend its power into Mesopotamian lands, at that time ruled by the formidable Parthians. The problem was, Crassus misjudged the Parthians' superior cavalry and tactics, especially their skillful use of horse archers and cataphracts, confronted by the powerful army under Surena. It was a bloody battle, and it saw the Romans soundly defeated, with great casualties, and even the capture of Crassus himself, who was later killed. In addition to stopping Roman eastward expansion, this devastating defeat also caused political instability back in Rome, ultimately fueling the power struggles that resulted in the fall of the Roman Republic. This conflict between Roman military power and Parthian cavalry prowess at the Battle of Carrhae is a moving illustration of the strategic difficulties of ancient warfare, and of course, the long-lasting effects of these military setbacks on historical development. And that's what we're going to discuss today. Here we are once again, back in ancient Roman times, but not quite in ancient Rome. If you like this sort of stuff, do the like, comment, subscribe thing. You know what to do. But let's now begin as we go back to the nightmare of all Romans. First, set the scene a little bit. All of the politics that paved the way for Rome's war with Parthia were orchestrated by the so-called First Triumvirate. Now, this First Triumvirate was composed, of course, of Pompeius Magnus, Julius Caesar, and Marcus Licinius Crassus, all of whom stood to benefit from their cooperative arrangements. In March and April 56 BC, they gathered at Ravenna and Lucca, both located in Caesar's province of Cisalpine Gaul, to renew the pact they had originally formed 4 years earlier. So together, they agreed to consolidate all of their supporters and all of their resources to pass legislation that would expand Caesar's authority in Gallic territories and to influence the upcoming elections of 55 BC in their favor, all with the aim of securing a second joint consulship for Crassus and Pompey. Traditional means proved to be quite effective, awarding military commands, placing political allies in key offices, these sorts of things, and of course the pushing forward of laws that protected all of their own interests in a rather clever and secretive way. Additionally, financial influence, personal ties fostered through friendship and patronage, and of course the muscle of 1,000 troops brought from Gaul by Publius Crassus's son were used to sway the elections. It's hard to say no to that many angry men with weapons, of course. So the triumvirate thus succeeded in ensuring the consulship and most of the other high-profile positions. It was a stunning success. By way of legislation known as the Lex Trebonia, introduced by the tribune Trebonius, both consuls secured extended proconsulships of 5 years, mirroring the arrangements Caesar already enjoyed in Gaul. As for Pompey, he didn't do so bad himself. He was awarded these Spanish provinces, pretty far away from Rome, but certainly not a bad place to be. Crassus, he prepared to acquire Syria, equally far away from Rome, but with a few more enemies at the doorstep. This was, of course, an unmistakable signal that he intended to wage war on Parthia, whether for riches, whether for glory, or perhaps a mixture of both. He was going to do it. Meanwhile, let's talk about Parthia itself. Now, when we talk about Parthia, we are talking about the Persians, the inheritors of the Achaemenid Empire, this kind of thing. Think about it in that general area, south of Turkey, east of Syria, an empire of its own. And it was itself in the grip of a succession crisis that erupted in 57 BC, sparked, of course, by the assassination of King Phraates III at the hands of his own sons, that being Mithridates IV and Orodes II. Both, of course, vied for control of the realm, though Orodes initially appointed his brother as king of Media as a temporary compromise after emerging victorious in the first phase of the conflict. But this was a truce that was short-lived. Orodes reignited hostilities, prompting Mithridates to seek refuge with Aulus Gabinius. That was, of course, the Roman proconsul of Syria. As for Gabinius, he briefly contemplated intervening in the succession dispute on Mithridates' behalf so that Rome could install him as a puppet king and, claim Parthia for himself. However, he ultimately chose to become embroiled in the internal politics of Ptolemaic Egypt instead, leaving Mithridates to pursue his own agenda. Of course, without those Roman resources he could have really needed to tip the scales. Oh, Ptolemaic Egypt, by the way, Ptolemaic dynasty being the Macedonian Greek dynasty that took over after Alexander the Great. At this time, they were ruled by the Macedonian Greeks, the last of which, of course, was Cleopatra Philopater, the 7th, I believe. Correct me in the comments if I have made a mistake with that. I'm pretty well sure this is the 7th. Well, back to the Battle of Carrhae. As for Mithridates pressing forward alone,
he decided that he would waste no time in mounting an invasion of Babylonia. And he did okay, for a little while. But unfortunately, in comes the main character of our story to oppose him, Surenna and his mighty army, Parthia's most formidable military commander. Hard to go up against him, that's for sure. Well, upon succeeding Gabinius, Crassus also sought to forge an alliance with Mithridates, and in 54 BC he launched his own campaign into Osroene, a client kingdom of Parthia, though he largely remained on the left bank of the Balik River awaiting additional forces. Meanwhile, in Seleucia, on the Tigris River, Surenna besieged, defeated, and killed Mithridates. This, of course, left him with no surviving rivals in Parthia. Orodes next marched north to attack Armenia, who was at the time a Roman ally. As soon as he arrived, King Artavasdes II cast his lot with the invading Parthian army, cementing Orodes' position and leaving Rome's plans in the east vulnerable to an impending confrontation. Of course, then we have the other main character of the story, the wildly and stupidly rich Marcus Crassus. In fact, one of the wealthiest figures in Rome at the time. He was about 62 years old when he joined the campaign against Parthia. Ancient commentators, including his biographer Plutarch, often highlight greed as his primary flaw, and the main incentive behind his decision to go to war. And of course, we got a little bit from Plutarch later on that I'll read, but we'll get to that later. Don't worry, I won't forget. The bulk of modern historians tend to see his motivations as more of a unquenchable thirst for wealth. Pure, old-fashioned greed. Nothing starts wars like greed. A desire to match Pompey's military eminence, and of course a rivalry rooted in the fact that his long-ago military successes never quite measured up to Pompey's, and following 5 years of warfare in Gaul also paled in comparison to Caesar's. So among this triumvirate, he seemed to be the least impressive. Sure, he was most rich, but when it comes to money, there's diminishing returns after a while, and the real glory in Rome was not money, but it was victory. This was, of course, not to say that he didn't have a few victories under his belt. I mean, the most notable one was the defeat of Spartacus in 71 BC. That's right, Spartacus of the Third Servile War. This was about 10 years earlier. The triumph he had delivered for Sulla at the Battle of Colline Gate, too. Of course, from Gaul, Caesar expressed support for the Parthian campaign in a letter to Crassus, implying that he viewed Crassus's expedition not as a competition, but as a complement to his own pursuits. But of course, Crassus's decision to invade Parthia was largely driven by the assumption that the campaign would simply be an easy one, an old-fashioned Roman beat-down, the barbarians getting what they damn well deserve. It was a belief informed by how Roman legions had already bested other eastern powers, such as Pontus and Armenia, despite the latter fielding larger armies. And of course, past performance is indeed, it has to be, indicative of future returns. Cicero, however, pointed to an additional factor, come to ruin everybody's fun, of course, the ambitions of Publius Crassus, Marcus's gifted son, who had amassed a sterling record leading campaigns in Gaul under Caesar. Once Publius returned to Rome as a decorated hero, he didn't waste much time in laying the groundwork for his personal political aspirations, and there were plenty of those. In the Roman estimation, the Battle of Carrhae would come to represent not merely a catastrophe for the Republic and a humiliation for Marcus Crassus, but also the tragic demise of the once promising future of Publius. Well, many Romans vehemently opposed an offensive against Parthia, of course, especially given that Rome and Parthia were at this time bound by treaty, and it doesn't look good to anyone's estimation when treaties are broken for no good reason, or really for any reason. Cicero himself labeled this conflict in the Latin naming convention nulla causa, meaning, of course, without any justification. But even so, Crassus pressed on with his preparations. No one could talk him out of this one. He was going to get his glory, he was going to get his riches, and prove that he was just as important as all the other boys. The tribune Aetius Capito fought strenuously to prevent the enterprise and ultimately resorted to a notorious act. He conducted a public execration ritual meant to curse Crassus as he departed. Well, it seems like it probably could have been estimated to have worked. But I better not give away the spoilers. On November 14th, 55 BC, Marcus Crassus set out from Rome, despite dire omens and ongoing protests. In the winter of 54 to 53, he was joined in Syria by Publius Crassus, who brought with him 1,000 Celtic cavalrymen from Gaul. Their unwavering loyalty to the younger Crassus would endure right up to their final moments on the battlefield. Upon his late-year arrival in Syria in 55 BC, Marcus Crassus wasted no time putting his legendary fortune to use by mustering a substantial army with the power of the coin. According to Plutarch, he gathered 7 legions, roughly 28 to 35,000 heavy infantry. Moreover, he had around 4,000 light infantry and 4,000 cavalry at his disposal, which included the 1,000 Gallic horsemen personally brought by his son Publius. The backing of Hellenic communities in Syria, along with approximately 6,000 cavalry contributed by Artavasdes, the king of Armenia, remember, a Roman ally at the time, further strengthened Crassus's forces. Artavasdes, in addition to offering 30,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry, also advised Crassus to march through Armenia. This, of course, would mean that he didn't have to traverse the desert, which, of course, nobody wants to do that. Rather than accept this counsel, Crassus instead chose a more direct route through Mesopotamia, aiming to seize the region's major cities. Once again, the themes of hubristic greed run throughout this talk. Orodes II, the Parthian king, responded by splitting his own forces. He personally led the larger contingent, consisting mainly of foot archers supported by a number of limited cavalry, on a mission to punish the Armenians. The remaining component of his army, commanded by Spahot Serena and composed entirely of cavalry, was sent out to track and harass the troops of Crassus. You see, Orodes, he believed Serena's smaller unit would struggle to defeat Crassus outright and merely hoped to buy a bit of time, delay him somewhat. Plutarch remarks that Serena's force contained 1,000 mail-clad horsemen and an even greater number of light-armed cavalry supported by a following of about 1,000 attendants, slaves, and vassals. These Parthian forces also relied on a baggage train that included 1,000 camels. Around this time, Crassus received direction from the Oroen chieftain Ariamnes, a man known to have aided Pompeii during the operations in the eastern provinces. Although Ariamnes was actually on the Parthian payroll, Crassus chose that it was wise to trust him. Ariamnes falsely insisted that the Parthians were disorganized and weak, urging Crassus, of course, to strike without hesitation. Leading the Roman forces deep into the desert, Ariamnes guided them far away from any natural sources of water. Subsequently, a letter arrived from Artavasdes warning Crassus that the main Parthian host was in Armenia and pleading for support. Crassus, however, ignored this plea and continued his march through Mesopotamia, where he soon encountered Surena's cavalry about a mile outside of the town of Carrhae. We finally arrive. So, as word spread among Crassus's men that a Parthian force, numbering around 10,000, stood in their path, panic began to set in. Cassius, serving as one of Crassus's top commanders, advised them to align in the classic Roman formation. Cavalry on the wings, infantry at the center, protect the flanks, and push forward. Nothing beats that, right? Now initially Crassus approved this plan, but he soon changed course, reconfiguring the legions into a more hollow square of 12 cohorts on each side. Well, that arrangement might prevent the Parthians from outflanking them. It also impaired the Romans' mobility. Pressing forward, they soon reached a small stream. Several of Crassus's officers recommended establishing camp and resuming the fight the next morning, giving the troops time to restock their provisions. But Publius was eager for more immediate action, and managed to convince his father that the best move was to confront the Parthians right there and then. No wasting time. Let's get it done. To unnerve the Roman legions, the Parthians resorted to deliberately unsettling tactics. First, they produced a thunderous din by pounding on numerous hollow drums which disturbed the Roman soldiers through its sheer volume and piercing resonance. Next, Sureno instructed his cataphracts to ride forward with cloaks draped over their armor. The moment they came into the Romans' line of sight, they simultaneously stripped off these coverings, dazzling the onlookers with their gleaming armor, an intimidating display intended to weaken the Roman morale. Initially, Surena had planned to break the Roman ranks outright by ordering a powerful charge of his cataphracts. But realizing that this alone would not suffice, at least at that stage, he instead dispatched his horse archers to encircle the Roman square. When Crassus sent forward his skirmishers in an attempt to repel these mounted archers, they were quickly driven back by a barrage of arrows. Soon afterwards, the legionaries themselves came under relentless arrow fire. Although the Roman infantry carried heavy armor and a large scuta, that being shields, these defensive measures did not fully cover their bodies. And of course, when you have that many arrows, well, a few of them are bound to get through. Ancient sources describe cases in which the arrow shafts pinned soldiers' shields to their limbs and even nailed their feet to the ground. Plutarch, in particular, recounts that a hail of arrows sailed through soft or hard barriers alike, although some modern historians suggest that most injuries were likely non-fatal hits to exposed extremities. It's still not ideal. Well, repeatedly the Romans tried to close with the horse archers, hoping to engage them at close quarters and sort them out the old-fashioned way. But the Parthians easily just kept riding out of reach, releasing so-called Parthian shots on their way out. In response, the legionaries adopted the testudo formation by locking their shields together, kind of like a turtle formation, we also call it. It creates this almost impenetrable shell against missile fire. Very easy to walk up to the front gate of a citadel like that without taking much damage. Well, unless they pour the boiling water all over you, that doesn't help very much. Yet even within that tight formation, their ability to fight back at close range was significantly diminished. Spotting this vulnerability, the Parthian cataphracts carried out repeated charges, striking terror in the Roman lines and causing severe casualties. Whenever the Romans attempted to spread out and ward off the cataphracts, the mounted archers would ride in once again, peppering the now looser ranks with more arrows. Well desperate for relief, Crassus hoped that his men might simply endure this living hell until the Parthians exhausted their arrow supply. I mean, it's a solid strategy. They've got to run out of arrows eventually, surely. However, a massive camel train accompanied Serenus' force, do you remember? And that continuously replenished the horse archers' quivers. There's plenty more where that came from. Realizing after a while that the arrows were just going to keep on coming, Crassus dispatched his son Publius, leading 1,300 Gallic cavalry, 500 archers, and 8 cohorts of legionaries to drive off the archers. The Parthians then feigned retreat, luring Publius's contingent away from the rest of the army. After his men had suffered considerable losses from relentless arrow fire, Publius found himself suddenly confronted by the Parthian cataphracts. He tried to escape, but the horse archers blocked his retreat. Although the Gallic cavalry fought valiantly, their equipment and weaponry were simply not good enough. They couldn't stand up to the superior equipment of the Parthians, and they were eventually forced to withdraw to a small hill. As for Publius, he wasn't keen on being captured and paraded. He decided to take his own life, while the remainder of his force was either slaughtered or left severely depleted, with only 500 survivors spared. By the time Crassus realized his son was in peril, he ordered a general advance, still ignorant of Publius's fate. Not long after, he was met with the gruesome sight of Publius's head impaled on a Parthian spear. If that doesn't affect morale, I don't know what will. To compound the misery of the Romans, Serenus' horse archers now swarmed around the infantry of Crassus, unleashing arrows from every angle, while the cataphracts charged repeatedly, further disorienting the Romans. Darkness brought the only reprieve. Traumatized by his son's death, the grieving Crassus directed his soldiers to withdraw to the nearby town of Carrhae. Tragically, the 4,000 wounded men that he left behind were all slowly and methodically slain by the Parthians the following morning, on the very spots where they lay in agony. During the night, 4 Roman cohorts lost their way and found themselves on a hill surrounded by Parthians. Only 20 Romans managed to survive that dreadful predicament. Serenus, seeking to capitalize on his advantage, made attempts at negotiation the very next day. He offered a truce, on terms that Rome would relinquish any holdings east of the Euphrates, permitting the Roman army a safe return to Syria. As part of the proposal, Serena either approached the stranded Romans on the hills in person or dispatched an embassy to convey his readiness to discuss an orderly evacuation. Crassus's troops threatened to rebel if the Parthians did not comply with his request, despite his reluctance to meet with them. When a Parthian tugged at Crassus's reins during the meeting, a violent outburst broke out, leading to the deaths of both Crassus and his generals. You see, after Crassus died, the Parthians are reported to have poured molten gold down his throat as a symbolic gesture, mocking that famous greed of his. The severed head of Crassus was later used as a prop for a scene in Euripides' Bacchae, which was presented at a banquet in front of the chief, according to Plutarch. While the remaining Romans attempted to escape at Carrhae, most of them were either killed or captured. Both equally gruesome fates, perhaps being killed was the better option. Well, depending on how much gold the Parthians had left. According to the ancient historian Plutarch, the battle claimed the lives of about 20,000 Romans and 10,000 were taken prisoner. As a result, we chalk it up as one of the most devastating losses in Roman history. Added to that, there were not many Parthian casualties. Really, it's barely worth a mention. This defeat, which was made even more humiliating by the fact that the Parthians had taken several legionary eagles, was a crushing blow to Rome. The Roman prisoner of war who most closely resembled Crassus was found by the Parthians, who distinguished him as a woman and paraded him through Parthia for public viewing. You wouldn't want to be that guy. This is also something that Plutarch mentions, by the way. That's really where we get it from. A few other accounts mention it too. Of course, this was a clear mockery of a Roman triumph. The Parthians commanded the other Roman prisoners, too, to celebrate this fake Crassus as imperator during the parade. The Roman military culture was, parades like this, triumphs, were extremely important. The Parthians felt so confident in this victory, and you can't really blame them for rubbing it in a little bit. As for Orodes II, he defeated the Armenians and seized power of their country with the help of the remaining members of the Parthian army. Of course, the Armenians, being the allies of the Romans, didn't really have anybody to help them anymore. But on the other hand, the Parthian king became even more enraged by Surena's victory and ordered them to be put to death. Orodes II sent his son Pacorus on a military expedition in Roman Syria after Surena died, but the expedition was ultimately unsuccessful. And so, the Battle of Carrhae was one of the most important battles fought at the start of this whole play of the Roman-Parthian conflict. The victory served as its catalyst for Parthia's several invasions of Armenia and Syria, each of which had differing degrees of success, but furthermore to this, Rome had realized that its legionaries could not successfully engage Parthian cavalry in open combat, at least not without assistance. Things had to change. And they did. One must learn from their mistakes, of course. In fact, one of Crassus's quaestors, Gaius Cassius Longinus, was in charge of leading the roughly 10,000 soldiers who had actually made it out of Syria alive to their destination. He remained the proquaestor of the province for 2 more years, successfully repelling further attacks at the hands of Pacorus, the son of Orodes. Cassius successfully repelled the Parthian attack on Antioch, his capital. Osaces, the second in command of the Parthian leadership, was killed when Cassius ambushed Pacorus's army in Antigonea as they were fleeing back to their home base. Cicero even congratulated him. He spoke pretty highly of the victory, too. Cassius later made a substantial contribution to the scheme to assassinate Julius Caesar in 44 BC. But then, of course, we have that great little theory that comes out of China that I absolutely adore, the theory that the inhabitants of the town of Liqian, I think it's either Liqian or Liqian, I'm not sure. There is this theory that they were descended from the prisoners taken at Carrhae, which was put forth in 1940s by Homer Dubbs, an American professor at Chinese history at the University of Oxford. Generally, this is the hypothesis. During the Battle of Zhezhi, which took place between the Chinese and the Xiongnu in 36 BC, the prisoners might have been mercenaries. Dubbs hypothesized that the Parthians re-established the prisoners on their eastern border. Even Chinese chroniclers describe the use of a double wooden palisade structure and a fish-scale formation of soldiers, which is thought to be a reference to the testudo formation and a Roman-only defensive tactic. Both of these buildings were made completely of wood, by the way, so unfortunately they do not really survive too well. As of yet, no artifacts, such as coins or weapons that could potentially attest to Roman presence, have been discovered in the area, and the great majority of historians don't really agree with the theory, but it's a good little bit of fun, though, I think. Well, getting away from theories and imagination, we get back to the Romans seeing the Parthian siege of legionnaires' battle standards, these golden eagles, as a real moral setback, but also this sign of impending disaster. Caesar was preparing to wage a war of retaliation at the time of his murder, you see. In the event that Caesar prevailed, it was assumed that he would have faced harsh punishment because the surviving son of Crassus would have been part of the Roman army. However, a major event that resulted in the establishment of the imperial monarchy throughout Rome was indeed the fall of the Roman Republic. The republican system of governance began to fall apart in 88 BC, arguably a little bit earlier, but this was the time when Sulla launched his first invasion into Rome, which really was the catalyst. But the loss of his legions and Crassus's death fundamentally altered the balance of power in Rome. A previous theory proposed that the dissolution of the first triumvirate, which might have been caused by the death of Crassus, as well as the death of Julia in the year 54, who was both Caesar's daughter and Pompey's wife. In any case, civil war eventually broke out as a result. Caesar's triumph swiftly turned the Republic into an all-out dictatorship. Now I know what you're thinking. What about the account from Plutarch? When's he going to read it? Well, I'm going to read it now, don't worry. So here we have a little bit of an account from Plutarch. It's about the point of the meeting between the Parthians and the Romans to discuss terms. The first of the barbarians to meet him were two half-bred Greeks, who leaped from their horses and made obeisance to him. Then, addressing him in the Greek tongue, they urged him to send a party forward to assure themselves that Surena and those about him were advancing to the conference without armor and without weapons. Crassus replied that if he had the least concern for his life, he would not come into their hands, but nevertheless he sent two Rusci brothers to inquire on what terms and what numbers they should hold in their meeting. These men were promptly seized and detained by Surena, while he himself with his chief officers advanced on horseback, saying, "What is this? The Roman imperator on foot, while we are mounted?" Then he ordered a horse to be brought to Crassus, and when Crassus answered that neither of them was at fault, since each was following the custom of his country in this meeting, Surena said that from that moment there was a truce, and between King Herodes and the Romans, but it was necessary to go forward to the river Euphrates, and there have the contracts put into writings. "For you Romans, at least," he said, "are not very mindful of agreements," and he held out his right hand to Crassus. Then what Crassus proposed, to send for a horse, Surena said that there was no need for it. "For the king offers you this one," he said. At the time, a horse with a gold-studded bridle stood at Crassus's side, and the grooms lifted up Crassus and mounted him, and then ran along by him, quickening his horse's pace with blows. Octavius was the first to seize the bridle, and after him Petronius, one of the legendary tribunes. Then the rest of the Romans in the party surrounded the horse, trying to stop him, and dragging away those who crowded in upon Crassus at either side. Scuffling forward in a tumult, then blows, Octavius drew his sword and slew the groom of one of the barbarians, but another smote Octavius down from behind. Petronius had no offensive weapons, but when he was struck on the breastplate, leaped down from his horse unwounded. Crassus was killed by a Parthian named Pomaxathres. Serena now took the head and hand of Crassus and sent them to Herodes in Armenia. But he himself sent word by messengers to Seleucia that he was bringing Crassus there alive, and prepared a laughable sort of procession in which he insultingly called a triumph. That one of his royal captives who bore the great likeness to Crassus, Caius Vacianus, put on a woman's royal robe, and under instructions to answer to the name Crassus and the title of Imperator when so addressed, was conducted along on horseback. Before him rode trumpeters and a few lictors borne on camels. From the faces of the lictors purses were suspended, and their axes were fastened, Roman heads newly cut off. Behind these followed the courtesans of Seleucia, musicians, who sang many scurrilous and ridiculous songs about the effeminacy and cowardice of Crassus, and these things were for all to see. But before the assembled senate of Seleucia, Serena bought the licentious books of the Milesica of Aristides, and in that matter at least there was no falsehood on his part, for the books were found in the baggage of Roscius, and gave Serena on occasion to heap much insulting ridicule on the Romans, since they could not, even when going to war, let subjects and writings alone. The people of Seleucia, however, appreciated the wisdom of Aesop when they saw Serena with a wallet full of obscenities from the Milesica in front of him, but trailing behind him a Parthian Sybaris in so many wagon loads of concubines. After a fashion, this train was counterpart to the fabled Echine and Sigtale among serpents, by showing its conspicuous and forward portions fearful and savage with spears, archery, and horse, but trailing off in the rear of the line into dances, cymbals, lutes, and nocturnal revels with women. Roscius was certainly culpable, but it was shameless in the Parthians to find fault with Milesica, when many of the royal line of their Arsacidae were sprung from Milesian and Ionian courtesans themselves. End of the account from Plutarch. So, just finishing up, several historians have noted how much time had elapsed between Crassus's passing and the start of the Civil War. You see, it's been noted that the death almost broke the first triumvirate's ties to this blue-blooded aristocracy. The state as a whole was thus exposed to the conflict that ultimately resulted in the start of the Civil War. Thus, the removal of some private checks and balances, like the bond between Crassus and Metellus Pius Scipio, that had been containing political tensions, may have been one of the battle's immediate effects. But on the other hand, the battle did not significantly harm Rome in the long run in a regional sense, mainly because Publius Ventidius Bassus prevented and drove back Parthia's subsequent retaliatory invasion of Rome in 40 BC. And along with that, even though this campaign also failed, the battle didn't stop Mark Antony from invading Parthia himself in 36 BC. Which, of course, nothing could. Well, with that we get to the end of the Battle of Carrhae. Hope you enjoyed it. A little bit of an embarrassment for the Romans, but you can't win all the time now, can't you?
The legal system of ancient Babylon, best exemplified by the Code of Hammurabi around 1754 BC under King Hammurabi, represents one of the earliest comprehensive written legal codes. Inscribed on a stele and displayed publicly, the code's 282 laws covered various aspects of daily life, from theft and agriculture to marriage and business dealings, although it served more as a symbolic guide than a practical daily resource. The code did introduce the principle of lex talionis, the law of retaliation, advocating that punishments should match the severity of the offense, encapsulated in the well-known phrase, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This approach not only marked a significant advancement in legal thought aimed at establishing social stability and protecting the vulnerable, but also laid foundational principles that influenced subsequent legal systems, underscoring the sophistication of early Mesopotamian civilization. Hello, welcome to the channel. Back to the Bronze Age this evening. Off we go again. As always, supporting the channel, well, you're already doing that, just by enjoying it, and I do hope that you enjoy it. But a few clicks on the like, subscribe, and perhaps leaving a comment that lets YouTube know you want more people to see it. And if you want to be a real hero, perhaps you'll take a look at the links in the description. But for now, I'd like you to get nice and comfortable. We go all the way back, a few thousand years, to ancient Babylon. Now, in terms of this initial history of Mesopotamia, it effectively revolves around this relentless, non-stop competition for dominance among the many urban centers. The unit of the metropolis required tribute and military assistance from the cities subjected to it, while leaving their local religious practices and traditions more or less undisturbed. The rulers and conquerors showed equal regard for the rites and customs of the city, and upon the arrival of the ancient Semitic-speaking peoples in the cities of Mesopotamia, their tribal customs were incorporated into the legal systems of these areas. Now, even during the reign of Ashurbanipal and Shamash-shum-ukin, the Babylonians continued to add provisions to their city laws. These provisions allowed groups of up to 20 foreigners to freely enter the city, protected foreign women from enslavement once they were married to Babylonian husbands. Now, the population of Babylonia has always been diverse in terms of ethnicity, even since the most ancient of the ancient times, and there was constant communication between those towns and city centers. But each city had a substantial population of non-native residents. This unrestricted exchange of communication certainly would have led to the convergence of cultural practices. However, it was Hammurabi's exceptional intellect that allowed him to establish Babylon as his capital city and unite his extensive empire through a consistent legal framework. Now, during the era of Hammurabi, the law of the code had largely eliminated all remnants of the smaller tribal customs. The absence of self-help, blood feud, and marriage by capture was at this time mandated by state law. However, primordial elements such as a code of family solidarity, district responsibility, and the principle of lex talionis still persisted. Now, the monarch was a compassionate ruler, readily available to all of his subjects, capable and eager to defend the vulnerable against the most powerful of oppressor. But the authority of the monarch, however, is limited to granting pardons only after personal animosity had been resolved. Judges were also closely monitored, and the option to appeal was also permitted. Now, the entire country was encompassed by feudal estates, overseen by lords, who exercised control over the levy, police force, and other administrative functions. A conventional postal system also existed, and the Pax Babylonica, that is, the Babylonian peace, was so secure that in general ordinary citizens had very few reservations about traveling in their carriage from Babylon to the Mediterranean shore. Now, the code did not just represent a current social norm or preserve traditional legal principles. Indeed, over the course of many centuries, a consistent adherence to the law and a tendency to engage in legal disputes had resulted in the accumulation of extensive collections of past legal actions and court rulings in the archives of each city's temple. Furthermore, the interaction between cities had led to the adoption of similar customs and practices, albeit tweaked and changed a little bit to suit the specific situations, wants, and needs of each city-state. But it was also the widespread use of writing and the constant reliance on written agreements that additionally altered early traditions and set new precedents. Now, there was also this class system, and the code categorized the entire population into 3 different classes, that being the Avilum, the Mushkanu, and the Ardu. I'll just briefly explain what a few of them are, but don't look at it like how we look at the old Indian caste system. It's a little bit different. Now, the Avilum, as we'll start with, was initially a patrician male member of a privileged family who had a complete legal right and whose birth, marriages, and death were often recorded officially. He possessed aristocratic advantages and duties, including the authority to seek revenge for physical harm. But there's a catch. He was also subject to more severe penalties for criminal offenses and lesser wrongdoings, as well as an increased rate of fees and fines. This class consisted of the king, court, higher officials, professionals, and craftsmen. And over time, the phrase gradually lost its significance, and it became more of a simple, polite title. But in the code, it is used to refer to anyone when their social rank is not really relevant. There was no requirement based on property ownership, and it does not seem to be related to race either. Now, that's generally what the Avilum is. But when it comes to the Mushkanu, that's a little bit more of a challenge. Now, the term in time eventually acquired the connotation of a beggar, and this meaning has been transmitted through Aramaic and Hebrew into other contemporary languages. However, while the code did not necessarily consider the Mushkanu to be impoverished, it is possible that it may have just been a person without land. Although they had freedom, they were obliged to receive financial reparation for physical harm, pay reduced fees and penalties, and they even got away with making fewer contributions to the gods. Now, the scarcity of any mentions to this Mushkanu in current records makes it a little speculative to provide more exact details. Now, in terms of the Ardu, that was more easily to identify. It was basically an enslaved individual, considered the property of their master, and they constituted a significantly large social group. They had the ability to get possessions and even possess other slaves, however, That's right, if you were a slave and you had your own money, you could buy your own slaves to do your job. A little complicated, right? Well, the master was also obliged to provide clothing, food, and medical expenses for the Ardu, but retained all recompense received for any harm caused to him. Typically, his owner would arrange for him to marry a female slave, resulting in their offspring being born into slavery. But the owner would usually provide them with a house, along with a farm or even a little business for them to run, and would only collect an annual rent from them. Alternatively, he may choose to get married, but only to a woman who was not a slave, resulting in their children being born free. And if she brought him a dowry, his owner would have no claim to it. However, upon his death, half of his estate would be inherited by the owner. Now, he also had the option to obtain freedom by buying it from his owner, or the Ardu may be emancipated and devoted to a religious institution, or even adopted, after he transitioned from being a commoner to a noble. Now, slaves were acquired through overseas purchases usually, captured during warfare, or just obtained by reducing free individuals to a state of servitude due to debt or criminal activities. In fact, in ancient times it was very common for slaves to simply run off, so you're best to treat your slaves well. Not saying you should have slaves at all, but you know what I'm saying. Now, in terms of if a slave was caught trying to escape, well, the person who captured them was obligated to return them to their owner. Now, according to the Code of Hammurabi, the owner was required to pay a price of 2 shekels to the captor. It was around 10% of the average wage of a slave, the average value, rather. Now, engaging in the act of detaining or sheltering a slave was subject to the penalty of death. And I do think you'll find that there's a lot of things in the Code of Hammurabi that are subject to the penalty of death, but we'll get to them a little bit later. Now, a slave was marked with an identity symbol that could only be removed through a very difficult surgical procedure. Now, this mark, often considered of the name of the slave's owner, either tattooed or branded onto their arm, was of course very difficult to hide. Of course, it's easy to check if you come across some kind of law enforcement or anyone who wants to check your status of a free or enslaved individual. Thus, in Assyria and its subject provinces, there were, however, numerous serfs that resided on large estates, and these serfs were primarily from subject races, settled prisoners, or former slaves, and they were bound to the land they cultivated, sold together with the estate, but nevertheless they had their own ability to own land and property for themselves. Now, there is minimal evidence of serfs in Babylonia in that sense, unless the Mushkanu is considered one of these serf class. Now, on to more religious matters, in terms of how things would run around temples, because of course that is very central to these old times. Well, generally, the deity associated with a city was believed to have dominion over its territory, consisting of a central area of cultivatable land and a surrounding region for grazing. The inhabitants of the city were seen as the deity's tenants, living on the god's land effectively. Now, the deity had a deputy, and that was the monarch, kind of a step down, not exactly as we think of it in the Egyptian sense. Now, the monarch had long stopped interfering with occupancy and were satisfied with predetermined payments in the form of natural resources, livestock, currency, or labor. Now, speaking of livestock, the state claimed a share of all agricultural produce, and that includes crops, livestock as well. Royal messengers also had the authority to requisition property, issuing receipts as proof. Fortunately, we've got a lot of them written down due to cuneiform being quite easy to keep for a long period of time scratched onto those clay tablets. And cities imposed their own taxes, such as duties, customs fees, ferry charges, highway tolls, and even water prices, which is of course quite important and sometimes scarce. Now, this being said, the king did not own all the land, but he did have his own estates, along with personal possessions and the taxes that he had collected from the populace. High-ranking officials were granted endowments, including official houses, in return for personal services to the king. These lands, known as fiefs, were inalienable. They couldn't be sold, they could not be pledged, rented, or diminished in any way. Now, if the fief holder was called abroad, they could appoint a competent son to take over, and if by some chance they had no suitable son available, the state appointed a temporary replacement, while the wife received a portion of the resources for her sustenance and that of her children. Now, temples, of course, played their crucial role in society, as they always do, and continue to in our modern world, to varying extents across the globe, of course. But they also generated revenue from properties, tithes, and regular payments, as well as the usual offerings and sacrifices. These offerings included various natural resources, even just straight-up cash, throwing those little coins and all the rest into it, also with durable goods. Large temples were staffed with numerous officials and servants. Initially, each town may have revolved around a single temple as a single deity too, where each household had the right to serve and share in its earnings, and this was also written into the code. You got a little bit of a cut. Everybody was in it together after all. Well, unfortunately, as the towns grew, the privilege of visiting a specific shrine became a kind of ownership that could be collateralized, leased, or even divided among family members, but it could not be transferred to others. Well, despite these obligations, temples served as significant repositories for grain and other goods, and they also housed the city's archives. But temples also had duties of their own, no slacking about, of course, such as providing ransom for citizens captured by enemy forces. After all, they're the ones with the money, and when things hit the fan, well, generally, the temple was asked, or rather told, to give back to the community. Kind of an emergency fund. You imagine if it all worked like that today. If times got really tough, you can just march into your church and say, I can't afford my rent, or I can't afford food, you're putting on a big barbecue for all of us tomorrow night, and there will be takeaway. See you then. It's not a bad idea. Well, they also supported these impoverished farmers by providing interest-free loans for seeds, grains, or even just supplies in general, but the farmers were expected to repay these promptly, especially when that first harvest came. Now, in terms of the king's authority over the temple, it was not possessive, but rather managerial. He may take a loan from it, but he will repay it in the same way as other borrowers. You don't get away with just taking money from the coffers just because you're the king. The tithe appears to have been sent as payment owed to the deity for the use of his land, and of course the king was on that land too. But it is uncertain whether all lands paid tithe, as it is possible that only those with a previous affiliation to the temple did so. Now, in terms of property, the code acknowledges various methods of transferring ownership of property, and is quite advanced for its time. Remember, we're talking almost 3,500 years ago to 4,000 years ago. It's really quite impressive. In terms of the methods of the transfer of ownership, we have sale, lease, barter, gift, dedication, deposit, loan, or pledge, all of which had very extensive contractual arrangements. A sale refers, of course, to the transfer of ownership of a purchased item, such as real estate, in exchange for monetary recompense. This transfer is typically represented by a staff, key, or deed of conveyance, and receipts are provided for both payment and the item. If credit was extended, it was regarded as a debt and obtained as a loan from the seller, with the expectation that the buyer would repay it and provide a bond as collateral. Now, the Code of Hammurabi also emphasized the importance of proper documentation and witness testimony to support any claims, and that is particularly in transactions and property disputes. After all, there's a lot on the line when you're buying and selling a home. Contracts and receipts were crucial for verifying ownership, and failure to produce these documents could result in severe penalties, including accusations of theft, and if it was really bad, they might even kill you. Oh, I know that sounds a little bit harsh, but, well, that's just the way it was. Well, just for example, purchasing property from a minor or a slave without proper documentation could lead to capital punishment, and buyers of stolen property were required to provide their purchase to avoid being held responsible for the theft. So it's best you have all of your paperwork in order. Now, in cases where a buyer purchased a slave or property that was later found to have been unlawfully acquired, they were required to return the property to its rightful owner, and they did not get any compensation. Specific provisions allowed buyers to reject slaves who were found to be sick or unfit within a certain period. A sale could be annulled if there were issues with the title, or even hidden liabilities. Now, in terms of agricultural practices, they were heavily regulated too, with landowners often leasing their land to tenants or farmers. The tenant was responsible for maintaining the land, ensuring proper cultivation, and producing an average yield. Now, if a harvest did fail, the tenant was required to reimburse the landowner. In cases of unintentional loss, tenants were still responsible for the land, and both parties would share losses according to their profit-sharing agreement. The code also allowed for barren land to be rented for restorative purposes, with tenants exempt from paying rent, at least for an initial period while they got the ball rolling. Now, in terms of housing leases, while we're talking about rents and all the rest, they were typically annual, and the rent was paid in advance. Tenants were also responsible for maintaining the property. Now, woodwork was generally removable, allowing tenants to take their belongings with them. If a landlord reclaimed the property before the lease term ended, they were required to refund part of the rent. Land could also be leased for construction purposes, with tenants exempt from rent for several years, after which the building would become the property of the landlord. Now, although there were many slaves, there was still a frequent need for hired labor, and in particular during the times of harvest, where labor was the most important. Now, this was a contractual issue, where the employer, who typically paid in advance, may request collateral as a guarantee for the completion of the task. Cattle were employed for tasks such as plowing, operating irrigation machinery, transporting goods, and threshing. The code established a legally mandated salary for individuals who were engaged in sowing, driving oxen, working in the fields, and renting oxen, donkeys, and other similar animals, and you had to pay the minimum amount. Otherwise you'd get in all sorts of trouble. And speaking of these animal commodities, there were of course numerous groups of animals, both herds and flocks. Now the flocks were entrusted to a shepherd, who issued a receipt for them and led them to graze. The code determined his salary too. He had a duty of ensuring proper care and restitution of livestock, namely replacing an ox with another ox and a sheep with another sheep, and ensuring their satisfactory breeding. Any fraudulent utilization of the flock necessitated a restitution that was 10 times the amount, while any loss resulting from illness or predatory animals was the responsibility of the owner. The shepherd fully compensated for any losses resulting from his own negligence, of course, if he admitted to it being his own negligence. If he did let the flock to graze on a field of crops, he was required to compensate for damages 4 times the value. If he allowed them to trample on standing crops when they should have been confined, he had to pay 12 times. Payment in kind was also prevalent in business, although contracts typically included cash and specified the expected currency. And yes, they did have different currencies. So think about Assyrian, Carchemish, Larsa, and of course Babylon. There were a few others. Now, according to the code, it was required that a debtor be permitted to make payment in agricultural products based on a predetermined scale that was set by law. If a debtor possesses neither monetary funds nor agricultural produce, the creditor was then obliged to refrain from declining items as a form of payment. The code explicitly prohibited the seizure of a debtor's grain, and not only was the creditor required to return it, but their unlawful behavior also resulted in the complete forfeiture of their claim. A seizure without proper justification for the sake of collecting debt was also penalized, as was the act of seizing a working ox to satisfy a debt. Now, in the event that a person who owes money was apprehended, they had the option to designate their wife, child, or a slave as a hostage to fulfill the debt through labor. Which is, of course, horrible. Could you imagine? Well, the creditor had the legal right to retain a wife or child as a municipium for a maximum period of 3 years. If the mancipium died of natural causes while under the ownership of the creditor, no legal action could be taken against the creditor. However, if the creditor was responsible for the death due to cruelty, they were required to provide a son as compensation, or pay for a replacement slave. The individual had the ability to trade a captive individual, but was unable to trade a female captive who had given birth to her owner's child. In this case, the owner was required to buy her freedom. In addition to that, the debtor had the option to use his property as collateral, commonly pledging a field, house, or crop in contractual agreements. According to the code, it was also required that the debtor personally harvest the crop and use its proceeds to repay the creditor. In the event of a crop failure, payment was postponed, and no interest may be levied for that particular year. In the event that the debtor did not personally tend to the field, they were required to compensate for its cultivation. However, if the field was already being cultivated, the debtor was obliged to harvest it themselves and settle their obligation using the resulting produce. Failure to obtain a crop would not nullify the cultivator's contract. Now, frequently, pledges were established in cases when the inherent worth of an item matched the value of an obligation. However, antiquatic promise was more prevalent, where, that being the earnings from the pledge, were used to offset an interest on a debt. It is possible for a debtor to use their entire property as security to repay a debt without the creditor physically receiving any of it. In Babylon, it was common for debtors to provide personal guarantees, which ensured that they would return their debts, or the guarantor would become accountable for the loan. Trade, of course, was highly extensive. A typical practice involved a merchant delegating his products or money by a mobile agent, who would then search for a suitable market to sell the commodities. The caravans ventured very much beyond the boundaries of the empire. Well, of course, you couldn't just show up and buy and sell without any records. The code explicitly required that agents meticulously record and provide receipts for every single item they received, with unrecorded items ineligible for claims. They were also obligated to repay double the amount received regardless of profit. If profits were low, the agent had to make up the shortfall, but he was not held accountable for losses due to theft or extortion during travel. Now, upon the agent's return, the lending merchant was required to issue a receipt for the goods. Any fraudulent entry or claim resulted in the agent being penalized threefold, while the lending merchant faced a sixfold penalty. Profits were also typically divided according to the contract, often equally. Of course, caravans were heavily involved in forwarding, where agents received goods in advance. The carrier issued a receipt, assumed full responsibility, and required a receipt upon delivery. And we have thousands of these, by the way. They're all over the place, which is a good and bad thing. Good because we have thousands and thousands of clay tablets that have been preserved. Bad because most of them are extremely boring. Well, cost of doing business, I suppose. Well, if they fail to fulfill the obligation of providing receipts upon delivery, well, they also had a penalty of 5 times the amount owed, and payment was usually made up front. Now, in terms of storage costs, especially for grain, well, they were set at 1/60th, and the warehouse manager was liable for discrepancies, forcing him to pay double for any losses, but only if a witnessed receipt had been provided. Waterborne transport on the Euphrates River and the canal system was of course vital from a very early stage, with vessels contracted for transporting various goods. The code set fixed prices for shipbuilding and required a 1-year seaworthiness guarantee. The ship captain was responsible for both the cargo and the vessel itself, and had to compensate for any losses, even paying a fine if the ship was refloated after sinking. In collisions, the moving boat was held liable for damages, in terms of next to the stationary one. The code also regulated sales of alcohol, which they did have back then. Alcohol was a lot older than you may think. It set the prices for beer and prohibited tavern keepers, typically women by the way, from engaging in disorderly conduct or treasonous gatherings, with violations punishable by death. Tavern keepers were also required to report wrongdoers to the authority, which, if we have this written in the Code of Hammurabi, it implies that there was a well-organized police system. So there's that too. Now what about banking practices? Well, they included payment by banker or written drafts against deposits, with negotiable bonds for payments. Temples or wealthy landowners rarely charged interest on urgent advances, possibly linked to the earlier Matea system, where borrowers might have been land occupants, etc. But there were some instances of high interest rates ranging from 20 to 30%, which were applied to delinquent loans, and particularly in business dealings. Now, marriage was something that functioned as a transaction of its own, primarily an agreement for two individuals to become a single unit. Typically arranged by families, the groom's father provided the bride price, which the suitor ceremonially offered to the bride's father along with other gifts. The bride price was then transferred to the bride upon marriage and returned to the groom, along with her dowry, which represented her share of the family's wealth. The bride price, of course, varied significantly, mainly based on social status, which always exceeded the value of a slave. If the father accepted the suitor's gifts, but did not deliver his daughter, he was obligated to return everything. If a marriage contract was broken due to slander by the suitor's friend or an acquaintance, the bride price had to be refunded, and the slanderer was prohibited from marrying. Conversely, if the suitor withdrew from the marriage after giving the gifts, he had effectively forfeited them, so no getting cold feet. Now, the dowry may encompass immovable property, but often comprised personal belongings and domestic furnishings. The ownership of the property stayed with the woman during her lifetime. If she had children, they would inherit the property. If she did not have any children, the property would go back to her family. In this case, the husband had the option to subtract the bride price from the property, if it had not been given to the wife, or restore it if it had been. Now, in terms of a marriage ceremony, well, that involved the bridegroom accepting the bride by joining hands and reciting a formula of acceptance, such as, "I will provide you with wealth and prosperity.
You will be my wife, I will be your husband. And the wife, something along the lines of, I will provide you children, and I will help you with all the domestic duties, this sort of thing. Doing the vows, of course. Now, the ceremony, however, must be conducted by an individual who was neither enslaved or in any sort of bondage. A freed man had to be witness. The marriage contract, which was esteemed essential by the code, determined the status of the woman as a wife. It typically outlined the repercussions that each party would face if they chose to eventually reject the other. Now, additionally, restrictions may include the expectation that the wife fulfills the role of maidservant to her mother-in-law or to a first wife. Now, the married pair functioned as a unified entity when it came to external obligations, particularly in regards to debt. The man was liable for both his own debts and those incurred by his wife, even before the marriage. I can see how that could become a bit of a problem. I hope there's full disclosure. However, the husband did have the ability to utilize her as collateral. Remember how I explained before that you could give up a wife or a slave or a child if you got into a little bit of trouble? Well, hopefully it never came to that. I'm sure it did plenty of times. A little bit rude, though, don't you think? Well, consequently, the code permitted the inclusion of a condition in the marriage agreement, stating that the wife would not be held liable for her husband's debt prior to marriage. So you couldn't get yourself into debt, then go and marry someone without telling her about the debt, and then simply throw her to your debtor as collateral. You couldn't get away with that. Obviously, it had happened at least one time, because they had to make a law about it. So somebody had the nefarious idea of doing it. Now, it could also be written into marriage contracts, explicitly stated that the husband could not be responsible for the wife's debt prior to marriage, and that both spouses would be jointly responsible for any debts incurred after marriage, regardless of a separation. Now, a man had the option to establish a settlement for his wife by deed or gift, granting her a limited stake in the portion of his property. Or he may also retain the right for her to pass it on to a favored child. But the husband also had the choice to get a divorce, but he was required to return the dowry if this occurred. Additionally, if the wife had given birth to children, she would have custody of them. Subsequently, he was required to allocate to her the revenue generated from the property, together with the necessary resources to sustain herself and their children until they reached adulthood. She also received an equal portion of the allowance with the children, and apparently in his fortune upon death, and had the freedom to remarry. In the absence of children, the man would give back the dowry to the woman and compensate her with an amount equal to the bride price, or 1 mina of silver if no bride price had been established. The latter refers to the typical penalty specified in the contract for his rejection of her. But if the husband could demonstrate that his wife had been an inadequate spouse, the code permitted him to divorce her, retaining custody of the children and the dowry. Alternatively, he had the option to, demote her to the status of a servant within his own household, ensuring her provision of food and clothing.
which sounds pretty terrible, but, well, it's just the way it is. The wife also had the option to initiate legal proceedings against her husband on grounds of cruelty and neglect, and if she successfully substantiates those claims, she can receive a judicial separation and also retain her dowry. And she's taken the kids, I assume. But the man did not receive any additional form of punishment. If she failed to substantiate her case, yet was proven to be an inadequate spouse, however, she was subject to drowning. So you better have very good proof. Now, in the event that a husband is absent due to circumstances beyond his control, such as being conscripted into a war, the wife may actually choose to live with another man. However, it's important for her to reunite with her husband once he does get back, and any children from the second relationship would remain with their biological father. If she received financial support, any violation of the marriage bond would be considered adultery. The marriage was terminated without any consequence for the wife due to deliberate abandonment or voluntary absence of the husband. If he came back, she was neither obligated nor allowed to go back to him. Now, in terms of relationships in general, monogamy was pretty much the norm. Now, if a wife was childless, she could offer her maid to bear children, and they would be considered hers in the eyes of the law, though practically they would be somebody else's children. The wife retained control over the maid, who could be demoted to slavery for insolence, but she could not be sold if she had borne children for the wife. If the wife provided a maid, the husband could not take a concubine. If she did not, he was permitted to do so. Now, a concubine was kind of like a second wife, a co-wife, I suppose, albeit of lower status, and the first wife had no legal authority over her. Concubines were free women, by the way, not slaves, and they were often given a dowry, and their children were also legitimate heirs. They could only be divorced under the same conditions as a wife. Temple priests, though they weren't supposed to have children, could get married, and their wives might also provide a maid to bear children. Free women were also allowed to marry slaves, and their children would be free. Upon the slave's death, the wife would take her dowry and half of her couple's acquisitions, with the other half going to the master as the slave's heir. But adoption was also a common practice, particularly when parents were unable to have children, or when their children had grown up and got families of their own. But adopted children were expected to provide for their adoptive parents in old age, explicitly stated in the code, by the way, and this arrangement was formalized through a contract that detailed the obligations and expectations of both parties. If the parents had legitimate children, these children often agreed to relinquish their inheritance rights, sometimes even transferring property to the adopted child to avoid responsibility of caring for the parents. If the adopted child failed to fulfill their duties, the adoption contract could be nullified by the courts. Slaves were also frequently adopted, but if they disobeyed their adoptive families, they could simply be returned back to slavery. Adoption required the consent of the biological parents, who would legally transfer their rights to the adoptive parents, and with that sever all connections, However, certain individuals, such as vestals, palace officials, and slaves, had no rights to their children and could not contest adoptions. Orphans and illegitimate children also lacked guardians to object to their adoption. The law harshly punished ingratitude from adopted children. For example, an adopted child who returned to their biological parents could actually have their eye removed. Didn't see that coming. And the one who denied their adoptive parents could also lose their tongue. Pretty harsh, isn't it? Well, adopted children had the right to inherit their adoptive parents' estate, and could even be designated as the eldest son, which typically made them the primary beneficiary. Upon the father's death, all legitimate children were entitled to an equal share of the inheritance. Provisions were made for unmarried sons who might receive a bride price, and for daughters who might receive a dowry. The father could also bequeath land to favored children. While the eldest son did not have automatic inheritance rights, he often served as executor, ensuring an equitable distribution of the estate, sometimes contributing from his own share. But of course, in ancient times, a father had the complete freedom to disinherit his son without any limitations. However, the code, once that came in, required the approval of a court, and that too only in cases of persistent disrespectful behavior by the son towards his father. He had to be a very, very naughty boy, throwing parties while dad's off fighting the Sumerians and all the rest. That sort of thing. Smoking behind the grain silos. Now that's... that will get you disinherited. Oh, for sure. Now, but of course it could be the other way around too. You see, in the ancient times, before the code, if a son disowned his father, he would have his frontal hair cut and be marked as a slave, which made him eligible for sale. Similarly, if a son disowned his mother, he would have his frontal hair cut too, be publicly paraded around the city as a warning, and be banished from the household. But he would not be reduced to the status of a slave. Now, while we're on the topic of people being very naughty and doing things they're not meant to do, adultery was met with capital punishment for both individuals. And it was drowning. That was the punishment. However, if the husband chose to forgive his wife, the king had the authority to grant clemency to the lover. In cases of incestuous relationships between a mother and son, both individuals were subjected to death by burning. If the incestuous relationship involved a stepmother, the man was disinherited. In the case of a relationship with a daughter, the man was banished. If an incestuous relationship involved a daughter-in-law, the punishment was drowning. Lastly, if the man engaged in a relationship with his son's fiancée, he got off with a fine. That being, well, a bit of an awkward conversation with your son when you go home, I'm afraid. Now, a woman who caused her husband's death for the sake of her lover was publicly executed and displayed on a gibbet. Now, the code also introduced that unique extension of lex talionis, that punishment of equal for equal, such as punishing a creditor's son if the creditor caused the death of a debtor's son. Contracts, particularly marriage contracts, specified death by various means for a wife's repudiation of her husband, exile was imposed for incest with a daughter, disinheritance for incest with a stepmother, and severe corporal punishment for a brutal assault on a superior. Branding was also used as a penalty for slander, and corrupt judges were permanently deprived of office. But really, fines were the most common punishments, especially for injuries, property damages, or breaches of contract, often involving multiple restitutions. But the code also recognized intent, imposing lighter penalties for unintentional harm. However, carelessness was harshly punished, such as cutting off of a physician's hand for causing the patient's death, or executing a builder whose poor workmanship led to fatal accidents. Evidence was, however, paramount, with a requirement that the criminal be caught in the act, and witness played crucial roles in the trials. In terms of lawsuits, pleas were drafted in writing, and cases involving life and death were tried by a panel of judges and elders. False witnesses, well, they faced the same penalty that the accused would have received if convicted. In cases of doubt, ordeals such as the river ordeal were used to determine guilt. Court decisions were documented, sealed, and witnessed, with copies given to the parties and stored in archives. Appeals to the king were permitted, with Babylon's judges acting as a higher court. Immoral acts not prosecuted in court were also condemned in the omen tablets, with warnings of divine retribution for offenders. How divine will the retribution be? Well, I'm sure they'll find out once they meet whatever gods await them. In the May of 334 BC, during Alexander the Great's campaign against the Persian Empire, he scored his first major victory at the Battle of the Granicus, a conflict that occurred in northwest Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, close to the Granicus River. Positioned along the steep river banks, the Persian forces, commanded by local satraps and generals, presented a formidable challenge to the young general, owing to the difficult terrain. Crossing the river and charging straight at the Persian commanders was an act of bold leadership and tactical genius under pressure on the part of Alexander. The Macedonian cavalry and infantry were able to gain a foothold on the opposite bank, despite the difficult crossing and initial heavy resistance, thanks to the Persian battle line being disrupted by their aggressive approach. Eventually, the Persian line collapsed, and Alexander's forces swiftly gained the upper hand. Politically and militarily, the triumph was pivotal, as it cemented Alexander's position within his own army, and deterred any potential alliances between Persian and Greek states in the future. With the victory, the stage was set for Alexander's rapid and extensive conquest of the region, now that the gates of Asia Minor had been flung open before him. Welcome to the channel, everyone. To the newcomers, nice to meet you. To those returning, good to see you again. Off we go on another adventure, this time all the way back into the time of Alexander the Great. Those who want to support the channel are already doing so. Just enjoy it. Have a laugh sometimes and learn something. Get nice and relaxed. Like and subscribe also helps the algorithm, and there's a few links in the description if you feel inclined. But, most importantly, let's all get ready for a long one again. Take a seat, or busy yourself with whatever you want to do. We're about to begin. Following the victory in Carrhae in 338 BC, King Philip II of Macedon coerced the majority of the Greek states into joining what was known as the Hellenic League, a military alliance. You see, in 480 BC, the Persians had invaded Greece again, and this time they wanted revenge, so that they went to war with the Achaemenid Empire. He began making preparations for war after successfully persuading the other Greek states to elect him as the leader of the Hellenic League. Meanwhile, the Achaemenid Empire, also known as the Persian Empire, had been in shambles ever since King Artaxerxes III was assassinated in 338 BC. This led to Egypt's second succession from the empire, which was a major issue. No one wants to lose Egypt. It's a good one to have on your team, particularly because of all the crops that grow along the Nile River. You get a little bit hungry when Egypt leaves the party in ancient times. Well, there was no Persian army of any size in Asia Minor at the time, and no one even anticipated that the Persian fleet would soon be in the Aegean Sea. Philip probably intended to take advantage of the imperial anarchy, but his army was not prepared to invade Asia Minor on a massive scale, at least not just yet. And this is why he most likely dispatched a more manageable portion of the army, not fully committing. Well, he sent thousands of Macedonian soldiers on an expedition to the western coast of Asia Minor in the spring of 336 BC. This advance guard was probably sent out with orders to seize as much ground as possible, or, short of that, to lay the groundwork for a bridgehead across the Hellespont from Asia to help the main army cross later when it needed to. Now, in comes one of the main characters. Parmenion, Philip's finest general, was probably in charge of the advance guard, while Attalus serving as his deputy. At first, the campaign was fruitful. The Macedonians peacefully captured numerous Greek cities in Western Asia Minor, very little resistance, walking straight in. But suddenly, in the year 336, everything changed. It was in the October of that year that Philip was assassinated. Alexander III, who succeeded his father Philip, had to quell the multiple uprisings in Greece and the Balkans before he could restore Macedonian rule. Thus the operations in Asia Minor were diverted from his attention by this. At the same time, in the fall of 336 BC, Darius III succeeded to the title of Great King of the Achaemenid Empire. He restored order to the empire, and upon doing so, made plans for a retaliatory attack against the Macedonian expedition. This town is not big enough for the both of us. One can only imagine. Well, of course, deep-seated anxieties between the Persians and the Greeks, and, as extension, Macedonians too. Well, the Egyptian uprising, which occurred between the last days of 336 and the beginning of 335, was Darius's top priority, and until it was put down, nothing could really be done further north After this, he dispatched Memnon of Rhodes to lead a group of Greek mercenaries, infantry fighting as hoplites, to Asia Minor. Memnon likely vanquished a Macedonian army in the early spring of 335 at Magnesia, or on the Meander, or ad Sipylum. In the same year, in the Troad, a Persian army, perhaps led by a satrap or a few different satraps, routed yet another Macedonian force. With the exception of Abydos and maybe Rhoetium, the expeditionary force lost control of the majority of Greek cities by the end of 335. In the early spring of 334, after quelling the uprisings in Greece and the Balkans, Alexander decided to march his army to the Hellespont. About 32,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry made up the force. 20 days later, he reached Sestus, withdrew his army, and prepared to cross the Hellespont. Alexander led the remaining infantrymen from Eleus across the sea to land near Carrhae, where the bulk of the army was marched from Sestus to Abydos in Asia Minor. Arispa, Percote, Lampsacus, Colonae, and Hermotus were among the places he passed after Ilium, a tour of all of the great sites of Asia Minor at the time. One can only imagine being a soldier in Alexander's army, that excitement of going out to see the world, albeit with a little bit of naivety. I suppose when you're that young, you don't think of the risks. Well, if you're going to be in anyone's army, you may as well be in Alexander's. You have a pretty damn good chance of winning. Well, Darius, he would have known where Alexander was going, at least for a while, perhaps even before the invasion army departed from Macedon. You see, the great king of Persia was still unconcerned about it, though, and delegated the defense of Asia Minor to his satraps. After all, how far could one Macedonian general get? Well, the possible causes for this include Alexander's perceived lack of experience as an overseas commander, and the relatively easy retreat of the Macedonian expeditionary force the year before, who gave up without much of a fight. Hearing of Alexander's crossing, the Persian satraps and commanders assembled their armies and camped near Zeleia. Now, Hellespontine Phrygia's satrap Aristes is believed to be in overall command, because the enemy had invaded his territory, even though ancient historians don't specifically name a Persian commander-in-chief, so we're led to decide on the most likely scenario. Grains of salt, please. Now, at Zeleia, the Persians convened a council to review the situation and decide on the best course of action. And here we do have our sources of the time, Arrian and Diodorus Siculus, who assert that Memnon counseled the Persians against engaging in open combat with the Macedonians. He deduced that the Macedonian infantry was more formidable than theirs, and that Alexander was physically present, but Darius was nowhere to be found. In order to prevent Alexander from continuing his campaign with proper supplies, he suggested a scorched earth strategy. Burn the farms, burn it all. The granaries too. We can't have the Macedonian soldiers looting and eating the food that is grown on our soil, can't we? Well, to safeguard their subjects' property, Arcides and the other Persians, remember that Arcides is the Hellespontine Phrygia's satrap and the commander. Arcides and the other Persians disregarded Memnon's advice. They weren't too keen to just burn everything down that quickly. In addition, they had perceived that Memnon was plotting to keep the war going, in hopes of making himself a golden boy in the eyes of Darius. There has been parallels drawn between the wise counsel offered by the Greeks to the Persians in Herodotus's work and Memnon's words of wisdom. According to Herodotus, the Persians were mocked because they suffered misfortune after rejecting such advice, and this is why it is implied that Arrian and Diodorus concocted Memnon's counsel. Although the debate may have transpired as depicted, some maintain that the significance of Memnon's advice was exaggerated, since the objective of gathering was not to discuss strategy. The council at Zelea probably did not discuss war strategy, but rather the tactics of the approaching battle, because Darius had probably already ordered his satraps to engage Alexander's army anyway. Regardless, following the council, the Persian forces positioned themselves on the eastern bank of the Granicus River, patiently awaiting the Macedonian assault. According to Arrian, Alexander received word from his scouts about the whereabouts of the Persians as he advanced towards the Granicus. He organized his army into battle formation. If the army could not cross the river with its extended front, Parmenion feared, it would have to cross in column, destroying its battle formation. He told Alexander that tenting on the western bank and making an uncontested crossing tomorrow at dawn would be better than leaving the army exposed to a Persian attack, but not wanting to waste any time, Alexander gave the order to launch the assault right away. This pattern of Parmenion and Alexander debating tactics and strategy appears again and again in the works of the ancient historians. Parmenion comes across as cautious in these exchanges, while Alexander is portrayed as more daring. Every time that the old general advises Alexander against doing something rash, Alexander seems to ignore him and just goes on to accomplish his own daring plan. Perhaps Callisthenes first used this motives in his writings to highlight Alexander's bravery. Well, either way, historians have therefore speculated that the conversation may have been an invention, kind of a play on the personalities. Makes for an interesting story, but it's not too far-fetched. You'll find less believable things in the works of the ancient historians, especially their estimates on numbers, that's for sure. Now, according to the Gregorian calendar, May was the month of Dicios in Macedonia when the battle took place, and some Macedonians expressed their unwillingness to fight prior to the battle, citing the religious tradition that forbade them from engaging in combat during the month of Nisan. This was resolved when Alexander proclaimed that this month should be counted as a second Artemision, and there was no taboo on warfare in that month, which came before Dicios. Well, today, The Granicus is known as the Biga River. It has long been believed to be the site where the battle occurred at a ford or even downstream on the Biga River, or perhaps above the river's confluence with the one that flows through Gumasque. The idea that the Biga River might have flowed eastward in its valley during the battle was put forward more recently by N.G. Hammond. But there is still modern-day evidence of an ancient riverbed there, and according to the ancient chroniclers, the Persians stationed their Greek mercenary infantry along a continuous ridge. Hammond has positioned the ford between the modern villages of Gumasque and Sesmelti due to the fact that the ridge has only one potential candidate. Scholarship that came after the battle corroborated this theory, although the ancient historians stressed the difficulty of fording the river, in contrast to contemporary accounts that the river is not that difficult to cross. But then again, anything's difficult to cross wearing all that armor. Of course, it is possible that the ancient historians embellished Alexander's achievements just a little bit to give the impression that they were more significant, which personally I don't think they really needed to. They were significant enough as it is, without any embellishment. Well, I suppose I wasn't there, so. Now, let's talk a little bit about the army of Macedon. Well, infantry units made up the bulk of it, of course. In fact, there were 12,000 heavy infantry, among whom were the foot companions and a smaller number of elite hypaspists. There were 1,000 light infantrymen too, including archers and the best Agrianian javelin men. A total of 1,800 elite companion cavalry, 1,800 cavalry from Thessaly, and 600 cavalry from Greek allies made up the heavy equestrian contingent, and there were a total of 900 light cavalrymen, including Paeonians and Thracians. Though he had marched to the Granicus without them, Alexander likewise possessed Greek allied and mercenary infantry, just in case. Thus there was a grand total of about 18,100 men in Alexander's army, that once again being 12,000 heavy infantry, 1,000 light infantry, and 5,100 cavalry. Moving from right to left, Alexander assigned Philotas command of 7 of his 8 squadrons of companion cavalry, the archers, and the Agrianians. The Agrianians were probably positioned in front of the companion cavalry, because they typically fought alongside them. Their flank was occupied by the Prodromoi, the Paeonian cavalry, and the 8th squadron of the companion cavalry, commanded by Socrates. Amintas, son of Archebeos, was in charge of these 3-horse units as a whole. They were followed by Nicanor's hypaspists, who stood guard on the right flank of the foot companions adjacent to them. Perdiccas, Coenus, Crateros, Amintas, Philip, and Meleager were the 6 foot companions under the command of Andromenes' son. The Thracians' cavalry, led by Agathon, stood to Meleager's left of his foot companions. The Greek cavalry assigned to Philip, son of Menelaus, was stationed adjacent to them. On the far left, there was Callas's Thessalian cavalry, and Parmenion was assigned the general command of Philip and Meleager's foot companions, as well as the cavalry on the left flank. On the right side of the army, Alexander had the remaining troops under his command. But the battle action did not involve the mercenary infantry or Greek allied infantry that had been part of the invasion force. They stayed behind, at least for now. Now, what about the Persian side? Well, we know about that from Arrian, who provides a total of 20,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantrymen, all of whom were paid off Greek mercenaries. You can imagine that they weren't going to fight too hard for the Persians, but money talks. Well, according to Diodorus, we have a little bit of a different account. Remember how I said those ancient sources can blow things out of proportion a little bit? Well, Diodorus claims there was 10,000 cavalry and 100,000 foot soldiers. And if you thought that that was a little out of proportion, another historian, Justin, provides an even more impressive figure of 600,000 in total. Of course, the modern historian Azar Gut says that the Greek accounts greatly exaggerated the size of the Persian Empire's armies. But the empire and the armies were still huge. Well, since they were biased towards nationalism and lacked accurate information, pre-modern writers did this quite a lot. And according to Gut, it is an invariable habit. Well, if you've read through Herodotus, I'm sure you know about that. Well, according to Arrian, N.G.L. Hammond accepts the number of Persian troops. The figures provided by Justin and Diodorus are pretty much considered fictitious, due to the logistical impossibility of fielding such an army. Most historians agree that Diodorus' estimate of 10,000 cavalry is the more credible one. The claim made by Arrian regarding the number and makeup of the Persian infantry has prompted a more in-depth examination, and there are differing opinions on whether the number of 20,000 is indeed correct, especially considering that it encompasses native infantry, who are not even Greek. Well, some have hypothesized that the sparse number of Greek mercenaries may have been the sole infantrymen on the scene. Although Arrian's assertion of 20,000 infantrymen is credible, one modern historian, Christoph Nowotka, does not believe that they were all Greek mercenaries. It would have been extremely rare for the great king of Persia to summon such a huge army without extensive planning and supervision. So, according to his assessment, only a small percentage of the infantry would have consisted of Greek mercenaries, since the Achaemenids had neglected to make such preparations for the battle. So, most of the infantry were small, local units that weren't really all that useful in terms of grand strategy. And there are people who agree with this assessment. In fact, Ernst Badian agrees with Plutarch that non-Greek infantry was part of the Persian army and stationed directly behind the cavalry. He bases this on the fact that both sides' infantry engaged after the Macedonian phalanx crossed the river. The total number of infantrymen, in his opinion, should be around 20,000. Well, according to another modern observer, A.M. Devine, Arrian probably inflated the number of Greek mercenaries for purely propaganda reasons. Besides Diodorus and Polyaenus, he says, no one else writes about Greek mercenaries in Asia Minor during that time. According to Diodorus, there were 5,000 men in Memnon's Greek mercenary group that Darius dispatched to Asia Minor to engage the Macedonian expeditionary force. Polyaenus lists 4,000 as a lesser figure. If the estimate of Diodorus of 10,000 cavalry is credible, and Arrian's assertion that the infantry was composed entirely of Greek mercenaries is indeed correct, then the Persian army probably had about 14 to 15,000 men. Comparatively, Alexander fielded 18,100, which was a vast improvement in both quantity and quality. Now, once again, according to A.M. Devine, the Persians' decision to deploy their cavalry in the forefront and defend a river crossing is a reflection of their inferior force. The rationale behind Alexander's decision to launch a frontal assault there would also be clarified. Similarly, if there had been 20,000 Greek mercenaries instead of 4,000 or 5,000, the subsequent encirclement and slaughter of these men would have been highly improbable. Last, but not least, the small number of casualties for the Macedonians would be consistent with the low estimate for the size of the Persian army. So, was it really that great victory against the overwhelming odds? It doesn't seem so. But hey, it's still a victory. Anyway, along the Granicus banks, the Persians posted their cavalry, with their respective cavalry units, Memnon and Arsames holding the left wing. Arsaces led the Paphlagonian horsemen who were stationed next to them. He was accompanied by Siphratates, who commanded the Hyrcanian horsemen. Cavalry of unknown ethnicity held the center, and 1,000 Median cavalry, 2,000 of them under Rheomithres' command, and 2,000 Bactrian horse made up the right wing. When the Persians saw that Alexander was stationed opposite their left wing, they sent some cavalry to reinforce it. Behind the cavalry, under the command of the Persian Omares, were stationed more Greek mercenaries. Many of the Persian commanders' decisions have come under fire from historians. One of these is the cavalry's deployment on the river bank, which prevented them from charging. The absence of charge tactics by the Persian cavalry during that era explains this. From a distance they would instead approach the enemy formations, launch javelin attacks to disrupt and demoralize. The cavalry would transition to curved swords for close-quarter combat once the formation had become sufficiently disorganized. Historians have also pondered the question of why exactly, after his successes in leading the Greek mercenaries, Memnon was assigned command of a cavalry unit on the front line. The Persian commander's distrust and envy of him could have been a driving factor. Well, being right there on the front line would have made Memnon much easier to command after all. The third grievance from the modern observers is that their infantry are being sent far from the front lines. The Persian commanders may have been motivated by animosity towards the Greek mercenaries who had vanquished the Macedonians at Magnesia the previous years. They could have restored their honor by vanquishing Alexander using only their cavalry. Well, Arrian, Plutarch, and Diodorus are the three ancient historians who presented conflicting versions of the account. Though shorter, Plutarch's narrative is most consistent with Arrian's narrative, with a few minor exceptions. Arrian's account is the longest and most detailed. In contrast to Arrian and Plutarch's accounts, Diodorus Siculus presents a very different picture. Arrian, first, claims that a moment of quiet was observed after the two armies had completed their deployment. Following this, Alexander gave the order for Amyntas, the son of Arrhabaeus, to launch an attack on the Persian left flank. The formation should have consisted of the following: the Paeonian cavalry, the prodromoi, an infantry unit whose composition is a little unclear, and the companion cavalry squadron of Socrates, which is now being led by Ptolemy, the son of Philip. Arrian later clarifies that Alexander's assault followed the retreat of Amyntas's forces, but initially gives the idea that he advanced simultaneously with the rest of the right wing and the infantry. It's possible that Arrian's source did this to give Alexander a more heroic appearance. Volleys of javelins were fired by the Persians in response to the advance of the vanguard. The Persians were defending the higher ground at the top of the bank, and Amyntas's force was greatly outnumbered. The Macedonians were overrun and forced to retreat towards Alexander, who launched an assault with the remnants of the right wing's companion cavalry. The failure of Amyntas's attack, according to A.M. Devine, was not accidental, but rather a trap to force the Persian cavalry to break formation and pursue Amyntas's retreat into the riverbed. If the Persian formation had been disrupted, Alexander himself could have launched a second attack on them. Various versions and readings of Arrian's account of Alexander's cavalry attack have been proposed. While the Persian center has been interpreted by some historians as the target of Arrian's description. According to J.F. Fuller, Alexander led his attack diagonally to the left in order to attack the Persian center from that side. Similarly, according to A.B. Bosworth, this migration was headed leftward towards the Persian center downstream. As they ascended to the eastern bank of the Granicus, the Macedonian forces would have formed up in a wedge formation after initially moving in a diagonal line, which takes quite a lot of coordination, credit where it's due, and adrenaline notwithstanding. Now, according to some, Alexander actually launched an assault on the Persian left flank, and Arrian makes it very evident, according to Ernest Badian, that the Persians had gathered their cavalry on the left flank, and it was precisely this formation that Alexander attacked. As a result, Alexander would have had to have gone in a fairly straight line. It seems he would have stepped onto the riverbed at a very narrow point, leaving his cavalry in a column that would be attacked from the flanks as they climbed the Persian side of the river bank at a wider point. While remaining on the riverbed, Alexander could have avoided this by leading his men to the left, against the flow of the water. He could have made his formation more visible to the Persians as they emerged from the opposite bank if he had have done this. According to N.G. Hammond, the troops were ordered to stay in line as they crossed the Granicus, so they moved upstream to the right, and this would have allowed Alexander's cavalry to largely mimic the Persian cavalry's formation, while avoiding disorderly and column crossings. It was an oblique formation, not just an oblique movement. Well, Alexander and his army fought a fierce battle against the Persians and their commanders, according to Arrian's account. The Macedonians were able to gain the upper hand due to the superior melee effectiveness of their lance the ziston, compared to the Persian javelin. Alexander himself requested a new lance from his servants Aratus after it broke during the combat. Thus Alexander received Demaratus of Corinth's lance, since Aratus had also broken his in combat. Mithridates, Darius' son-in-law, was subsequently observed by Alexander directing a cavalry unit. After charging at him, Alexander slashed him in the throat with the lance. The helmet then shielded Alexander from another Persian nobleman, Rosakes, who struck him with a sword. With a swift thrust to the chest, Alexander vanquished him in turn with the lance. As Mithridates prepared to sneak up on Alexander from behind, Cleitus the Black severed his sword arm, and by this point Alexander's force had been reinforced by the other Macedonian cavalry who had taken up positions on the banks. By this stage of the fight, the Persian cavalry had been driven back by the Macedonian cavalry and light infantry that were scattered among them. It was all starting on Alexander's left flank, according to Arrian, where the Persians were fighting the hardest. Afterwards, the Persian cavalry on either flank fled as the center was breached. After a brief pursuit, Alexander shifted his focus to the Greek mercenaries, who had mostly done, well, pretty much nothing since arriving. The mercenaries were caught off guard by the sudden change of events, and were pursued by the foot companions in the lead and the cavalry in every other direction. Shortly after they were routed, and only a handful managed to flee. Well, that is the account of Arrian. But what about Plutarch? What did he have to say about it? Well, the movements and strategies of the armies really receive rather less attention in Plutarch's accounts. It's just not as detailed. It's primarily devoted to the aristeia of Alexander's personal combat with the Persian leaders. But there are some discrepancies. But generally speaking, the story lines up with Arrian's account, unless we really go into technicalities. But the Persians had infantry and cavalry stationed at the front line, according to Plutarch, just as it was in Arrian's writing. While Alexander's battles with Rosakes and Mithridates were similar, Alexander spearheaded the initial assault on the Persians himself. Crossing the river, the foot companions engaged the Persian infantry as the cavalry battle raged on. Everyone was vanquished after a brief skirmish, with the exception of the Greek mercenaries. They withdrew to a more advantageous vantage point. Alexander was asked to negotiate their surrender, but he declined and chose to attack instead. Most of the Macedonian casualties were caused by the mercenaries' fierce fighting. Well, in terms of Diodorus' account, the armies of Macedon and Persia camped on opposite sides of the Granicus and remained stationary for the remainder of the day. The following day, at first light, Alexander crossed the Granicus without any resistance. After that, the cavalry of both armies charged into the battle. Then, in a slightly different account from Arrian and Plutarch, Diodorus details Alexander's personal combat with the Persian nobles. Following the deaths of numerous Persian commanders and widespread retreats of Persian cavalry, Alexander's opponents were ultimately defeated. As they took flight, the remaining Persian cavalrymen followed suit. and after this, the infantry began fighting, and the Persian infantry quickly lost the battle. Well, in terms of the modern perceptions, Alexander of Macedon, written by historian Peter Green in 1974, offered a solution to the conflict between Diodorus and Arrian's narratives, a middle ground of some sort. Well, Green argues that the river bank was defended by infantry rather than cavalry, and that Alexander's army was obliged to retreat after suffering heavy casualties in their first foray across the river. After reluctantly listening to Parmenion's advice, Alexander forded the river at night in an undefended spot, and on the following day fought the battle. The Persian cavalry arrived at the site of the battle ahead of the slower infantry, and the fighting continued in a fashion similar to that described by Arrian and Plutarch, as the army rushed to the spot of Alexander's crossing. To explain the discrepancy between his story and the ancient records, Green suggests that Alexander later attempted to hide the fact that his crossing had failed. According to Green, Alexander would not be able to accept even a temporary loss due to political considerations. The 2013 reprints preface included Green's admission that he no longer found his theory compelling, and that the inexplicable contradiction still perplexed him. While a number of other historians have sided with Arrian and Plutarch and outright rejected Diodorus's story as false. You see, the Macedonians were known for their seamless coordination of infantry and cavalry, so Diodorus's depiction of a distinct conflict between the two types of troops would have been highly unusual. The Persians probably would have noticed and fought against a Granicus crossing at night or dawn. I mean, it's kind of hard to miss, don't you think? It could have caused the Persian army to withdraw, even if there was another, less obstructed crossing available. That would have meant that Alexander missed out on the chance to swiftly wipe out the lone Persian army stationed in Asia Minor at the time. Even more so than if the Macedonians had have attacked at dawn. The Persians would have fought with the sun in their eyes if they had attacked in the afternoon, and we know they wouldn't have done that, because none of them brought their sunglasses. Now, what about the casualties? Let's get back to being serious for a moment. Arrian reports 115 casualties for the Macedonians. Now, this breaks down to 25 companion cavalry, 60 normal cavalry, and 30 infantry, all of whom were killed in the preliminary attack. The casualties recorded by Plutarch were 34, with 25 being cavalry and 9 infantry. Out of the 120 cavalry killed, 9 were actually infantry according to Justin's account. Now, according to A.M. Divine, the first person cited by Arrian regarding the number of casualties was Ptolemy I, and Ptolemy I was citing Callisthenes. Aristobulus was the source that Plutarch drew from. Since Plutarch's 25 dead are likely the 25 companions that died during the preliminary attack, it appears that he has misinterpreted the information. No one's perfect. Justin's depictions appear to be a muddled-up hybrid of Aristobulus and Ptolemy I. Due to the brief nature of the conflict, A.M. Divine finds Arrian's calculations to be quite plausible. That figure I just cited of 115. Or what about the Persian army? Well, according to the Macedonians, they lost 1,000,000 bajillion gajillion men. No, I'm just joking. Well, countless Persian chieftains met the same fate as the nobles who fought side by side with Alexander. Among the individuals mentioned by Arrian are Niphates, Petenes, Arbopales, who was Darius's brother and Artaxerxes II's son, Pharnaces, Darius's wife's brother, and Omares. After escaping to Phrygia, Arsaces took his life due to the guilt he felt over the loss. Artaxerxes, the satrap of Greater Phrygia, is mentioned as killed by Diodorus. However, he is later mentioned as a casualty at the Battle of Issus. 1,000 Persian cavalrymen were killed and 2,000 Greek mercenaries captured, according to Arrian. Plutarch records a death toll of 2,500 horsemen and 20,000 foot soldiers. 2,000 cavalry and 10,000 infantry were killed, according to Diodorus, and 20,000 men were captured. Well, modern historians such as A.M. Devine finds the death tolls reported by Plutarch and Diodorus, of course, to be absurdly high. He thinks that Arrian's estimates of 2,000 captured Greek mercenaries and 1,000 killed cavalry to be about right. He uses Arrian's number on the mercenaries who were captured to suggest that the other 18,000 were killed, a claim he denies. His assumption that the number of Greek mercenaries was no more than 4,000 to 5,000 suggests that between 2,000 and 3,000 of them may have perished in the slaughter. The sum of these losses amounts to anywhere between 5,000 to 6,000 Persians. Well, what about the aftermath? Well, Macedon received the 2,000 captured Greek mercenaries, and they sent them there to serve as slave laborers. Alexander considered them to have betrayed their fellow Greeks by selling themselves out to the Persians. A fair assessment. Well, this was in direct violation, however, of the Hellenic League Pact, which had mandated that the Greeks fight Persia and not each other. In addition, he sent 300 sets of Persian armor to the Acropolis in Athens as a sacrifice to Athena, and I'm sure Athena was very pleased to receive it. Alexander, son of Philip and all the Greeks, except the Lacedaemonians, presenting this offering from the spoils taken from the barbarians inhabiting Asia. He had an inscription fixed over them to mark the absence from his united Greek army. Alexander the Great had a group of statues called the Granicus monument erected in the Dion temple of Zeus. Bronze sculptures by Lysippus depicted Alexander riding a horse alongside 25 of his comrades who had perished in the first cavalry charge. And after the Fourth Macedonian War in 146 BC, Quintus Caecilius Metellus Macedonius brought this group of statues to Rome and placed them in a portico he constructed beneath the Capitoline Hill. But what about Parmenion? Well, he took control of Dascylium after the Persian garrisons evacuated. Sardis capitulated to Alexander as he marched toward it, and after continuing to Ephesus, he found that its garrison of Greek mercenaries had also evacuated the city. after receiving surrender offers from Magnesia and Tralles, he dispatched Parmenion to those cities. He had Lysimachus restore democracy and dismantle the oligarchies in the city of Aeolis and Ionia that were still under Persian rules, and Miletus fought back when Alexander arrived, so that the city was placed under siege. But what about the Persians? Well, a sizable section of them were actually able to escape, and they fled to Halicarnassus. The casualties on the way were not catastrophic, but of course they had to leave all of the dead behind. But the Achaemenid Empire faced a strategically dangerous conclusion. You see, it was the first time that the citadel of Sardis had fallen, and that an enemy could continue its march without significant obstacles all the way to Halicarnassus. Achaemenid satraps had been vanquished in Asia Minor, and Sardis had been besieged before. So, the Persians now, looking north and contemplating a retreat east, viewed those dark clouds rolling in, and it seemed there was nothing they could do about it. See you at Gaugamela. Elagabalus, also known as Heliogabalus, the Roman emperor who held the throne from 218 to 222 AD. He was widely recognized for his controversial and eccentric behavior. Assuming the throne at a mere age of 14, his short but chaotic reign is infamous for causing religious and social unrest, engaging in scandalous conduct, and indulging in lavish practices. He held the esteemed position of high priest for the sun god Elagabal, but when he ascended to the throne as emperor, he endeavored to usurp Jupiter and put Elagabal on the throne as the principal deity of the Roman pantheon. His rule was characterized by excessive opulence and unpredictability. It is reported that he married and divorced 5 times. He also offered ridiculous amounts of public money for the secret recipe of a distinctive sauce that he liked, and he purportedly filled the palace with live snakes and lions to intimidate his visitors, all in good fun. His extravagant lifestyle included organizing opulent and morally objectionable banquets that greatly surprised and disgusted the Roman nobility. There are even reports of him selling his body within the imperial palace, and in addition to that, he defied the social conventions of Rome by adorning himself with cosmetics and garments typically associated with women. In fact, he went so far to pursue the risky surgical procedure of a gender change. Well, this kind of behavior and the enforcement of his religious changes caused the influential Praetorian Guard, the Senate, and the general population to become distant and disconnected. Due to his complete disregard for Roman religious tradition and the empire's conservative values, he was assassinated by his own guards at the age of 18. Subsequently, his memory was swiftly condemned to oblivion through damnatio memoriae, that is, the removal or changing of statues, also writing you out of history as much as they possibly can. Your memory be damned. Well, the reign of Elagabalus, although very short, certainly was an interesting one. And if you want to learn more about it, if that introduction didn't get you interested already, well, you sure are in the right place. To the newcomers, welcome to the channel, and to those returning, good to have you back. It's going to be an interesting one today. Well, to support the channel, you just need to watch the channel, and the like and subscribe button let other people know that you've enjoyed the content, as YouTube will push it out a bit more. And further to that, there's a few links in the description if you feel inclined. But for now, let's get nice and relaxed. Talk about the life of Elagabalus today. Well, it was either 203 or perhaps early 204 that Elagabalus was born to one Sextus Varius Marcellus and Julia Soaemias Bassiana, who were likely married around the year of 200. Now, his complete birth name, of course his real name was not Elagabalus, was most likely Varius Avitus Bassianus. Now, with that last name seemingly being a cognomen associated with the Emesene dynasty. Well, Marcellus initially held the rank of an equestrian, which is not bad, but he was later promoted to a senatorial position, which is of course better. Julia Soaemias, a relative of the Emperor Caracalla, was rumored to be the mother of Elagabalus, a claim that Soaemias herself later publicly endorsed. Now, the tombstone of Marcellus provides evidence that Elagabalus had a sibling, but unfortunately, there is very little information available. Julia Maesa, the grandmother of Elagabalus, was the widow of Julius Avitus Alexianus, who held the position of consul. So there were certainly a few people within both sides of the family that were in decent positions of power. Well, she was also the sister of Julia Domna, and the sister-in-law of the Emperor Septimius Severus. Elagabalus had other relatives too, of course, namely his aunt Julia Avita Mamea, his uncle Marcus Julius Gessius Marcianus, and their son Severus Alexander. Now, Elagabalus belonged to the Arab Emesene dynasty, and was the high priest of the sun god Elagabal in Emesa, that is, by the way, modern-day Homs in Roman Syria. Well, I suppose it's just Syria now. It was Roman Syria back then. The priesthood of Elagabal was passed down through Elagabalus's family, a hereditary position. Pretty normal. Now, the Latin name of the deity, Elagabalus, is a Latinized adaptation of the Arabic Ilah al-Jabal, derived from Ilah, God, and Jabal, mountain. So, God plus mountain equals God of the mountain, if my mathematics is correct. Thus, the name represents the Emesene manifestation of the old god Baal. Well, the deity was first worshipped in Emesa, but later the cult expanded to other regions of the Roman Empire during the 2nd century, a very exciting time for new religions cropping up. Evidence of this expansion can be seen in a dedication discovered in Woerden, located near the Roman limes in the Netherlands. Subsequently, the deity was brought to Rome and integrated with the solar deity called Sol Indiges. during the Roman Republic period, and later with the more recognizable Sol Invictus in the late 3rd century. But the sun god in Greek, of course. Can you guess his name? Helios. Good job if you got it right. You know, we talk about that word from Greek, the heliocentric model of the universe, this sort of thing. Whenever you hear helio something, it's always to do with the sun. Well, therefore, Elagabalus was later referred to as Heliogabalus, which is a combination of the names Helios and Elagabalus. Once again, quick maths. Well, according to Herodian, Emperor Macrinus effectively dealt with the potential challenge to his rule posed by the family of his murdered predecessor, Caracalla, by banishing them. Of course, Caracalla was, well, he was not quite a very popular emperor either. We'll get to him later, in another video. Julia Maessa, her 2 daughters, and her eldest grandson Elagabalus were sent into exile at their property in Emesa, Syria. And upon reaching Syria, Maessa immediately conspired with her advisor and Elagabalus's tutor, Granicus, to overthrow Macrinus and install the 14-year-old Elagabalus as the emperor. Well, Maessa fomented a rumor, which Soaemias openly endorsed, asserting that Elagabalus was the illegitimate offspring of Caracalla and therefore merited the allegiance of Roman soldiers and senators who had pledged their loyalty to Caracalla. The soldiers of the 3rd Legion, Gallica, stationed in Rafana, who had previously received more favorable treatment under Caracalla and harbored quite a bit of resentment towards Macrinus. Well, they may have been influenced or bribed by Maessa's wealth too to back the assertion, but, well, like I always say, a bit of money to grease the wheels always helps in these sorts of situations. Peel back the layers. You'll always find the deals under the table. On the morning of May 16th, 218, Elagabalus was officially proclaimed emperor by Publius Valerius Comazon, the legion's commander. In order to enhance his credibility, Elagabalus decided to assume the same imperial name as Caracalla, which was Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. According to Cassius Dio, certain officers attempted to maintain the soldiers' allegiance to Macrinus, but it didn't work. Futile efforts, unfortunately. Praetorian prefect Ulpius Julianus retaliated by launching an assault on the 3rd Legion, presumably under the directive of Macrinus, although one source suggests he acted independently prior to Macrinus's awareness of the rebellion. Herodian implies that Macrinus failed to fully grasp the magnitude of the threat and regarded the rebellion as insignificant, a shrug of the shoulders. How far could they really make it? Well, amidst the conflict, the soldiers under Julianus's command assassinated their superiors, and then even they aligned themselves with Elagabalus's troops. And just like that, the ball was rolling. Macrinus requested the Roman Senate condemn Elagabalus as the false Antoninus, and they acquiesced, initiating hostilities against Elagabalus and his kin. Macrinus appointed his son Diadumenian as co-emperor, and endeavored to ensure the allegiance of the Second Legion by offering substantial monetary incentives. At a banquet held in Apamea to commemorate this occasion, a messenger delivered to Macrinus the decapitated head of the vanquished prefect Julianus. Consequently, Macrinus thought it was probably best to withdraw to Antioch, following which the Second Legion transferred its allegiance to Elagabalus too. Not looking good for him, isn't it? Well, on the 8th of June 218, Gannus, leading Elagabalus's legionaries, emerged victorious in the Battle of Antioch against Macrinus, Diadumenian, and their Praetorian Guard. Macrinus's troops lost their formation and scattered after he fled the battlefield. He then attempted to travel to Italy, but he was intercepted in the vicinity of Chalcedon and subsequently executed in Cappadocia. Similarly, Diadumenian was apprehended in Zeugma and similarly put to death. Can't get away with anything anymore, can't you? Well, in that particular month, Elagabalus sent a letter to the Senate, where he assumed the imperial titles without waiting for their approval, thus breaking with tradition, although this was a common practice among emperors in the 3rd century, but, the 3rd century was a little bit different, and certainly was a time where traditions were broken. Well, dispatched to Rome were letters of reconciliation, which offered amnesty to the Senate and acknowledged its laws, while also denouncing the governance of Macrinus and his son. Well, what choice did they have? The senators acquiesced by recognizing Elagabalus as the emperor and validating his assertion of being the child of Caracalla. Elagabalus was appointed as consul in June 218. Both Caracalla and Julia Domna were granted divine status by the Senate, and similarly both Julia Messa and Julia Soemias were promoted to the esteemed rank of Augustae. Additionally, the Senate erased any remembrance of Macrinus. Statues? Gone. See you later. Well, of course, this would happen to Elagabalus too, but, that's for later. Well, Elagabalus's imperial artifacts indicate that he directly succeeded Caracalla. Now, whether this was changed afterwards to fit the narrative or simply discovered, we don't quite know. But it seems that whatever Elagabalus had said, all of it was starting to conveniently show up some form of evidence. Oh, look at this old dusty tablet we just pulled out of the drawer. It has my name on it. See? How convenient. Not making any accusations against our friend Elagabalus. I'm just making observations. Do forgive me. Well, Comazon was designated as the commander of the Praetorian Guard, and you needed a good commander of the Praetorian Guard you could trust, because they killed quite a few emperors themselves once they became impatient with them. Elagabalus was bestowed the title of Pater Patriae by the Senate prior to July the 13th to 18, and on July the 14th he was officially admitted into all Roman priesthoods. That includes the College of Pontiffs, where he was appointed as Pontifex Maximus, the top job. He temporarily resided in Antioch, seemingly to suppress multiple uprisings. Cassius Dio enumerates several events, which historian in modern times Fergus Miller situates before the winter of 218 to 219. Among these accounts, one of them was written by Gellius Maximus, the commander of the 4th Legion, who was subsequently executed. Another was authored by Verus, the commander of the 3rd Legion Gallica, which was dissolved after the rebellion was suppressed. According to Herodian, Elagabalus and his group stayed in Bithynia at Nicomedia during the winter of 218 to 219. They then journeyed through Thrace and Moesia to Italy in the first half of 219, which was the year of Elagabalus's second consulship. According to Herodian, Elagabalus allegedly arranged for a painting of himself to be transported to Rome and displayed above a statue of the goddess Victoria in the Senate House. The purpose of this was to prevent people from being taken aback by his attire, which was influenced by Eastern culture, not the typical get-up for a Roman emperor. But you know, you spend a couple of months in Antioch, you're bound to get used to it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and well, when in Syria, you know how it goes. However, it does remain uncertain whether such a painting truly existed. In fact, Cassius Dio does not make any reference to it. And if the painting was indeed displayed above Victoria, it placed senators in a situation where they appeared to be making offerings to Elagabalus instead of the goddess when they made their religious ceremonies, which of course presents a bit of a problem. And, well, I'm sure Victoria would not be very happy about it either. While en route to Rome, Elagabalus and his allies carried out the execution of several influential backers of Macrinus, including Fabius Agrippinus, the governor of Syria, and Claudius Attalus Patercullianus, the former governor of Thrace. In August or the early September of 219, Elagabalus finally arrived at the imperial capital and performed an adventus, which you've probably seen in the movies. You know, when the emperor comes back, the gates open, everyone lines the streets, throws the rose petals. It's a ceremonial entrance to the city. It's a big event. That is the adventus. Well, in Rome, the majority of the Roman upper class accepted his offer of amnesty, although the jurist Ulpian was forced into exile. Elagabalus appointed Comazon as the Praetorian prefect, and subsequently as consul in 220, and prefect of the city on 3 occasions from 220 to 222. Dio considered this to be a breach of Roman customs. In 220, Elagabalus personally served as a consul for the 3rd consecutive year, and according to Herodian and the Augustan history, he caused dissatisfaction among many people by granting influential positions to his allies, basically rounding up all of his best friends and giving them all the best jobs. Well, we're sure glad that that has never happened again in politics. Spoiler alert, it happens all the time. Well, anyway, he constructed the imperial palace at Horti Spe Veteris by incorporating the adjacent land that he had inherited from his father, Sextus Varius Marcellus. This location was chosen as his preferred getaway, and he constructed it similar to Nero's Domus Aurea project, as an expansive suburban villa consisting of multiple buildings and landscaped areas. It was the highest luxury at the time, the greatest home that one could have imagined. Well, he included the Amphitheatrum Castrense, which he personally built, as well as the Circus Vallianus Hippodrome, showing his intense fascination with circuses and his habit of driving chariots within the villa. He actually competed in chariot races too, and he used the family name Varius. Cassius Dio goes on to assert that Elagabalus expressed a desire to wed a charioteer named Heracles and appoint him as Caesar, similar to his previous intention to marry Gannys and designate him as Caesar. Dio reports that the athlete Aurelius Zoticus had a romantic relationship with Elagabalus and served as his cubicularius, which is a non-administrative position. I'm sure he was very busy. Well, however, according to the Augustan history, Zoticus was not only Elagabalus's husband, but he also held significant political power. Initially, Elagabalus had strong relationships with his mother, Julia Soemias, and grandmother Julia Maesa. They were influential allies right from the start, but Macrinus, along with Elagabalus, declared war on them. Consequently, they were the initial women granted access to the Senate, and each of them obtained senatorial designations. Soemias received the recognized title of Clarissima, while Maesa was given the unconventional title of Mater Castrorum et Senatus, meaning Mother of the Army Camp and of the Senate. Throughout his reign, they exerted significant influence over the young emperor, and their presence can be observed on numerous coins and inscriptions, a distinction rarely bestowed upon Roman women. Well, during Elagabalus's reign, the Roman aurei and denarii experienced a gradual decrease in value, with the silver purity of the denarius dropping from 58 to 46%, and it's a huge drop. However, Antonini coins had a higher metal content compared to the time of Caracalla. Since the rule of Septimius Severus, the veneration of the sun had grown in popularity across the entire empire. In 220, Elagabalus officially designated Elagabal as the principal god of the Roman pantheon, potentially coinciding with the winter solstice. Elagabalus held the official title of Pontifex Maximus, and the full title was quite convoluted. It was highest priest of the unconquered god, the sun Elagabal, supreme pontiff. They've got a full Latin name, but I'll spare you and myself the trouble. It's quite long. Well, the fact that a deity from another country was being worshipped more than Jupiter, with Elagabalus serving as the main priest. You can imagine how well this sat with many Romans. Surprised, at best, disgusted, at worst. And I would say that most people were of course quite worried too, that this would bring forth some kind of divine retribution. Well, in order to show respect for the Roman religion, Elagabalus chose to associate either Astarte, Minerva, Urania, or a combination of the three as a consort to Elagabal. An alliance between Elagabal and a conventional goddess would have effectively enhanced the connection between the emerging religion and the imperial cult. There might have been a deliberate attempt to replace Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva with Elagabal, Urania, and Athena as the new Capitoline triad of Rome. Well, it wasn't enough that he caused this ruckus. He caused quite a lot more dissatisfaction when he wedded Aquilia Severa, a Vestal virgin, who was the high priestess of Vesta, and asserted that their marriage would result in offspring with divine qualities, basically birthing demigods, like what we have with the legendary Hercules and Perseus, this kind of thing. And of course this was not on. You couldn't just go around making these sorts of claims, a blatant violation of Roman law and tradition, which dictated that any Vestal found to have participated in sexual intercourse was to be burned or buried alive. Well, an opulent sanctuary known as the Elagabalium was constructed on the eastern slope of the Palatine Hill to accommodate Elagabal, who was symbolized by a dark conical meteorite originating from Emesa. According to Herodian, the stone is venerated as if it were a divine gift. It has some small protrusions and markings that people interpret as a crude representation of the sun, which they believe to be, once again, divinely ordained. Dio reports that Elagabalus, in his pursuit of greater devotion as the high priest of Elagabal in the new Roman pantheon, underwent circumcision and made a solemn vow to refrain from consuming pork. And may I remind you, no anesthetics back then, unless you got extremely drunk. Still, that would, not good for anybody involved. Well, he compelled the senators to observe as he performed a dance, encircling the altar of Elagabal, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of drums and cymbals, which I'm sure everybody was very impressed. Every year on the summer solstice he organized a festival in honor of the deity, which did actually gain popularity among the general public, due to the distribution of complimentary food during these events, but it seems more like a bribe to get people to show up. During the festival, Elagabalus placed the black stone on a chariot that was decorated with gold and jewels. He then proceeded to parade the chariot through the city. The divinity was transported in a chariot pulled by 6 majestic horses, which were remarkably large and perfectly white. The horses were adorned with luxurious golden accessories and opulent decorations. There was no one controlling the reins or riding in the chariot. The vehicle was accompanied as if the deity himself was in control, and Elagabalus exhibited a retrograde motion, positioning himself in front of the chariot, directly facing the deity and firmly grasping the reins of the horses. He completed the entire journey in this inverted manner, gazing upwards into the face of his deity. The holiest artifacts of the Roman religion were relocated from their individual sanctuaries to the Elagabalium. These included the symbol of the Great Mother, the eternal flame of Vesta, the sacred shields of the Sali, and the Palladium. This was done to ensure that no other deity could be worshipped independently of Elagabalus. Despite facing widespread ridicule from his contemporaries, the native cult practiced by him gained popularity among the soldiers, and was subsequently endorsed by several emperors in the future. The inquiry into Elagabalus's sexual orientation and gender identity is muddled due to quite a few sensational and untrustworthy sources. According to Cassius Dio, Elagabalus had a total of 5 marriages, including one instance where he married the same woman twice. He had also 3 wives in succession. His first wife, Julia Cornelia Pola, was married to him before the 29th of August 219. However, between that date and the 28th of August 220, he divorced her and married Julia Aquilia Severa, the Vestal Virgin which we mentioned earlier. But he later divorced Severa and married a third wife, Annia Aurelia Faustina. According to Herodian, Faustina was a descendant of Marcus Aurelius and the widow of Pomponius Bassus, a man whom Elagabalus had recently executed. Imagine that. Somebody kills your husband, and then as your husband is looking down from wherever he is, says, "Don't worry, darling, I'll watch over you. Hey, what are you doing marrying the man who just killed me?" Salt in the wound. Well, during the final year of his reign, Elagabalus terminated his marriage with Annia Faustina and entered into a new marital union with Aquilia Severa. Dio asserts that Hierocles, a former slave and chariot driver from Carrhae, was another spouse of Elagabalus. According to the Augustan history, Elagabalus is also said to have married a man named Zoticus, who was an athlete from Smyrna. However, Dio mentions that Zoticus served Elagabalus as cubicularius. Dio asserts that Elagabalus engaged in the act of selling himself within taverns and brothels, also the palace itself. Wild claims, which lead some people to raise a few eyebrows. It's very easy to write that sort of thing after somebody is dead and gone. Of course, that doesn't mean that it's not true. It's just a pretty bold claim. Well, some authors propose that Elagabalus potentially identified as a female, and he may have even pursued sexual reassignment surgery. Dio asserts that Elagabalus derived great pleasure from being referred to as Heracles' mistress, wife, or queen, and according to reports, the emperor adorned himself with cosmetics and an artificial wig, expressing a preference for being addressed as a lady rather than a lord, and allegedly offered significant amounts of money to any doctor who could surgically make his dream a reality, without going into too much detail. Several historians, such as Mary Beard, Zachary Hers, and Martin Ix, approached these accounts with quite a bit of skepticism. It's mainly because the sources for Elagabalus' life were often biased against him and not reliable. But it does make one wonder, if they were going to level accusations, why these accusations in particular? It wasn't like you couldn't just say that he was a cruel and terrible emperor and nobody liked him. That was usually the treatment that most got. That he wasted public money and was blasphemous, all the rest. But these specific allegations. Now, one thing that we could say if he did have some feminine proclivities, perhaps they sort of took the ball and ran with it. Said, well, maybe we can tack some other things on to make him seem like he was this way or that way, and to sort of tar him in the eyes of the conservative Roman leadership and the general public too. Well, moving on. Now, in November 2023, the North Hertfordshire Museum in Hitchin, United Kingdom, actually made an announcement stating that Elagabalus would be recognized as transgender, and therefore addressed using female pronouns in his exhibits. That basically means that whenever they would write his name down, instead of saying his, they would say her, or they would use she instead of him. Well, this decision was based on claims that the emperor had expressed the desire to be referred to as a lady rather than a lord. I'm not sure if that museum is still doing that. I assume that they still are. Not sure what exhibits they have. Well, he also incited the hostility of Roman elites and the Praetorian Guard, not just due to this behavior we just mentioned, but the foreignness of it. It seemed like he was just not very Roman. Added to that with a sprinkling of those religious provocations, more than a few raised eyebrows. Well, upon observing the decline in popular support for Emperor Elagabalus, his grandmother Julia Mesa concluded that it was necessary to replace him and his mother, who had supported his religious ideas. Instead, she sought out her other daughter, Julia Avita Mamea, and her grandson, the 15-year-old Severus Alexander, as possible options. She successfully persuaded Elagabalus to designate his cousin Alexander as his successor, and bestow upon the young boy the title of Caesar. Alexander was promoted to the rank of Caesar in June of 221, potentially on the 26th of that month. Elagabalus and Alexander were both appointed as consul designatus for the upcoming year. Elagabalus assumed his fourth consulship in the year 222, and Alexander co-shared the consulship with the emperor during that particular year. But nevertheless, Elagabalus reassessed this agreement when he started to harbor suspicions that the Praetorian Guard exhibited a preference for his cousin over him. Well, he orchestrated multiple assassination attempts on Alexander, but he was unable to secure the Senate's consent to remove Alexander's shared title. Dio reports that Elagabalus fabricated the rumor of Alexander's impending demise with the intention of observing the Praetorians' response. Well, either way, a riot broke out, prompting the guard to demand the presence of Elagabalus and Alexander at the Praetorian camp right away. On the 13th of March, the emperor acquiesced and publicly introduced his cousin, along with his own mother, Julia Soemias. Upon their arrival, soldiers enthusiastically cheered for Alexander, while completely disregarding Elagabalus. In response, Elagabalus commanded the immediate arrest and execution of all individuals involved in this act of defiance. As a reaction, the Praetorian Guard assaulted Elagabalus and his mother. Well, he tried to escape, and he would have succeeded by hiding in a little chest, but he was found and killed. He he was only 18 years old. His mother, who was hugging him tightly at the time, died alongside him, and their heads were severed, and their bodies, after being stripped, were dragged throughout the city. The mother's body was discarded somewhere along the road, while his body was thrown into the Tiber River. Well, after he was assassinated, numerous associates of his were either executed or removed from power. The purges were about to begin. It's always that way when an emperor gets assassinated. Well, old Heracles, remember him? He was put to death, and quite quickly too. The religious decrees he issued were also overturned, and the Elagabalus stone, well, luckily they didn't destroy it, but they did return it to Emesa, sending it back home. It's funny, and kind of ironic, that the thing that had caused so much trouble actually got the most fair treatment, sent safely on its way completely undamaged. But poor old Heracles, well, he was put to death in a very violent manner, one can assume. Well, it wasn't all good news, though. Women were once again prohibited from attending Senate meetings. Back to the old days. Well, in his case, the practice of damnatio memoriae, which involves deliberately erasing any mention or memory of a disgraced individual who was once prominent, was immediately implemented, and they wasted no time. Various images, including a statue of him as Hercules that is larger than life and currently located in Naples, were modified by replacing the original face with that of Alexander Severus. Well, just before we finish up, where exactly do we get all of this information from? Let's talk about the ancient sources before we go. An account of Elagabalus in great detail was written by, I'm sure you know, Cassius Dio, and he lived from around 229 CE to the middle of the 2nd century. Dio, hailing from aristocratic lineage, dedicated a significant portion of his life to serving the public, and he held the position of senator during the reign of Emperor Commodus, later becoming the governor of Smyrna after the death of Septimius Severus. Subsequently, he served as suffect consul around 205, and held the positions of proconsul in Africa and Pannonia. Dio's Roman history covers a period of almost 1,000 years. It's very extensive, starting from the arrival of Aeneas in Italy and ending in the year 229. Dio's contemporaneous record of Elagabalus's reign is widely regarded as more trustworthy than the Augustan history or other accounts from the same era. However, it's important we remember Dio himself acknowledges that he was mostly absent from Rome during this period and had to rely completely on second-hand information. Well, moreover, the politics following the rule of Elagabalus, along with Dio's prominent role in the government of Severus Alexander, who held him in great regard and reinstated him as consul, probably had a negative impact on the accuracy of this particular section of his historical account. Dio frequently uses the name Sardanapalus to refer to Elagabalus, and this is done partly to differentiate him from the god with the same name, but mainly to contribute the condemnation of his memory, and to link him with another ruler who was also known for a equally debauched lifestyle. Well, Dio's account has been characterized by some modern historians, namely Claire Rowan, as dependable information mixed with literary hyperbole, highlighting that Elagabalus's marriages and tenure as consul are verified by numismatic and epigraphical records, and Dio's account is flawed in certain cases. For example, he incorrectly claims that Elagabalus appointed completely unqualified officials, and that Comazon lacked military experience before being appointed as the head of the Praetorian Guard. But in reality, Comazon had previously commanded the 3rd Legion, and that certainly counts as experience. The 3rd Legion is no joke. Dio provides varying narratives in different locations regarding the timing and individuals responsible for bestowing imperial names and titles upon Diadumenian, whom Elagabalus battled against. It's also been stated that Dio's portrayal of the emperor was not intended to be accurate, and this is a viewpoint supported by a few modern historians, namely Martin Ix and Josiah Osgood. Well, Herodian, a Roman civil servant, lived from approximately 170 to 240, and that makes him a direct contemporary of Elagabalus. The book, titled History of the Roman Empire since Marcus Aurelius, often referred to as Roman history, provides a first-hand narrative of the rule of Commodus up until the start of Gordian III's reign. The work of the author significantly coincides with Dio's Roman history. Although the texts were written independently, they frequently occur regarding Elagabalus and his brief yet eventful rule. It's possible that Herodian utilized Dio's work as a reference for certain aspects of his narrative concerning Elagabalus. Now, lastly, the Historia Augusta serves as the primary source for numerous accounts of Elagabalus's immoral behavior. Well, although it is important to note that some of these claims are subject to controversy, the Historia Augusta was probably composed in the late 4th century, during the rule of Emperor Theodosius I. The historical accuracy of the account of Elagabalus in the Historia Augustus is uncertain. Historians generally agree that sections 13 to 17, which discuss the downfall of Elagabalus, are less disputed. The author of the most scandalous narratives in the Historia Augusta acknowledges that both these events and certain other incredulous accounts were, in my opinion, fabricated by individuals seeking to discredit Heliogabalus in order to gain favor with Alexander. The Historia Augusta is commonly attributed to a sole author, who employed various pseudonyms throughout the text. This author has been characterized as a fantasist who fabricated significant portions of the historical narratives. And with that being said, can you really believe anything I've just told you? I suppose it all boils down to keeping an open mind. We're not going to get too bogged down. This is a YouTube channel, not a university classroom. Of course, the comments are the best peer review. But every aspect of Elagabalus, whether it be alleged or proven, I think it's worth talking about, regardless of how out there it seems.
The Hyksos were a group of mixed Semitic Asiatic peoples
who rose to power in Egypt, establishing the 15th dynasty around 1650 to 1550 BC. Originating from the Near East, they settled in the eastern Nile Delta and brought with them significant technological advancements, such as the horse-drawn chariot and the composite bow. Their rule, often referred to as the Hyksos invasion, is a period known as the Second Intermediate Period in ancient Egyptian history. They governed northern Egypt from their capital, Avaris, and maintained Egyptian customs and administrative practices, which of course helped legitimize their rule and integrate their culture with that of the natives. Their influence extended beyond military innovations, as they also introduced new tools and agricultural techniques. But the end of the Hyksos reign eventually came when Ahmose I, the founder of the 18th dynasty, successfully waged a war against them, eventually driving them out of Egypt and initiating a new era known as the New Kingdom. Well, today we're going to get well and truly into it and learn all about the Hyksos. Welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If it is, it's good to meet you, my friend. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you back again. Now, as always, if you'd like to support the channel, surprise, you're already doing it. Just by enjoying the content at your own pace, that's enough support. But if you want to go above and beyond, the like and subscribe button are only one click away, and if you want to go above that, refer to the video description. Now, without further ado, let us begin. Historical interactions between the Semitic peoples and the Egyptians spanned throughout ancient Egypt's history and was never a new idea. An early artifact, the McGregor plaque dating to about 3000 BC, depicts the pharaoh Den in a scene labeled the first occasion of striking the East, where he is shown smiting a Western Asiatic enemy. This tableau represents one of the earliest recorded conflicts between Egypt and its eastern neighbors. Further evidence of these early contacts is found in the tomb paintings from the 12th dynasty, specifically those of the official Khnumhotep II during the reign of Senusret II around 1890 BC. These paintings vividly depict Western Asiatic foreigners, possibly Canaanites or nomadic groups, presenting gifts to the pharaoh. These visitors are identified as Amu, with their leader marked as Abisha the Hyksos, representing the earliest recorded mention of the Hyksos, a group that would later play a more significant role than the Egyptians knew. Additionally, the Sebek Ku stele from the reign of Senusret III, 1878 to 1839 BC, provides further insights into Egyptian military campaigns in the Levant, marking Egypt's aggressive interactions with its Asiatic neighbors. The stele describes a victorious campaign headed northwards by Senusret III, aiming to overthrow the Asiatics. It mentions the conquest of a foreign land named Sekhmem, now identified as Shechem, and the subjugation of Retenu, associated with ancient Syria. Now, the ancient Hyksos period is primarily chronicled through the works of Manetho, an Egyptian priest and historian from the Hellenistic period. But unfortunately, his original writings have not survived, and our understanding of his accounts comes through citations by later historians, notably the Jewish historian Josephus. Manetho's narrative, as recounted by Josephus, vividly describes the sudden and brutal invasion of Egypt by the Hyksos, this mysterious group from the east and of, according to Josephus and Manetho, ignoble origin. Now, according to Manetho's writing, this invasion was unexpected and overwhelmingly successful, achieved without significant resistance or battle. Thus the Hyksos swiftly dominated the Egyptian rulers, leading to a violent occupation characterized by the destruction of cities and religious temples. Manetho's account details the Hyksos' harsh treatment of the Egyptian population, involving mass killings and the enslavement of women and children. The full text, as written in the account, goes like this. A people of ignoble origin from the east, whose coming was unforeseen, had the audacity to invade the country, which they mastered by main force without difficulty or even battle. Having overpowered the chiefs, they then savagely burned the cities, razed the temples of the gods to the ground, and treated the whole native population with utmost cruelty, massacring some and carrying off the wives and children of others into slavery. This traditional narrative of a violent Hyksos invasion, as presented by the ancient Egyptian priest Manetho, has largely been reassessed and therefore rejected by contemporary scholars. You see, Manetho's accounts, which describe this sudden and brutal conquest, are now thought to be influenced by his experiences of later foreign invasions, rather than accurate depictions of Hyksos ascendancy. Modern archaeological and isotype analyses suggest a more gradual and peaceful integration of the Hyksos into Egyptian society. Archaeological evidence, particularly on the site of Avaris, reveals a continuous presence of Asiatic people in the region for over 150 years prior to the establishment of Hyksos rule, with signs of Canaanite settlement dating back to 1800 BC. That's before Egypt's 12th dynasty. This suggests that the Hyksos' rise to power was a result of a migration and integration, rather than a bloodthirsty war and invasion. Strontium isotype analysis supports this, indicating a higher proportion of non-local females in the population, which contradicts the typical invasion model dominated by male warriors. Some scholars emphasize that the presence of Western Asiatic groups in Egypt was a long-standing phenomenon, driven by Egypt's allure as a land of opportunity, particularly in the fertile Nile Delta. This region, especially in the city of Avaris, became a magnet for immigrants due to its pivotal role in international trade and seafaring. Historical records from Egypt's earlier dynasties, such as the 6th and 12th, show that the Asiatics were integrated into various societal roles, whether they be shipbuilders, soldiers, or temple workers. They were everywhere. Now, the politics of Egypt before the Hyksos ascension was admittedly fragmented, particularly after the decline of the 13th dynasty around 1725 BC. This period saw multiple regional kingdoms, including a West Asian-dominated 14th dynasty based at Avaris. The transition from the 14th to the Hyksos-controlled 15th does not appear to have been marked by any significant conflict at all, contrary to the earlier narrative from Manetho. But the exact nature of the 15th dynasty's rise to power does remain a subject of debate among historians. While some suggest a possible invasion or displacement of the 14th dynasty by the 15th, others simply find the evidence for such an event inconclusive. There are certain archaeological findings, such as the stela of Neferhotep III, which possibly indicates disruptions caused by mercenary activities rather than a structured military campaign. Well, the duration of the Hyksos rule in Egypt is another topic of scholarly debate. Due to the fragmentary nature of the historical records of the 15th dynasty, the Turin king list, a key but incomplete source, indicates that 6 Hyksos kings ruled for a collective total of 108 years. However, recent studies by modern scholars have proposed longer durations, suggesting that the Hyksos may have governed for as much as 149 to 180. These estimates point to a more extended Hyksos presence during that second intermediate period, coexisting with the native Egyptian dynasties, specifically the 16th and 17th dynasties that came after. Geographically, the Hyksos control was primarily concentrated in the eastern Nile Delta. We've already made mention of their capital, Avaris, strategically located at the junction of the Pelusiac branch of the Nile, which in our modern times is unfortunately well and truly dry. While Memphis is thought to have possibly served as an important administrative center during their reign, there remains a lack of concrete evidence of Hyksos activity. Could have happened, but at the moment we're yet to find anything solid. So any suggestion of activity in Memphis is somewhat ambiguous. But archaeological findings do suggest a notable presence of Levantine populations throughout the Delta region in general. Sites such as Tel Farasha, Tel al-Magud, and El Katana, and Inshaz show signs of Levantine influence or habitation. Of course, Avaris, benefiting from increased prosperity, likely drew more Levantine settlers to the area. At Kom el Hisin, located at the edge of the western delta, artifacts reveal Near Eastern goods, and burial practices show a mix of Egyptian and Levantine traditions, suggesting a population of, well, I suppose we can say Egyptianized Levantines. Another significant site, Tel Basta, or in the old tongue, Bubastis, contains monuments dedicated to Hyksos kings, Kian and Apepi, but it lacks any substantial evidence of a Levantine residential community. Meanwhile, Tel al-Habwa, positioned near a Nile branch close to Sinai, also displays signs of a non-Egyptian presence, predominantly Egyptian or Egyptianized Levantines, reflecting a blend rather than a displacement of cultures. The site would have been crucial in supporting Avaris with grain and trade goods, facilitating the Hyksos' economic and administrative activities. Now, within the Wadi Tumilat, Tel el Mushkuta is a particularly notable settlement for its abundance of Levantine pottery and its occupational history that aligns more closely with the 15th dynasty, showing once again the Hyksos' cultural connections to the Levant. And nearby, Tel al-Rataba and Tel al-Sahaba also provide archaeological evidence suggestive of Hyksos-style burials. Tel el-Yahudia, positioned strategically between Memphis and the Wadi Tumilat, is remarkable for its large earthwork, which may have been constructed by the Hyksos, and its Levantine burial practices that date back to the 13th dynasty. Now, it's these sites that collectively highlight the Hyksos' strategic positioning to control access routes towards Sinai, the southern Levant, and potentially the Red Sea, enhancing their ability to manage trade, but also military movements. Now, there are other sites such as Tel al-Kabir, Tel Yahud, and Tel Fazia that have been noted by scholars to exhibit elements of what could be recognized as Hyksos culture. However, there is a lack of published archaeological data for these sites, which makes it difficult to conclusively ascertain their roles or the extent of Hyksos' influence there. Although the Hyksos had claimed sovereignty over both Lower and Upper Egypt, the actual control was likely more circumscribed, with their southernmost boundary around Hermopolis and Coussay. The presence of Hyksos-related objects in Upper Egypt, such as Thebes, has been suggested to reflect either Theban war booty or evidence of trade, diplomatic engagements, or possibly short-term raids rather than direct control. The broader impact of the Hyksos, initially believed to be indicative of a vast empire due to the distribution of goods bearing Hyksos rulers' names as far as Baghdad and Knossos, is now more commonly interpreted as a result of extensive diplomatic gift exchanges and a rather strong trade network, rather than direct imperial rule or military ambition abroad. This reassessment aligns with a more nuanced understanding of the Hyksos as integrative rulers who engaged in and facilitated complex webs of international relations and commerce, rather than just rolling in with the swords and bows. Now, we come to the conflict between Thebes and the Hyksos, and as recorded, the conflict is predominantly derived from pro-Theban sources, so keep that in mind, because pretty much all of those sources cast the struggle in terms of a war of national liberation against a horrible oppressor. This narrative was once widely accepted by scholars, just as Manetho once was, but in the modern day, with a little bit of introspection, it's shifted somewhat, and the characterization of the conflict as a nationalistic uprising is also now viewed with a great deal of skepticism. Hostilities likely began in the reign of Sekenenra-Ta, a Theban king. Intriguingly, the cause of his death determined from his mummy, which shows multiple axe wounds to the head, suggesting that he died in battle against the Hyksos. And multiple axe wounds, I said, not just one. So they wanted to make sure he was certainly dead. And that's a very efficient way of doing it. While the exact reasons for the outbreak of hostilities are admittedly not clearly documented, but there is one tale, a satirical one at that, titled The Quarrel of Apophis and Sekenenre, which suggests that the conflict was sparked by a demand from the Hyksos ruler Apepi, now known as Apophis, that Sekenenra silence a group of noisy hippopotamuses near Thebes, which were reportedly preventing Pompeii from sleeping. Well, nobody likes being woken up. This narrative, however, is considered part of the King's novel genre, blending the entertainment factors with political allegory rather than providing a factual account. It's still a funny story, though. Well, approximately 3 years after Seconenra's death, his successor, Camose, aggressively resumed military actions against the Hyksos. His campaigns are well documented through inscriptions on 3 stelae at Karnak. The first of these, known as the Carnarvon tablet, poignantly expresses Camose's frustration with Egypt's divided state. And we have the primary text here, which I will read now. To what effect do I perceive it, my might, while a ruler is in avarice and another in Cush, I sitting joined with an Asiatic and a Nubian, each man having his own portion of this Egypt, sharing the land with me. There is no passing him as far as Memphis, the water of Egypt. He has possession of Hermopolis, and no man can rest, being deprived by the levies of the Setiu. I shall engage in battle with him, and I shall slit his body, for my intention is to save Egypt, striking the Asiatics. Of course, this text not only shows the desperation of Camose to reclaim and unify Egypt under native rule, but it also shows the complex political landscape at the time, with foreign rulers controlling significant territories within Egypt himself. You see, he mentioned a Nubian as well, so it wasn't just the Asiatics that were taking their territory. It was just a bad time. I suppose that's why they call it an intermediate period. In one vivid dramatization, quite typical of Egyptian royal narratives, Camose's advisors are depicted urging caution, but the king boldly proceeds with his military campaigns. He describes his assaults on Nephrusi and other cities aligned with the Hyksos. In a notable account on a second stele, Camose asserts that he captured Avaris, though he subsequently returned to Thebes after intercepting a messenger between Pompeii, the Hyksos ruler, and the king of Cush. Camose's reign ended shortly thereafter, around 1540 BC. The conflict continued under Ahmose, Camose's successor, who launched early and effective campaigns, likely including the conquest of Memphis, Taru, and Heliopolis, as referenced in the Rhind mathematical papyrus. A detailed account of Ahmose's military actions comes from the tomb of Ahmose, son of Ibana, providing a first-hand testimony of the sack of Avaris, and it goes like this. Then there was fighting in Egypt to the south of this town, Avaris, and I carried off a man as a living captive. I went down into the water, for he was captured on the city side, and crossed the water carrying him. Then Avaris was despoiled, and I brought spoil from there. It's suggested that Ahmose's definitive conquest of Avaris occurred in the 18th year of his reign. However, archaeological investigations at Tel el-Daba, the site of the ancient Avaris, indicate that the city was not destroyed, but rather gradually abandoned. Little by little, the Hyksos simply left. The peaceful departure of the Hyksos is captured in the writings of Manetho, as quoted by Josephus, highlighting an arranged treaty that ended the siege. And I'll read that from Josephus, now retelling from Manetho. Tomosis invested the walls of Avaris with an army of 480,000 men, and endeavored to reduce the Hyksos to submission by siege. Despairing of achieving his object, he concluded a treaty under which the Hyksos were all to evacuate Egypt and go whither they would unmolested. Upon these terms, no fewer men than 240,000, entire households with their possessions, left Egypt and traversed the desert to Syria. End of the account from Josephus, quoting Manetho. While Manetho's historical account suggests a large-scale expulsion of the Hyksos to the Levant, contemporary archaeological evidence does not seem to support this narrative. Instead, findings suggest that many Asiatics were likely resettled throughout Egypt, particularly as artisans and craftsmen. Can't have any of that brain drain after all. Now this is supported by an analysis by Manfred Pietak, which points to continued production of Hyksos-style pottery and scarabs in the eastern delta region, particularly around Avaris, even after this supposed expulsion. And furthermore, the persistence of Canaanite cults at Avaris indicates that the Asiatic population and their cultural practices continued in Egypt, rather than being entirely displaced. In addition to reconfiguring the demographic landscape of Avaris, Ahmose's military campaigns extended into Canaan. Ahmose, the son of Eabani, a key military figure during this time, provides his own record of these exploits. He notes that following the takeover of Avaris, Ahmose led a successful campaign against one Sharuhen, who is identified by some scholars as Tel el-Aljul, a significant stronghold in Canaan that was under Hyksos influence. This victory further shows the territory and military reach of Ahmose's new regime. He secured regions beyond Egypt's traditional borders, and mopped up the remnants of Hyksos influence in the region. Now, what exactly set the Hyksos apart from the rest? Were they just like the Egyptians? Or were they different? Well, in some ways they were alike, of course, but, of course, there were some divergences in culture. Let's have a little talk about what it was like under the Hyksos. Well, the period is marked by significant diplomatic and military interactions that influenced the politics of Egypt and its neighboring regions. The discovery of a cuneiform letter in Avaris highlights the Hyksos' involvement in international diplomacy, with evidence of relations extending to Crete and the Near East. Notably, artifacts bearing the name of Hyksos king Kian, such as those found in Knossos and Hattusa, that was the Hittite capital, suggest active diplomatic engagements with both Minoan Crete and the Hittite Empire. Additionally, a sphinx with Kian's name found in Baghdad, the modern capital of Afghanistan, indicates possible ties with the Babylonian Kassite dynasty. Prior to the outbreak of hostilities that characterized the end of the Hyksos rule, there are indications of cooperative relations between the Hyksos and the Theban 17th dynasty, and they possibly involved a marital alliance. which was of course not uncommon. This period of peace, well, relative peace at least, contrasts sharply with the later violent conflicts documented during the reigns of Seqenenre-Tar and his successors. One significant diplomatic correspondence is the intercepted letter between the Hyksos king Apepi and the Nubian king, which suggested a formal alliance against Thebes. This is supported by archaeological finds, such as seals from Avaris that have been found at Kerma, which attest to ongoing interactions and even possible military collaboration between the Hyksos and Nubia. The strategic position of the Hyksos in the north and the Nubians in the south, of course, posed a considerable threat to Thebes, which was right in the middle. Now, during the sieges led by the Theban pharaohs Kamose and Ahmose I, both rulers faced threats from Nubian forces, who were potentially allied with the Hyksos. Ahmose's campaigns are particularly notable for his military successes, which included defeating the Nubian forces and killing their leader, a victory that is proudly recorded in his tomb at Thebes. The depiction of the Hyksos as overlords to other Egyptian dynasties, particularly in later Egyptian texts like the Quarrel of Apophis and Seqenenre, suggests a more complex relationship of tribute and vassalage. However, this depiction has been challenged by some modern scholars who argue against the assumption of vassalage as baseless. Instead, relationships were likely maintained through diplomacy and strategic alliances, rather than direct subjugation. The Hyksos rulers, despite their significant influence in Egypt during the Second Intermediate Period, left behind very little in the way of original court art. But they are noted for repurposing the Egyptian monuments that they already had, notably inscribing their own names on them. This appropriation is well illustrated by the actions of Hyksos king Kian, who left his mark on numerous artifacts originally created for earlier pharaohs. Similarly, other Hyksos kings followed suit, reinscribing monuments such as the so-called Hyksos sphinxes and the Tanite sphinxes. These sphinxes, originally depicting the 12th dynasty pharaoh Amenemhat III, and noted for their distinctive features such as prominent cheekbones and a lion-like mane rather than the traditional Nemes headcloth, were later claimed by the Hyksos rulers, who engraved their own names onto the statues, which, in my opinion, is a little bit rude. While a substantial architectural discovery in Avaris reveals a large palace constructed in Levantine style, predominantly under King Kian, indicating a departure from traditional Egyptian architectural norms in favor of styles native to Hyksos origins. Additionally, King Apepi is known to have engaged with Egyptian cultural practices, notably commissioning the copying of the Rhind mathematical papyrus, suggesting a level of integration and respect for the Egyptian scholarly traditions. Hyksos burial customs also diverge significantly from those of the Egyptians. The Hyksos buried their dead within their settlements, which is of course contrary to the Egyptian custom of burials outside of living areas. Certainly a clash of cultures, it seems. Some tombs included Egyptian-style chapels, yet others featured the interment of young females, potentially sacrifices placed directly in front of tomb chambers. Additionally, infants were occasionally buried in imported Canaanite amphorae, and the burial of horses and other equids was practiced, perhaps reflecting a fusion of Egyptian and Near Eastern cultural practices regarding status and the divine. The Hyksos are often credited with the introduction of the horse and chariot to Egypt, which was of course a significant military development. Indeed, when we think of an Egyptian pharaoh going to war, we never think of him riding a horse or charging in on foot. Indeed, he's always on the back of that chariot, right at the back of our subconscious when we make our little images of the ancient world in our minds. Well, it turns out that perhaps the Hyksos may or may not have used these. The archaeological and historical evidence directly linking the Hyksos to the use of chariots in warfare is a little ambiguous. While horse burials suggest an early familiarity with horses, there's no evidence that the Hyksos used chariots in battle. That being said, the Hittites up north were certainly doing so. Watch my video on the Battle of Kadesh. You'll find out. In fact, the first documented use of chariots in Egyptian warfare comes from the Egyptian sources describing battles against the Hyksos at the end of their rule. So perhaps if the Hyksos did introduce chariots to Egypt, they may have regretted telling the Egyptians about it a little later. Now, the question of whether the Hyksos introduced other military technologies, such as the sickle sword and the composite bow, is also debatable. While these weapons are indeed associated with the Hyksos period, it remains a little unclear whether they originated from the Hyksos themselves, or were simply adaptations from contact with other cultures during their rule. Similarly, advancements in bronze-working techniques attributed to the Hyksos could reflect broader technological advances, rather than direct innovations by them especially. Beyond military technologies, because of course there is more to life than war, the Hyksos are credited with bringing significant improvements in non-military domains as well. They introduced new weaving techniques, and even musical instruments, which enriched the cultural landscape of Egypt. Their influence on viniculture also suggests a broader impact on agricultural practices. The introduction of full-body armor, well, that is another area where the Hyksos may have diverged from Egyptian traditions, which typically did not include armor or helmets until the New Kingdom period. This possible introduction of more advanced protective gear could indicate a significant shift in military tactics and personal protection during combat. Now, during that time, Avaris emerged not just as the political capital, but as the new commercial hub in the Nile Delta. The city played a key role in establishing and maintaining wide-ranging trade relations that extended across the eastern Mediterranean and far into the old world of the Near East. The Hyksos had intensive trade relationships, particularly with Canaan and Cyprus, reflecting likely origins and strong cultural ties with Canaanite regions. And trade with Canaan was characterized by significant imports of Canaanite goods, indicating robust economic and possibly familial connections. Relations with Cyprus towards the end of the Hyksos period were also critical, which perhaps involved the exchange of luxury goods and raw materials that were pivotal for the survival of both regions. But culturally, the Hyksos appeared to integrate their native Levantine practices with those of the native Egyptians, Temples in Avaris were built in both Egyptian and Levantine styles, serving as a clear sign of cultural amalgamation. Even the worship of the Canaanite storm god Baal, alongside the Egyptian god Set, who was particularly venerated in Avaris, exemplifies the syncretism that defined Hyksos religious life. Baal's association with Set may also reflect an attempt by the Hyksos to legitimize their rule by aligning their deity with a recognized Egyptian god. The material culture during the Hyksos period included significant imports listed in the Kamose stele, such as chariots, horses, precious metals, and luxury items like incense and honey, which showed their sophistication in their trade networks and dealings. Moreover, the era saw an export of Egyptian artifacts to Canaan and Syria, often as loot, which suggests a complex interaction where the Hyksos utilized Egyptian resources to consolidate power in foreign lands. Well, despite these flourishing trade and cultural integrations, evidence suggests a trade boycott between Upper and Lower Egypt during their rule. It may have contributed to some limited economic interactions between the two regions of Egypt, which of course potentially weakened the Hyksos economically by curtailing their access to Mediterranean trade. Despite later narratives that portrayed the Hyksos as antagonistic towards Egyptian religious practices, archaeological finds, including votive objects dedicated to traditional Egyptian gods by Hyksos rulers, indicate more of a level of respect and reverence, and even integration into the Egyptian religious custom. In fact, Josephus's interpretation and the later association of the Hyksos with the Jews have shaped a considerable part of historical discourse on the subject. In his work, Contra Apion, Josephus cites the ancient Egyptian priest Manetho to connect the Hyksos with the Jews, suggesting that upon their expulsion from Egypt, the Hyksos founded the city of Jerusalem. But this account raises significant questions regarding its authenticity, and of course, the motives of the author, as the original works of Manetho do not survive independently, but are known only through quotations by later authors, including Josephus himself. Thus, we must know that perhaps his use of Manetho is strategic. He aims to counter Greek and Egyptian historiographical slurs against the Jewish people by appropriating the story of the Hyksos, that formidable force in ancient Egypt, and integrating them into a Jewish history. But it does not explicitly name the Hyksos as Jews or Hebrews. The conflation might be Josephus's interpretation or just an addition, aimed at defending the antiquity and nobility of the Jewish people in a context where they were often marginalized. The narrative becomes even more complex when the mention of Osarseph, a priest whom Josephus equates with Moses. According to Josephus, after being expelled, Osarseph and a group of lepers ally with the Hyksos in Avaris and rule Egypt oppressively for 13 years before being driven out. Post-expulsion, Osarseph supposedly adopts the name Moses. This account mixes elements of the Hyksos story with aspects of biblical exodus, possibly reflecting later historiographical accounts to synthesize various traditions and historical memories into a more coherent narrative that serves specific theological and cultural purposes. Of all the festivities of antiquity, the ancient Olympic Games, which began in Olympia, Greece, 776 BC, stands head and shoulders above the rest. Athletic contests, chariot races, combat sports, and even contests of art were all part of the celebrations to honor Zeus, the king of the gods, and they reflected a combination of cultural expression, religious fervor, and, of course, physical strength. But the games were also an important means of creating a unified pan-Hellenic identity in the face of persistent threats, as athletes from all over Greece traveled to compete. A sacred truce was enforced during the games to ensure the safety of participants as they traveled through hostile territories, a way of fostering peace and cooperation among the warring Greek states. In 393 AD, however, as part of the Christian crusade against pagan rituals, Emperor Theodosius I abolished the Olympic Games after they had been a nearly 12th-century tradition. But the legacy, of course, continues to this day, with its roots coming from a deep place in the ancient world. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Newcomers, nice to meet you. Those returning, good to see you again. Today we're going to talk about the Olympic Games. Quite a timely video, of course, as it's going on in Paris as I speak. Perhaps by the time you're watching this, the games are over. But, well, maybe not. Perhaps you got in early. As always, supporting the channel is enjoying the channel. That's all we really need to do. But the like and subscribe is right there and only 2 clicks away, and there's a few links in the description for those who feel inclined. But now, without any further ado, let's get nice and relaxed and delve into our topic for today. The ancient Greeks placed a lot of importance on establishing a strong connection between their rich and ancient mythology and the Olympic Games themselves. So, let's have a look at how we believe, in mythological terms, the games came about. You see, in ancient times, the origins of the games were believed to be the work of the gods themselves, and various legends circulated, each claiming to be the progenitor of the true creators of these games. While the complexity of these origin traditions makes them pretty challenging to unravel, but through the emergence of a chronology and somewhat identifiable patterns, individuals can gain a decent understanding of what is the narrative behind the games. There is one narrative recounted by Greek historian Pausanias. We encounter the tale of the dactyl Heracles, who is, by the way, a distinct figure from the Hercules who emerged as the son of Zeus and found a place in the Roman pantheon. Well, alongside Heracles, 4 of his brothers, Paeonius, Epimetheus, Aasius, and Aidas, engaged in a race at Olympia, their purpose being to amuse the recently born Zeus. Well, the victor was honored with a crown made of olive leaves, symbolizing peace, and of course, a symbol of peace to this very day. The tradition also led to the games being held every 5th year, with a 4-year interval between each. Additionally, the gods of Olympus, who resided on Mount Olympus, would partake in various athletic competitions, such as wrestling, jumping, and running contests. One of the myths surrounding the origin of the games involves one Pelops, a hero from the local region of Olympia. You see, in the realm of Pisa there reigned a wise and powerful king named Oenamius. Within his royal lineage, he was blessed with a daughter of great beauty and grace. Her name was Hippodamia. However, the fates had foretold a grim prophecy, as they always do in Greek mythology, that the very man who would become Hippodamia's husband would bring about the demise of the king himself. So, it was mandated that any aspiring suitor who sought the hand of his daughter must embark on a daring chariot ride, with Oenomas in hot pursuit, ready to impale the unfortunate suitor should he be overtaken. Of course, the horses pulling the king's chariot were a gift from the god Poseidon, making them exceptionally swift and supernatural in their power. But it wasn't long before the king's daughter developed strong feelings for our gentleman named Pelops. But prior to the race, Pelops managed to convince Myrtilus, Oenomas's charioteer, to substitute the bronze axle pins of the king's chariot with ones made of wax. You can see where this is going. So, as the race progressed and the fiction picked up, the wax gradually melted, causing the unfortunate demise of the king as he violently tumbled from the chariot. Following his triumph, Pelops arranged chariot races to express gratitude to the gods and to hold funeral games in memory of the unfortunate king, seeking a kind of purification of the guilt from his demise. The origins of the Olympic Games can be traced back to the funeral race that is held at Olympia. But Pelops achieved great renown as a king in his own right, and he was revered as a local hero, ultimately lending his name to the region of the Peloponnese. Well, according to one myth, it is said that the festival at Olympia included the participation of Heracles, that is, the one who is believed to be the son of Zeus. As per our ancient source Pindar, it was Hercules who was the one who initiated an athletic festival as a tribute to his father Zeus, upon the successful completion of his arduous labors. Well, we can observe recurring patterns from these myths that show the Greeks' belief in the religious origins of the games. They saw athletic competition as intricately connected to the worship of their gods. After all, the gods were the greatest audience, always looking down. Moreover, the revival of the ancient games was seen as a means to restore peace, harmony, and a return to the fundamental essence of Greek life. Thus, in ancient Greece, the Olympic Games were considered to be one of the two central rituals, alongside the ancient religious festival known as the Eleusinian Mysteries, which is, of course, rather different in its nature. Well, throughout the centuries, the regions surrounding the Mediterranean have been deeply rooted in a rich and enduring legacy of athletic events. Ancient Egyptians and Mesopotamians portrayed athletic scenes in the tombs of their kings and nobles. Regular competitions were not held, or at least they weren't written down for us to know about, but we do know that events that did place were likely exclusive to royalty and the upper classes. The Minoan culture, back to Greece for a moment, greatly valued gymnastics, as evidenced by the depiction of activities such as bull leaping, running, wrestling, and even boxing on their frescoes. and the Mycenaeans incorporated the earlier Minoan games into their cultural practices and engaged in chariot racing during religious and funerary rites. In the epic tales of the great writer Homer, the valiant heroes engage in athletic competitions as a means of paying tribute to the departed friends. The Iliad, one of Homer's works, showcases a variety of athletic competitions, including chariot races, wrestling, foot races, sword fighting, archery, and spear throwing. In addition to these, Homer's other famous work, the Odyssey, includes a lengthy jump and discus throw. And to another very friendly name, Aristotle. According to him, the first Olympics took place in 776 BC. Well, this date has been widely accepted by most historians, although there are some who hold different views. But based on archaeological evidence, it has been confirmed that the Olympics traditionally began around this time or shortly thereafter. According to the archaeological findings, it seems that the origins of the major games at Olympia can be traced to around 700, rather than the commonly accepted date of 776. And there's been some rather groundbreaking research by one Christensen on the Olympic victor lists that reveals the inherent unreliability of the victors' names and details prior to the 6th century. The administration of Elis were the ones responsible for overseeing the independent state, and although the Eleans generally did a commendable job in managing the games fairly, there were of course occasional instances of bias and interference. Furthermore, contrary to the popular belief, the well-known Olympic truce merely required the protection of visitors, rather than putting a complete end to all conflicts in Greece or specifically at Olympia. There are several historians from ancient times who have been suggested as potential candidates for establishing the use of Olympiads to count years. One of these historians is Ephorus, who lived in the 4th century BC. However, the credit for codifying this particular epic is usually given to one Hippias of Elis, Eratosthenes, or even Timaeus, who, by the way, Eratosthenes may have been imitating. Well, we do know that the games were held at 4-year intervals, and later the ancient historians' method of counting the years even referred to these games, using the Olympiad for the period between 2 games. In the past, the dating systems employed by the Greek states were utilized by the general population, excluding historians, resulting in a considerable amount of confusion when attempting to establish accurate dates, especially going back that far. I'm not good with mathematics, and I don't pretend to be. In fact, I don't care to be. Well, as per Diodorus, it is mentioned that a solar eclipse occurred during the 3rd year of the 113th Olympiad, which is believed to be the eclipse of 316 BC. The date for this first year of the first Olympiad is estimated to be around midsummer of 765. However, scholars hold differing opinions regarding the commencement of the games, and I assume will do for some time. Well, as per the account of the Greek traveller Pausanias in 175 AD, The initial competition was held solely at the Stadion race, covering a distance of approximately 190 meters, about 620 feet. And the term stadium originates from this particular occurrence. Various factions engaged in a power struggle for dominance over the sanctuary at Olympia, and consequently the games in order to gain prestige and political leverage. According to Pausanias, in the year 668 BC, Phaedon of Argos was tasked by the town of Pisa to seize control of the sanctuary from the town of Elis. Phaedon successfully accomplished this, and proceeded to personally oversee the games for that particular year. But in the following year, Elis once again regained their control. So, during the initial 2 centuries of the game's existence, their significance was primarily limited to religious events within specific regions. Participation in the early games was limited to Greeks who lived near Olympia. And of course, you can observe the clear prevalence of Peloponnesian athletes in the position of victors, indicating their superiority. In ancient Greece, sports had their roots in the belief that physical energy was being used in a kind of a ritualistic manner. While the practices of hunting in the Paleolithic age were transformed into a more social and glamorous activity, giving rise to what we now know as sports. Think about it. Things like throwing and fighting. It's all stuff related to either war or hunting. Of course, when you don't have to do as much of it, well, you can take the man out of the Stone Age, but you can't take the Stone Age out of the man. I'm sure that you would know, whenever you begin to walk through nature, you have this kind of animalistic compulsion to pick up a stick. That goes back a very, very long time in our programming. Well, of course, the Greeks had a distinct approach to their competitions, which were frequently hosted in very impressive venues for the time. These events emphasized the Greek values of physical fitness and intellectual prowess, and often featuring prizes, and, by the way, displays of nudity. The ideology and exceptional athletic abilities of the Greeks have led to theories suggesting that they were indeed the pioneers of sports. Throughout its history, the games garnered greater prominence and became integrated into the Pan-Hellenic Games. These were organized at regular intervals, either every 2 or 4 years, ensuring there was always a set of games taking place annually. There were also other Pan-Hellenic games, such as the Pythian, Nemean, and Isthmian games. But of course, the Olympic Games were held as the highest level of prestige, perhaps because they were the biggest, but being right there, at Mount Olympus with the gods looking right down upon you, to compete right at their doorstep. Now, is there more of a greater dream to be fulfilled for the ancient Greek than that? Glorious in every sense of the word. Well, following the Roman conquest of Greece, things changed up a little bit, but the Olympics persisted, albeit experiencing a decline in popularity during the pre-Augustan era. During this period, the Romans primarily focused on domestic issues. diverting attention away from their provinces. They had enough trouble at home. Well, based on the observation that all the winners in the equestrian events hailed from the nearby area, and the lack of statues honoring victors in the Altis during this time, you can pretty much tell that the games were not given that much attention. Well, in the year 86 BC, the Roman general Sulla, in order to fund a war, did something very, very cheeky. He resorted to plundering the treasures of Olympia and other Greek cities. He was the sole Roman who resorted to violence against Olympia, and that is not a record you want to hold. But, well, if you've watched my video on Sulla, you probably know that he didn't really care too much about his reputation. Well, in 80 BC, Sulla took on the role of hosting the games, specifically the 175th Olympiad, as a way to commemorate his triumphs over Mithridates. Allegedly, the sole competition that took place was the Stadion race, as all of the athletes had been summoned to Rome. During the reign of Emperor Augustus, there was a significant revival of the Olympics. Prior to assuming full authority, Marcus Agrippa, a trusted ally of Augustus, undertook the restoration of the Temple of Zeus. Additionally, in 12 BC, Augustus made a request to King Herod of Judea for financial support towards the games. Well, following Augustus's posthumous deification by the Senate, a statue resembling him was commissioned at Olympia, right smack bang in the middle of it. And it wasn't just him. Statues of subsequent divine emperors were also erected within the sacred Altis. Under his authority, the stadium underwent renovations, and Greek athletics as a whole received financial support. An event that has gained notoriety in Olympic history took place during the reign of Nero. In his pursuit of a triumph in every chariot race of the Pan-Hellenic Games within a single year, he issued a command for the 4 primary hosts to conduct their games in AD 67. Consequently, the scheduled Olympics of 65, set to take place in the 211th Olympiad, was postponed. During the event at Olympia, he experienced a mishap where he was thrown from his chariot. However, despite the setback, he still managed to claim victory. Well, no one was going to argue with him. Better give him the gold. In addition to his other pursuits, Nero also believed himself to be a skilled musician, and as a result he introduced music and singing competitions to various festivals, including the prestigious Olympics, and may I add, it's hard to argue with him on that one. I suppose he does some good things. Well, it is evident that Nero emerged victorious in all of these contests, presumably due to the judge's apprehension in bestowing victory upon anyone else besides him. They knew what was going to happen. Well, following his death, the Olympian judges were compelled to return the bribes he had given, and deemed the Neronian Olympiad null and void, a legacy thrown in the grave right with him. Well, during the early part of the 2nd century, the emperors Antoninus Pius and Hadrian played their own role in the development and triumph of the games. The Olympics garnered a substantial audience, and participants with the triumphs of the victors gaining widespread renown throughout the Roman world. And the Renaissance spanned a significant portion of the 2nd century. Once again, a diverse array of individuals, including philosophers, orators, artists, singers, and performers, gathered at the festival. During the 3rd century, there was a notable decrease in the popularity of the games. The list of victories achieved by Africanus concludes the 249th Olympiad in 217. However, according to Moses of Corin's History of Armenia, there is a record of a boxing champion as late as the 369th Olympiad, which corresponds to the year 287. Archaeological findings reveal that the games persisted even beyond the year 217. In the past, the most recent winner who could be accurately dated was Publius Asclepiades of Corinth. He emerged victorious in the pentathlon during the 241st Olympiad. In fact, as recent as 1994, archaeologists discovered a bronze plaque bearing the names of the winners of the competitive events from both the mainland and Asia Minor. Could you only imagine pulling that one out of the ground? I'm jealous of these people on the archaeological digs. I really am. Well, at least my chair's comfortable. Well, back to it. Well, discoveries like these, it serves as evidence that the Olympic Games had an international presence that lasted until at least 385, during the 291st Olympiad. But as the Games progressed beyond the year 385, the structures suffered from devastating effects of flooding and earthquakes, while the invasions by barbarians posed a different kind of threat to the sanctity of Olympia. According to historical records, the most recent games took place during the reign of Theodosius I in 393, marking the beginning of the 293rd Olympiad. However, archaeological findings suggest that there may have been subsequent games held as well, but perhaps not to the grand spectacle they used to be. Now, a little bit about Olympia. It's situated in the valley of the Alpheos River, located in the western part of the Peloponnese. It is approximately 18 kilometers away from the Ionian Sea, although it might have been closer in ancient times, possibly half that distance. You know, rivers change, especially over 2,000 years. Well, the Altis, originally referred to as the sanctuary, encompassed a quadrangular space that extended 180 meters on each side. It was enclosed by walls on all sides except for the north, where it was bordered by the imposing Mount Kronos. The site is comprised of a somewhat haphazard arrangement of structures, with notable ones including the Temple of Hera, Zeus, and Pelopion. The area housing the grand altar of Zeus, of course, where the most significant sacrifices took place. The name Altis was derived from a corruption of the alien word, which also meant the grove. This was due to the abundant presence of trees in the area, with olive and plane trees being particularly prominent. Now, during the Games, the site experienced a significant increase in population, despite being pretty much uninhabited for the rest of the year. There were no permanent living structures available for spectators, regardless of their wealth, so everybody pretty much had to make do with tents. Accounts from the ancient visitors recount the challenges they faced during the scorching summer heat and the relentless presence of all the flies. The severity of this was so significant that sacrifices were offered to Zeus, averter of flies, in hopes of finding relief. After almost a millennium, the water supply and sanitation of the site were eventually enhanced by the mid-2nd century AD. In fact, we've got quite an interesting little parable from Epictetus, writing in the 1st century AD, who tells about the conditions. Quoting from his writings, it goes like this. "But you may say, there are some things disagreeable and troublesome in life. And are there none at Olympia? Are you not scorched? Are you not pressed by a crowd? Are you not without comfortable means of bathing? Are you not wet when it rains? Have you not abundance of noise, clamor, and other disagreeable things? But I suppose that setting all these things off against the magnificence of the spectacle, you bear it and endure." End of the account from Epictetus. The ancient Olympics encompassed both a profound religious celebration, but also a remarkable display of athletic skill. During the Games, a grand ceremony was conducted to pay tribute to the mighty Greek god Zeus. On the central day of the Games, a remarkable offering of 100 oxen would be made in his very honor. But as time passed, Olympia emerged as a significant hub for the veneration of the Greek pantheon. A temple skillfully constructed by the renowned Greek architect Lebon was subsequently raised atop the mountain. This temple was among the grandest Doric temples found in Greece. A statue of Zeus was crafted by the renowned sculptor Pheidias, using a combination of gold and ivory. The height of the structure measured 42 feet, 13 meters high. The object was positioned on a majestic seat within the sacred confines of the temple, and this remarkable statue was elevated to the esteemed status of one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. According to historian Strabo, the temple's glory endured due to the grand festival assembly and the revered Olympian Games. They were considered the most prestigious in the entire world, and offered a sacred crown as their ultimate prize. The temple was embellished with a multitude of offerings, which were devoutly dedicated from all the regions of Greece. Artistic expression played its own role in the Games. Artisans from various disciplines would participate in the Games, showcasing their creations in a competitive artistic display. During the ancient times, poets were often tasked with the honorable duty of composing poems that celebrated the achievements of the Olympic champions. These victory songs, known as epinicians, have been handed down through the ages, enduring far beyond any form of honor created for similar purposes. According to Pausanias, the city of Naxos in Sicily would have faded into complete obscurity if it wasn't for the remarkable achievements of its 4-time Olympic champion, Tisandros. Pierre de Coubertin, a key figure in the establishment of the modern Olympic Games, sought to faithfully replicate the traditions and customs of the ancients. Part of his vision entailed creating an artistic competition that mirrored the ancient Olympic Games and took place every 4 years, coinciding with the normal festivities. And his desire was realized at the Olympics held at Athens in 1896. In ancient Greece, power began to revolve around the city-state during the 8th century BC. The city-state functioned as a hub of population, meticulously structured as an independent political entity. The close proximity of these city-states led to a natural competition for limited resources. While conflict between the city-states was a common occurrence, it was also in their best interest to participate in trade, form military alliances, and engage in general cultural interaction with each other. The city-states had a complex dynamic because of this. They depended on their neighbors for military and political alliances, but at the same time they engaged in this intense competition for crucial resources. The Olympic Games were established within this political context, providing a platform for representatives of the city-states to engage in peaceful competition with one another, and maybe have a chat that was going to ease tensions a little. Well, the expansion of Greek colonies during the 5th and 6th centuries BC is often attributed to the achievements of accomplished Olympic athletes. There is one interesting historical account from Cyrene that was established around 630 BC by settlers from Thera, who received support from Sparta. The support provided from Sparta was primarily in the form of lending the 3-time Olympic champion Chionis. One factor that contributed to the growth of the colonies and the preservation of cultural and political connections with the city-states near Olympia was the allure of establishing a life alongside an Olympic champion. Therefore, the influence of Hellenic culture and the games expanded as the significance of Olympia continued to grow. During the Peloponnesian War, the games encountered a significant obstacle. You see, this conflict mainly involved Athens and Sparta, but its impact extended to almost every Hellenic city-state. During this period, the Olympics served as a platform for announcing alliances and making sacrifices to the gods in hopes of securing victory. The problem is when you have both Athens and Sparta competing for the gods' attentions. Well, there was an esteemed tradition known as a truce or ekechieria, and it was dutifully upheld. 3 runners were dispatched from Elis to the participating cities for each round of games to formally declare the commencement of the truce. In this particular era, it was strictly prohibited for armies to enter Olympia. Legal disputes and the use of the death penalty were also strictly prohibited. The truce, which aimed to ensure the safe travel of athletes and visitors to the games, was largely adhered to. In one of the accounts of Thucydides, he describes an incident where the Spartans were not allowed to participate in the games. Those who broke the truce and attacked the city of Leprium during the truce were penalized with a fine of 2,000 minae. The Spartans contested the fine, because of course they would, and argued that the truce had not yet been established. Perhaps there was an error in communication, or perhaps the runner did not get there in time. Equally so, the Spartans perhaps just chose to ignore it. Well, the competitors were provided with 2 gymnasiums at Olympia for their training needs. The Xystos was designated for the runners and pentathletes, while the Tetragono was reserved for the wrestlers and boxers. During the games, athletes would don a garment called the perizoma, a type of loin cloth. During competitions in the late 6th century BCE, archaeological evidence shows that athletes were seen wearing this garment. Throughout the majority of its history, Olympic events were conducted without clothing, however. And according to Pausanias, the earliest recorded instance of a naked runner occurred in 720 BC, when Orsippus, the victor of the Stadion race, intentionally discarded his garment in order to enhance his running performance. Well, there's a first for everything, I suppose. Well, according to Thucydides from the 5th century BC, the Spartans were responsible for the practice of publicly removing their clothing and applying oil to their bodies during the athletic activities. In the past, even during the Olympic contests, the athletes used to wear belts around their waists. It was only recently that this practice came to an end. Well, I suppose the Paris Olympic Games aren't quite over yet, so we'll have to see if anyone at the last 100 meters of the running events decides to gain a little bit more maneuverability. It's more aerodynamic, I'm sure. Well, during the initial 13 games, the sole event that was documented was the Stade, which involved a straightforward sprint covering a distance of slightly over 190 meters. During the 14th Olympiad in 724, the Diaolos, also known as the double pipe, was introduced as a two-stage race. Competitors in the ancient races would run in designated lanes and make a full lap around separate posts before returning to the starting line. According to Xenophanes, the highest honor is bestowed upon those who achieve victory through the swiftness of their feet. In the subsequent Olympiad, a new foot race called the Dolichos, also known as the long race, was added to the lineup. There are varying accounts regarding the distance of this race, however. It appears to have ranged from 20 to 24 laps of the track, which is approximately 7.5 to 9 kilometers. However, it is worth noting that some sources suggest the distance may have been measured in lengths rather than laps, making it half the aforementioned distance. I'm sure that's a relief on the runners. Well, I don't know about you, but I certainly could not make a 5-kilometer run, let alone a 4-kilometer run. Not at the moment. Perhaps I'll improve. Now, the Hoplitodromos, also known as the Hoplite race, was incorporated into the Olympic program in 520 BC. The race, steeped in deep tradition, was typically held at the final part of the games. Participants in the competition would compete either a single or double diaolos, which measured approximately 400 or 800 meters, while wearing their full military armor. The Hoplitodromos was derived from a strategic military maneuver, where soldiers fully clad in armor would engage in a swift, unexpected charge to catch the enemy off guard. And wrestling, that's an important one, first introduced in the 18th Olympiad, so quite early. In order to secure a victory, the tradition was it took 3 throws, and a throw was considered valid if any part of the body, such as the hip, back, shoulder, or even the knee, made contact with the ground. In the event that both competitors fell, no points were tallied. stripping was likely allowed in this form of wrestling, unlike in modern-day Greco-Roman wrestling where the rules are a little bit more set in stone. And boxing, also known as pygmachia, was initially recorded in 688 BC, with the boys' event being introduced 60 years later. It is worth noting that the laws of boxing were attributed to the esteemed Onomastus of Smyrna, who happened to be the first Olympic champion. It seems that body blows were either prohibited or simply not practiced. According to historical records, the Spartans, who are believed to have been the pioneers of boxing, eventually discontinued their involvement in the sport and refrained from participating in any boxing competitions. In the early days, the boxers used himantes, which were lengthy leather straps that they would wrap around their hands. The pankration held a prominent position among the various sports featured in the ancient games. In the 33rd Olympiad, the pankration made its debut, marking a significant milestone in ancient sports history. During the 145th Olympiad, the men's pankration was established as an Olympic event in 200 BC. In addition to incorporating techniques from boxing and wrestling, athletes were employed to use various kicks, locks, and chokes while on the ground. Despite the absence of specific rules against biting and gouging, the pankration was considered to be a relatively safer sport compared to boxing. Well, one of the most well-attended events was the occasion when Pindar composed 8 odes to honor the champions of pankration. One notable occurrence in the world of sports was the remarkable triumph of Archaeon of Phigalia, who tragically passed away just as his adversary admitted defeat. But then we have the more recognizable discus, which bore resemblance to the contemporary competition. Various types of discoi have been discovered, with stone and iron being examples among them. However, bronze seems to be the most prevalent material used for the discoi. The level of standardization of the discus remains uncertain, although it appears that the prevailing weight is around 2 kilograms, with a diameter of roughly 21 centimeters, similar to the dimensions of the modern discus. Now, the pentathlon consisted of a series of 5 events, namely running, long jump, the discus throw, the javelin throw, and finally wrestling. According to historical records, the pentathlon made its debut during the 18th Olympiad in 708. The competition took place within a single day, leaving us with quite a few unanswered questions about the criteria for determining the winner and the sequence of events. We don't know which one came first, but we do know that it concluded with the wrestling match. The most esteemed events in the games were horse racing and chariot racing, as they were reserved for the affluent who could bear the expenses of caring and transporting such animals. The races included various events, such as the 4-horse chariot race, the 2-horse chariot race, and the horse with a rider race, where the rider was carefully chosen by the owner. The 4-horse chariot race made its debut in the Olympics way back in 680, marking the first ever equestrian event in the games. Sure, it was a sight to see. Well, the setup involved a pair of horses harnessed together in the center, with an additional pair of horses connected by a rope on the outer sides. In the year 408, the two-horse chariot made its debut. In contrast, the horse with rider competition was first introduced much earlier in 648 BC, and during this race, the Greeks of course did not utilize saddles or stirrups, as they were not yet known in Europe until approximately the 6th century AD. Consequently, it was a test heavily reliant on grip and balance to complete. According to Pausanias, there was a race for carts drawn by a pair of mules, and a trotting race that were introduced at different festivals. However, both races were eventually abolished. In the trotting race, the participants were exclusively mares, no stallions allowed. Toward the end of the course, the riders dismounted and sprinted right next to their horse companions. While in certain cases individuals who were financially well off had the opportunity to increase their chances of winning by entering multiple teams in the races. Alcibiades holds the record for this, as he brought 7 chariots to a single competition and managed to secure the first, second, and either the 3rd or 4th place simultaneously. Gold, silver, and bronze. Not bad. Of course, we have mentioned that during the year 67 AD, the Roman Emperor Nero participated in the chariot race held at Olympia too. And, due to being thrown from his chariot, he was quite unable to complete the race. But he was ultimately declared the winner, because 1, who was going to argue with him, and 2, it was determined, after I'm sure was a very brief conversation, that he would have emerged victorious anyway, had he completed the race. However you come to that kind of logic. The year is 9 AD. A group of Germanic tribesmen, led by Arminius, a former Roman auxiliary and chieftain, ambushes 3 Roman legions under the command of Varus, effectively ending Rome's expansion into Germanic territories. The Germanic fighters' unrelenting guerrilla tactics took advantage of the Romans' incapacity to establish traditional battle lines in the treacherous terrain they made their way through, tight, marshy forest paths in the midst of torrential pouring rains. The Romans were utterly destroyed over the course of several days, and Varus took his own life to evade being captured. The end of Roman expansion east of the Rhine and the sharp demarcation of cultural and political borders between Roman-controlled Western Europe and the Germanic tribes in the east were both profoundly impacted by this catastrophic failure. An embarrassment that the Romans held in bitter memory for quite some time. Welcome to the channel. For the newcomers, good to meet you. Those returning, here we go again. Supporting the channel is just as easy as enjoying it, and I hope you're already doing that. Like and subscribe helps other people know that you want them to enjoy it too, and further to that, if you feel inclined, take a look at the description. There's a few links that you may find relevant to you. But first, let's get nice and relaxed, because we're going all the way back to a very dark day for the Romans. The Roman Republic, especially under the leadership of Julius Caesar, expanded greatly in the 1st century BC. Between 58 and 50 BC, Caesar achieved victory in the Gallic Wars, fought up in Gaul, kind of modern-day France, which allowed him to conquer a sizable chunk of Western Europe, and he even got to the British Isles. Well, combat with various Germanic tribes was of course part of the Gallic Wars, but they mainly involved the Gauls. There were 2 occasions when Caesar crossed the Rhine to fight Germanic tribes, but both times the results were tactically uncertain. When Caesar's civil war began in 49 to 45 BC, all of his military campaigns had to be put on hold. Well, following the Gallic Wars, continental Europe was largely neglected for the subsequent 20 years due to ongoing power conflicts within the Republic. Too many troubles at home to be thinking about abroad. But in 31 BC, the troops that were previously stationed in Gallic lands were withdrawn in preparation for the decisive confrontation between Octavian and Mark Antony at the Battle of Actium. The Gauls required no additional encouragement and immediately revolted. They were pretty good at doing that. The re-establishment of Roman control did not reoccur until 28 BC. Well, in 27 BC, Gaul and Rome experienced significant transformations. The Roman Republic underwent a reorganization and transformed into what was known as the Roman Empire. Yes, they are 2 different things. A republic is different to an empire. I won't go into it now. But we need to draw that line. A lot of people think that the Roman Empire was just always what it was. Well, the Roman Empire now was with the new guy, Octavian, officially being proclaimed as the inaugural emperor. Now Octavian, who was now known as Augustus, sought to centralize his authority over Gaul and partitioned the area into 3 smaller administrative divisions, a little bit more easy to manage. The reorganization highlighted the strategic significance of the Rhine Valley. Augustus maintained a military presence near the Rhine, yet his approach to Germanic territories remains a little ambiguous. There are 2 primary theories that do exist. One suggests that Augustus aimed to solidify the Rhine as the empire's northern boundary. And it's not a bad boundary. You always want a river. It's very hard for people back then to cross it, especially if they're not familiar with bridge building technology or boat building technology. And, well, the typical Roman looking down upon the quote-unquote barbarians would assume that crossing a river would be just too much of a difficult task for them. Several times they were proved wrong, but, well, you always learn the hard way, don't you? Well, the second perspective suggests that the border was a little bit more flexible, and the troops were primarily concerned with upholding order within the empire, rather than actively preventing the Germanic incursions. Well, whichever way it was, the Germans operated without any apparent consequences, as demonstrated by the overwhelming defeat in the Clades Lolliana in 16 BC. The Roman forces' defeat in the Lollian disaster led to the reorganization of the legions in Gaul, which was completed by 12 BC. Augustus now endeavored to subdue the Germanic tribes and initiated preparations for a military campaign in Germanic territory to prevent further embarrassments. He appointed his stepson, Drusus I, as the governor of Gaul. Drusus engaged in military operations against the Germans from 11 to 9 BC, and he was bloody good at it. he achieved a consistent string of triumphs, despite significant challenges. In fact, they should talk about him a little bit more. Maybe I'll do a video on Drusus. Everyone always talks about Caesar in Gaul. Well, perhaps it's because Caesar lived a little bit longer to tell about it. You see, the premature demise of Drusus, caused by a riding mishap in 9 BC, well, that's not the best and most heroic way to go. And it once again halted the progress of territorial expansion into the Germanic tribes. Tiberius, the older sibling and subsequent ruler, was appointed as commander of Germany in 8 BC, and he carried on his brother's military operation against the Sugambri, effectively expanding Roman control, even if not officially recognized. However, he lost favor and opted for voluntary exile in 6 BC. Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, who had previously served as consul in 16 BC, took over as his successor. Ahenobarbus quelled several regional rebellions and successfully traversed the Elbe River, making him the sole Roman general to achieve this feat. As the end of the 19th century neared, the Romans became complacent and believed that the Germanic lands were safe due to the prosperous trade and a period of relative tranquility. Now that's a foreshadowing if you've ever heard one, isn't it? Well, we jump forward a little bit to 6 AD. Legatus Gaius Sentius Saturninus and consul Legatus Marcus Aemilius Lepidus commanded a formidable army consisting of 13 legions, and of course their support staff, adding up to approximately 100,000 individuals. This force included 65,000 heavily armed infantry soldiers, 10 to 20,000 cavalrymen, archers, and 10 to 20,000 non-military personnel. Their objective? Confront Maroboduus, the ruler of the Marcomanni tribe, which was part of the Suebi people. Subsequently, Tiberius was compelled to divert his focus towards the Bellum Battonianum, alternatively referred to as the Great Illyrian Revolt, that erupted in the Balkan region of Illyricum. The campaign, under the leadership of Bato the Daesitiat, Bato the Brusian, Pines of Pannonia, and with participation of some Marcomanni forces, spanned almost 4 years, and they weren't good ones. Tiberius was compelled to halt his military operation against Maroboduus and acknowledge him as the king, and this was done in order to deploy his 8 legions to suppress the uprising in the Balkans. Sacrifices have to be made. It's always a long game with the Romans. Well, following his arrival back in Rome, Arminius assumed the role of a reliable consultant to Varus. However, covertly, he established a coalition of Germanic tribes that, historically, had been adversaries. These tribes likely consisted of the Cherusci, Marsi, Chatti, and Bructeri. These were a few of the, perhaps 50 or so Germanic tribes during that period. Arminius successfully united the disorganized groups who had been reluctantly accepting Roman rule by capitalizing on their anger towards Varus's oppressive behavior and brutal treatment of the conquered. He maintained this alliance until the most favorable moment to launch an attack. The most formidable enemy of Rome, right under Varus's nose, sitting right next to him in all those briefings, all those little dinner parties. He was right there all along. Well, after the relocation of 8 of the 11 legions stationed in Germania to the Balkans, only 3 legions remained to confront the Germanic tribesmen. Arminius saw this as the ideal chance to vanquish Varus. During Varus's journey from his summer camp located west of the river Weser to the winter headquarters near the Rhine, he received false information about a local uprising, and this information was deliberately spread by Arminius. Now Varus was deceived into believing that he needed to urgently attend this event, without being aware that it was actually a planned uprising by the nation. Varus continued to view Arminius throughout all of this as his obedient subordinate, the good little barbarian who's wearing the Roman clothes, the protege, almost. Meanwhile, he's just waiting for his time to strike. Well, I suppose you kind of barrack for the underdog, don't you, sometimes? Let's see how it turns out. The Varian disaster, bit of a spoiler alert, is named after Publius Quinctilius Varus, that Roman commander who was appointed as JSTOR by Emperor Augustus in 22 BC. Let's talk about him a little bit. Get to know him. Well, Varus later became governor of Africa and Syria, which were of course very difficult occupations due to the political struggles in the Eastern Empire and its border nations. But he proved himself as a very capable governor, acting to solve the succession crisis after Herod the Great's death in 4 BC. His ultimate performance as governor is disputed by contemporary sources, though, with Josephus giving a positive view of Varus, while Varius Paterculus accuses him of corruption in office. Perhaps the truth is somewhere in the middle. Well, Varus's name and deeds were well known beyond the empire because of his ruthlessness and crucifixion of insurgents, which was, of course, the style at the time for the Romans. It was not uncommon to just be crucifying everybody. Of course, back then it had nothing to do with Christianity until Christianity actually came about and it became a symbol of it. Well, anyway, while he was feared by the people, he was highly respected by the Senate. He initially commanded 5 legions, plus auxiliaries in Germania, where he had previously been led by General Gaius Sentius Saturninus. The other 2 legions in the winter quarters of the army at Castrum Moguntiacum were led by his nephew, Lucius Nonius Asprenus, and perhaps Lucius Aruntius. Well, Varus initially commanded 5 legions plus those in Germania, which represented about 20% of the frontline Roman army. However, it's unclear about how many men were truly under his command at the Battle of Teutoburg Forest. Estimates generally range from 20 to the high end of 30,000. Of his 5 starting legions, only 3 were under his command at the battle, supported by 9 small auxiliary units, so we're talking 15,000 and 4,500 men respectively. winter attrition due to casualties, illness, and other causes would have, of course, sapped the legion's strength. Well, the main Roman army was highly professional, of course, outfitted by the state. They were given standardized weapons and armor consisting of a gladius, which is like a short sword, a large shield, and a pilum. You know those javelins that they have? The big ones with the big wooden head on them. That's called a pilum or pilum, I think. Now, they also had their standard Roman helmet, a mail shirt, and also some segmented armor. So pretty serious stuff, especially compared to the barbarians, who would have very minimal armor, if any, and come running at you with any weapon they could have. There was no real standardization. Oh, and one other thing, too. There seems to be a misconception that, the longer the sword, the better it's going to be, the more damage you can cause. But actually, a short sword is more practical in these close combat situations. You think about it, with this long sword, you can't get the swing on it, and you can't draw your arm back far enough to actually effectively stab somebody. The gladius was the perfect length. It was in that Goldilocks zone of fighting in close quarters. Think about it. Especially when you're in such a tight space. The barbarians coming at you with spears. So long they're not practical. Well, we could go on about the gladius all day, but maybe that's for another video. Well, the auxiliary units were not outfitted by the Romans, by the way. They had to bring their own stuff, and often they would represent the equipment and fighting style of their homelands, which pretty much put them on par with Germanic troops. So there was no real advantage there. Now let's talk about Arminius of the Cherusci tribe. Well, he was in a strong position to understand Roman tactics and strategy. In fact, he was taken hostage by the Romans after Drusus defeated the tribe in combat in 8 BC, when Arminius would have been around 10 years old. He received an aristocratic education in Rome, and he was also the son of a nobleman, even though he was a hostage. When he eventually came of age, he joined the Roman cavalry, Ordo Equestor, which would later lead to his appointment as a commander of the Roman auxiliaries. And by 4 AD, he was serving in Pannonia, in the northwestern Balkan states, and soon after he returned to his homeland in Germania, still nominally loyal to Rome. The size of Arminius's forces is a guessing game at best. We don't really have any written records of the Germanic peoples, at least not written records from the Germanic peoples. But estimates widely range based on the starting assumptions. Now, modern historian Adrian Murdoch suggests a force of about 25,000. Now, they also suggest that that army may have been pulled from a very large area, and each tribe probably had about 6,000 to 8,000 fighting men, for a total of 20,000 to 30,000. Not a bad force, but I suppose it depends on the gear. Of course, it wasn't all just about who was there. It was about the conditions. The seasons and the weather played a significant role in ancient conflicts too. There was a reason why people didn't fight in the winter. Armies would normally return to winter camps in October, after a campaigning season that started in March. Varus prepared a basic campaign for the following year, during the winter of 8 to 9 AD. Dispersed units of the army would assemble at Vetera, traverse the Rhine, resupply garrisons en route, and establish a summer camp in the Cherusci lands, which were nominally pacified at the time, at least they thought so, to prepare to launch for their summer operations. But unfortunately for Varus, he was already the victim of a betrayal. Arminius, who remained Varus's reliable confidant, plotted to establish a summer camp on Cherusci property. Since the Romans would have a long journey back to their winter headquarters from Arminius's homeland, the Cherusci could keep a close eye on them during the summer. Then, on their long way back, the Romans could be surprised in terrain that was friendly to the Germanic side. It's unclear when Arminius made the decision to rebel against Rome. Might have happened when he was a hostage, or even during his service in Germania under Varus, but no one can really know for sure. By the time he started tricking Varus and enlisting Germanic chieftains in early 9 AD, we know that he had already decided what he was going to do. Arminius had to gather a coalition of tribes to fight what might have been a long war, because he probably didn't even think that he could win outright against the Romans. Following Varus's orders, the Roman army emerged from their winter quarters in March. The army was plagued by logistical challenges, and the security was pretty weak. And it was winter, it was cold. Give him a break. Well, the precise site of the summer camp is a mystery, although it was likely close to or even at Minden in Germany in those days. Now, according to historical accounts, Varus did not engage in any significant military operations that summer, opting instead to hold court and handle political and legal matters pertaining to the Germanic tribes, do all the paperwork. You know what I mean. Well, the veracity of the narratives on several grounds are questionable, including the fact that Paterculus was the sole contemporary chronicler to write about the summer, and that he had good reason to write some pretty disparaging things about Varus. Since other accounts were based on Paterculus's account, they too carried his bias. Well, whatever the case may be, the summer was likely like any other for the troops, who would have been busy drilling or working on civil engineering projects like fortifying local roads. For Arminius and his auxiliaries, who were attached to the main Roman army, the summer was a pivotal time for them. Throughout those early days of the season, he patiently waited for the right moment to set up an ambush. But of course, time was of the essence. As a result, he gave the order to begin Roman raids in July. Then he advised Varus to send a small group of soldiers to quell the rebellion. Varus capitulated, dividing his army in two. Arminius went another step further by coordinating for his Cherusci auxiliary to join Roman work parties, act normally around them, and then betray them while they were working. Well, Varus really should have seen a higher need for security at this time, or noticed that there was a bigger scheme at play. But he just didn't. One can only imagine the Germanics whistling and twiddling their thumbs and slowly pulling knives out of their coats. Too bad for the Romans. Arminius's father-in-law, Segestes, told Varus about Arminius's betrayal, you know, and all of Arminius' Varus's meticulous preparations almost fell apart. Perhaps because Segestes had a grudge against Arminius for disapproving of his daughter's marriage. But either way, Varus did not believe him. Well, he probably should have. The growing sense of unease took center stage as the summer drew to a close. Unfortunately for Varus's other counselors warned him that the season was running out of time to quell the unrest and return to winter camp. Because the Romans would have to turn around before the Germanic forces could be assembled, and because they would have to retreat along the same heavily fortified route they had entered, Arminius's plans would have been thwarted. But as a last-ditch gamble, Arminius proposed that they would go on a campaign against the Angrivari instead of turning the army around. That way, they could accomplish both objectives. You see, the Romans, if they did this plan, could put down the uprising and take a shorter route back by passing through the Angrivari territory. Perhaps inspired by Arminius's plan, Varus decided to take action during the otherwise dull summer. The Roman army assembled for departure on the morning of September 7th, 9 AD. A large quantity of coins were distributed to the army as a result of the muster being combined with the third payday of the year. Sure, everybody was very happy. Even after 2 millennia have passed, the abundance of coins would still be a telltale sign of the battlefield for archaeologists. Coins do not rot away. While the news that the Angrivari campaign could engage in looting was a morale boost for the troops too, as they would be operating beyond their supply lines. Later that day, Arminius informed Varus that he was temporarily withdrawing to complete the muster of the Cherusci auxiliaries. But don't worry, he'd be back with the main army in a couple of days. Spoiler alert, he was not back. Went out to the store for a liter of milk and never returned. Our Arminius. Oh, Varus believed him, of course. He was loyal up to now. Either way, this was their final meeting. Although Arminius officially designated a small group of Cherusci as guides, their actual mission was to serve as spies. When Arminius was gone, the Roman army was reduced in size by 25%, and its capacity for reconnaissance was severely diminished. Riding northward, Arminius personally gathered the Angrivari and Bructeri forces. On the morning of the 8th of September, the Roman army packed up and proceeded to navigate through the dense forest in the area. This hindered their progress and caused the army to spread out over a great distance. The task of Arminius was now to ensure that the Romans advanced towards Carrhae, where the Angrivari were awaiting in ambush. In pursuit of this objective, his Bructeri allies launched a coordinated assault on the Roman army throughout its entire formation in the late morning. The procession was now dangerously extended, spanning a distance of approximately 15 to 20 kilometers. It's about 9 to 13 miles. Well, at that time, the state was assaulted by Germanic warriors who were equipped with swords, lances, and narrow-bladed short spears. The assailants encircled the entirety of the Roman army and unleashed a barrage of javelins upon the trespassers. The skirmish was short and intended to exhaust the Roman troops while inflicting significant damage to their supplies. The Bructeri retreated rapidly, presumably bringing along the Cherusci infiltrators who were embedded within the Roman army. Well, it just got worse for the Romans. Their fortunes deteriorated further as a torrential downpour commenced. Due to the inability to progress, Varus issued the command for the army to establish a camp. A robust encampment was constructed, and Varus convened a military council. Initial casualty reports indicated minimal losses. However, it was evident that the baggage trains and scout cavalry were especially susceptible. The Romans embarked on a night march in an attempt to flee, but they inadvertently fell into another snare that Arminius had strategically laid at the base of Calchris Hill. The Romans were limited in their ability to march by the narrow strip of sandy open land which was squeezed by the hills. It resulted in a gap of approximately 100 meters between the woods and the swampland at the edge of the great bog. A trench obstructed the road, while an earthen wall had been constructed along the roadside towards the forest, providing the Germanic alliance with a concealed position to launch attacks. The Romans made a futile endeavor to breach the wall, but they were unsuccessful. And the second in command to Varus, Legatus Pneumonius Vala, deserted the soldiers by taking his cavalry and fleeing. Despite his attempts to withdraw, he was ultimately caught up by the Germanic cavalry, and they made sure that he did not get away. While the Germanic warriors subsequently charged in an aggressive assault on the battlefield, resulting in the annihilation of the already crumbling Roman forces. Varus, he took his own life, knowing that the writing was on the wall. Also, Praefectus Caeonius, a commander, also surrendered, but took his own life later, perhaps in captivity. Well, the number of Roman casualties has been approximated to be between 15 and 20,000. Additionally, it's been reported that the numerous officers chose to end their lives by impaling themselves with their swords. Tacitus reported that the Germanic forces engaged in indigenous rituals that involved numerous sacrifice. These officers were cooked in pots, and their bones were utilized for ceremonial purposes. Some individuals were redeemed, while it seems that certain ordinary soldiers were subjected to enslavement. But pump the brakes for a moment. Tacitus may have had a bias with this. You see, when the barbarians defeat you, well, you want to make them look as bad as possible. The same thing that they were doing with the Druids up in the British Isles. When you're trying to conquer a people, you want public opinion to be on your side. You want to be on the right side of history, so you paint them in this certain way. That's not to say that they were not cooking up the Romans in pots and basically inventing Italian food, quite literally, if we could say so. But yeah, once again, a little bit of a grain of salt with those ancient sources who sometimes have their own biases, just like modern historians do. Well, the Roman accounts emphasize the thoroughness of the Roman defeat, and also the discovery of 6,000 pieces of Roman equipment at Calchris, with only one item clearly identified as Germanic. Now that indicates minimal Germanic casualties. Nevertheless, it is probable that the winners may have taken away the corpses of their deceased comrades, and their tradition of interring their warriors along with their weaponry would have played a role in the scarcity of Germanic artifacts. Moreover, a considerable number of Germanic soldiers, potentially reaching several thousand, who had abandoned their militia duties, donned Roman armor. Consequently, these soldiers would give the impression of being quote-unquote Roman during archaeological excavations. Additionally, it's recognized that the Germanic tribes utilized perishable organic substances such as leather and possessed a lesser quantity of metal compared to the Roman legionaries. Well, what happened afterwards? Sure, some people got fired over this one, right? Well, subsequent to the triumph, there was a complete and thorough conquest of all Roman fortifications, military outposts, and urban settlements, at least 2 in number, located to the east of the Rhine River. The 2 Roman legions that remained in Germania, under the leadership of Lucius Nonius Asprenas, who was Varus's nephew, by the way, made an effort to maintain control over the Rhine River. The fort, named Aliso, which is believed to be situated in present-day Haltern am See, successfully resisted the Germanic alliance for a considerable period, possibly lasting several weeks or even a few months. Following the situation becoming, well, unsustainable, the garrison led by Lucius Caedicius, along with survivors from the Teutoburg forest, as few as they were, successfully breached the siege and reached the Rhine. They had successfully resisted for a considerable period of time, allowing Nonius Asprenas to efficiently coordinate the Roman defense on the Rhine using 2 legions, and enabling Tiberius to arrive with a fresh army. This combined effort effectively prevented Arminius from crossing the Rhine and launching an invasion into Gaul. Upon learning of the defeat, Emperor Augustus is reported by the Roman historian Suetonius in the 12 Caesars as being greatly disturbed. Apparently, he had stood and forcefully struck his head against the walls of the palace, repeatedly shouting, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." Very frustrated, Arminius delivered the decapitated head of Varus to Maroboduus, the king of the Marcomanni, who was the second most influential Germanic leader. He then proposed an alliance against the Romans to Maroboduus, but Maroboduus refused, dispatching the head to Rome for interment, and maintained a neutral stance throughout the subsequent conflict. A brief and inconclusive war broke out between the 2 Germanic leaders only after that, and you would have thought that they would have teamed up. Strike while the iron's hot. Oh well. Despite the immense shock that was caused by the massacre, the Romans promptly initiated a deliberate and methodical procedure to prepare for the recapture of the territory. As usual, they weren't going to take it lying down. In the year 14 AD, immediately following the death of Augustus and the rise to power of his successor and stepson Tiberius, a large-scale attack was carried out by Germanicus, the nephew of the newly appointed emperor. And what a name for a man who was going out to get revenge on the Germanic people. He launched a surprise attack on the Marsi. the Bructeri, Tubanti, and Usipeti were provoked by the assault and launched a surprise attack on Germanicus while he was en route to his winter encampment. However, they suffered a significant defeat and incurred substantial casualties. In the following year, there were 2 significant military operations and a few minor skirmishes involving a substantial army of approximately 55 to 70,000 soldiers supported by naval forces. In the spring of 15 AD, Legatus Caecina Severus launched a second invasion against the Marsi, leading an army of approximately 25 to 30,000 soldiers and causing significant destruction. Subsequently, the soldiers under Germanicus's command constructed a stronghold on Mount Teonus, from which he led an expedition with an approximate force of 30 to 35,000 soldiers to confront the Chatti. A significant number of them escaped by crossing a river and scattered throughout the forests. Germanicus subsequently advanced towards Martium, the principal city of the tribe, and he burned the whole thing to the ground. Nothing personal, kid. Following early victorious encounters in the summer of 15 AD, which involved the apprehension of Arminius's spouse, Thusnelda, the military force proceeded to the location of the initial conflict. Tacitus reports the discovery of piles of whitened bones and detached skulls that were affixed to trees like a weird decoration. And it wasn't even Christmas yet. The people buried these remains, considering them to be relatives and part of their own lineage. And then Arminius was back. He launched an assault on the Romans at a place Tacitus refers to as the Pontus Longi, which are long causeways located in marshy lowlands near the Ems. And Arminius successfully ensnared Germanicus's cavalry in a strategic maneuver, but it caused limited harm. However, the Roman infantry promptly intervened, halting the retreat and containing the enemy forces. The conflict endured for a duration of 48 hours, with neither faction really making any headway. After this, Germanicus's troops retreated and went back to the Rhine. When 16 AD, Germanicus led the Romans to march into Germania again, accompanied by an additional army and Germanic auxiliaries who were their allies. Which you think they would have learned, right? I mean, after what happened, I would not be too keen to have German quote-unquote allies again. You never really know. Or maybe they didn't have German advisors again. Well, he compelled a passage across the Weser River close to present-day Minden, enduring casualties from a Germanic skirmishing contingent, and compelled Arminius's army to engage in a direct confrontation during the Battle of the Weser River. The legions led by Germanicus caused significant losses to the Germanic armies. The Angroverian Wall, located west of modern Hanover, was the site of a decisive battle that followed the familiar pattern of significant Germanic casualties. As a result, the Germanic forces were compelled to retreat across the Elbe River. After successfully defeating the forces located between the Rhine and Elbe, Germanicus commanded Gaius Silius to lead a combined force of 3,000 cavalry and 30,000 infantry to attack the Chatti and destroy their territory. Meanwhile, Germanicus himself, with a larger army, launched his third invasion of the Marsi and caused extensive damage to their land without facing any opposition. Having accomplished his primary goal, and with winter right around the corner, Germanicus commanded his troops to return to their winter encampments. However, the fleet had suffered some damage due to a storm in the North Sea. The North Sea is pretty notorious for that kind of thing. Subsequently, several additional military expeditions conducted across the Rhine led to the retrieval of 2 out of 3 of the legion's eagles that were lost in 9 AD. Specifically, 1 legion eagle was recovered from the Marsi in 14 AD, while the legion 19 eagle was recovered from the Bructeri in 15 AD by troops commanded by Lucius Stertinius. Tiberius commanded the Roman troops to cease their movement and retreat back across the Rhine, and Germanicus was summoned back to Rome and notified by Tiberius that he would be granted a triumph and reassigned to a different military assignment. Well, Tacitus recounted the final chapter. In approximately 50 AD, groups of Chatti forcefully entered Roman land in Germania Superior, potentially in an area located in Hesse to the east of the Rhine River, which the Romans seem to have maintained control over. The Chatti engage in acts of looting and pillaging. Secundus, a Roman commander, enlisted auxiliaries from the Vangiones and Nemetes, with the support of a legionary force and Roman cavalry. The Chatti were assaulted from 2 directions and subsequently vanquished. The conquerors, filled with elation, successfully located and emancipated Roman captives, among them individuals from Varus's legions who had endured captivity for a span of 4 decades. Arminius, well, he never gave up. He continued his resistance against the Romans, but the confrontation remained at a standstill. The whole thing was pretty lukewarm at this point, and people had lost morale. In 21 AD, he was poisoned by his own compatriots. It may have even been his own family. They were reportedly concerned about his growing autocratic tendencies. And you know what happens when someone grows too big for their boots. Well, thank you very much for listening. Wasn't that a thrilling tale, huh? It had everything. It had betrayal. Well, I suppose it just had lots of betrayal, didn't it? Lots of betrayal, lots of killing and violence. Oh well. That's enough for me, anyway. I'd like to thank my top-tier Patreon subscribers and supporters as Britt, Charles, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, Wendy, Tim, James, Aaron, Scott, Dark, Ben, Kerry, and Melissa. Thank you very much to all of you. And thank you, listener, for getting this far. We always have lots of fun on this channel. And I will see you, same time, same place tomorrow. You know I'll be here. I'll see you then. Don't be late. Lots of love to you all.